Chapter 1. Your target has arrived. At the camera operator's alert, Amy Winter turned in the direction he was pointing and scanned the group of people milling about in front of the courthouse. Where? Straight ahead. Tall, dark hair, gray suit, intimidating, carrying a black briefcase. It took her only a moment to spot the assistant prosecuting attorney, and the term intimidating was spot on. As he strode through the group of people clustered on the sidewalk and toward the door, his bearing communicated a clear back-off message. A message she intended to ignore. Taking a deep breath, she tightened her grip on the microphone. "Okay, Steve, let's go." Without waiting for a reply, she hurried toward her quarry and planted herself in his path. Twin grooves dented Cal Richards' brow when he noticed her, but he veered sideways without slowing his pace. She moved too, staying in front of him. His frown deepened, and he gave her a swift but thorough perusal before homing in on the microphone in her hand and the camera operator behind her. "Excuse me, I have work to do." His words were polite, his tone wasn't. Stomach clenching, Amy forced herself to stand firm. "So do I, and I was hoping you'd help me do it." "I don't give interviews." "I just have a couple of questions. It will only take a minute of your time." "I don't have a minute, and I don't give interviews. If you'll excuse, Mr. Richards, this trial is going to get publicity whether you cooperate or not." She willed her voice to remain steady and professional. "But you could add a valuable perspective to the coverage." His jaw hardened. "As I said before, Ms. Winter. Amy Winter." She added the call letters of her station.
"As I said before, Ms. Winter, I don't give interviews. Not before, not during, not after a trial. So you'll save us both a lot of trouble if you accept that right now."
Before she could respond, he sidestepped her, covered the distance to the courthouse door in a few long strides, and disappeared inside. Dang! Expelling a frustrated breath, Amy turned to Steve, who gave her an "I told you so" shrug. "Fine, you warned me."
Cal Richards has a reputation for never bending the rules, his own or the law's. Everyone in the news game knows that. Did you see anyone else even try to talk to him?
No, she hadn't. The other reporters in front of the courthouse, most longtime veterans of the Atlanta news scene, hadn't even approached the man. They'd obviously learned a lesson she had yet to master after only 6 months in town. But if she was ever going to win the local anchor spot she'd set her sights on, and ultimately a network feature job, she had to find a way to make her coverage stand out. This story had the potential to help her do that. Getting Cal Richards' cooperation would be a coup that could boost her up at least a couple of rungs on the career ladder. She angled toward the door the man had entered. Maybe Steve was right. Maybe the assistant prosecuting attorney wouldn't bend. Then again, maybe he would. And until she tried everything she could think of to convince him to talk to her, she wasn't about to let Cal Richards off the hook. Cal closed the door behind him, tossed his briefcase on the couch, and loosened his tie. What a frustrating and unproductive day of jury selection. No surprise, given the high-profile nature of this trial. Whenever a public figure had a run-in with the law, it was big news, especially when that public figure was a popular sports hero like Jamie Johnson, and the manslaughter charge was so explosive. Cal raked his fingers through his hair and paced over to the window of his apartment. If any average citizen had been involved in a drunk driving accident that left a pedestrian dead, they'd get the book thrown at them. But Jamie Johnson had public sentiment on his side. And since the victim was a homeless drifter, the man's death was being treated as no great loss. Which was wrong. Manslaughter was manslaughter. It didn't matter who the victim was. But Johnson was going to walk unless they came up with a rock-solid witness. While the sports hero didn't dispute the drunk driving charge, his claim that the victim had stepped off the curb and into his path was hard to refute without an eyewitness. And with his clean-cut good looks and apparent sincerity and remorse, the public was buying everything Johnson was selling, despite the fact that he'd had other minor run-ins with the law, was known to be a drinker, and had demonstrated his irresponsibility in any number of ways the police were well aware of. Cal expelled a breath and shoved his hands into his pockets. He'd wager 6 months' salary the man was lying about this incident. Unfortunately, instincts got him nowhere. He needed admissible evidence. Leaning a shoulder against the window frame, he surveyed the city below. There were many things he liked about his job, but the harsh reality of this kind of trial, where the odds of seeing justice done were minuscule, wasn't one of them. Of course, he'd do his best. He always did. But he'd been in this profession long enough to learn that idealism eventually gave way to disillusionment. There were just too many instances when the little guy, for lack of money or power, was shortchanged by the law, no matter how hard someone worked on their behalf. Fighting back a wave of dejection, he gave the glittering lights another scan, willing the tension in his shoulders to ease. It was a pretty view, one his infrequent visitors always admired. But it wasn't home, and it never would be. Nor did the steel and concrete cityscape help him relax. So instead, he closed his eyes and pictured the evening mist on the blue-hued mountains outside Graham's cabin in Tennessee. Called up the memory of the fresh breeze on his face, the faint woodsy aroma of smoke curling from distant chimneys, the whisper of the wind in the pine trees, and the call of the birds. Slowly his mind stilled and peace filled his soul. Better. And as soon as this trial ended, he was going home for a visit, to regroup, refresh, do some serious thinking about... His cell began to vibrate and he pulled it out of his pocket. Unknown caller. He ignored it. Everyone who mattered was in his contact list. This would likely be a hang-up. Phone still in hand, he headed toward the kitchen as his stomach growled. Yeah, it was way past dinner time, but the prospect of a nuked meal held little appeal. The food he subsisted on was nothing like the from-scratch cooking Graham plied him with whenever he went home for a visit. He started to set his phone on the counter, paused at the voicemail notification on the screen. Ignoring his protesting stomach, he played the message back. Mr. Richards, this is Amy Winter. We met this morning at the courthouse. I don't like to bother people outside of business hours, but I haven't had any luck connecting with you at your office, and I'd like to continue our discussion. As I told you, I'm covering the Johnson trial, and your input would add a valuable perspective to the coverage. I realize, of course, that you can't discuss the trial in any detail, but perhaps you can suggest an angle I might investigate, or offer some other insights that would be helpful. My cell number will be in your call log, but let me give it to you verbally, too. As she proceeded to do so, Cal scowled. Reporters, in general, were bad enough, but pushy reporters like Amy Winter were the worst. How had the woman managed to get his carefully guarded number, which was both unpublished and unlisted? And did she really think he'd return this call when he'd ignored both of the messages she'd left at his office earlier in the day? Gritting his teeth, he erased the message, deleted her number from his log. Obviously, she was new on the courthouse beat, or she'd know that his no comment meant exactly that. But she'd learn. In the meantime, if she continued to call him, he could always file a harassment complaint. Because he didn't have time to play games. And sooner or later, she'd get that message. Apparently, it was going to be later. As Cal spotted the persistent reporter on the courthouse steps the next morning, he tightened his grip on his briefcase. At least she'd left the camera operator back at the station this time. He kept walking when she strode over and fell into step beside him. "Good morning, Mr. Richards." He studied her out of the corner of his eye. Her cheeks were flushed in the chilly early spring air, her stylish shoulder-length light brown hair ruffling in the breeze. The jade-colored jacket that screamed designer was a perfect match for her eyes, and her lashes were almost indecently long. Conclusion? His nemesis was a very attractive woman. But that seemed to be a prerequisite for broadcast news these days. As far as he was concerned, TV stations would be better off if they paid more attention to solid reporting skills and real news, and less to cosmetics and sensationalism. He ignored her and picked up his pace. "If this keeps up, I'll have to wear my running shoes next time." She lengthened her stride, matching him step for step. He stopped so abruptly that she was a step ahead of him before she realized he'd paused. When she turned back, he gave her his most formidable glare.
I'm hoping there won't be a next time. As I told you yesterday, I don't talk to the press, and I did not appreciate you calling my cell phone. I consider that invasion of privacy, and if it happens again, I'll file a complaint. Is that understood?
Her flush deepened, and some odd flash of emotion darted through her eyes. It was there and gone too fast to make a solid ID, but the word cringe came to mind. That had to be a misread, though. Reporters were a thick-skinned bunch. You couldn't hurt their feelings or upset them if you tried. She smoothed a hand down her jacket. I'm sorry about the call to your cell phone. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but it won't happen again. However, I won't promise to stop calling your office or talking to you here at the courthouse. That's my job. She tilted her chin up, giving him a clear view of her classic bone structure, intelligent eyes, and full lips. His gaze lingered on her lips a moment too long before he jerked it away.
And my job is to see justice done.
He moved forward once again. Why should our two jobs be incompatible? And why do you hate the press so much? She fell in beside him again, half jogging to keep up with his long strides. He stopped at the door of the courthouse and turned to her.
They shouldn't be. Justice should be a mutual goal of the press and the law. But the only things TV stations care about are ratings and advertising revenues. If that means sensationalizing a trial at the expense of justice to gain viewers, so be it.
Her eyebrows peaked. That's a pretty cynical attitude.
More like realistic. How long have you been in this business, Ms. Winter? 2 years? 3?
7. Seriously? She didn't look more than a year or 2 out of college. But with that kind of tenure, she had to be closer to 30.
Then you should know that it's hard enough to see justice done when everything works as it should. It's impossible when the press takes sides.
You sound like you're speaking from personal experience. He hesitated. While he was under no obligation to explain his comment, maybe if he did, she'd understand his perspective and back off. A long shot, but worth a try.
I am. 5 years ago, I handled a trial very similar to this one. High-profile figure, well-liked. He was charged with rape. He was also the proverbial golden boy. Popular, wealthy, powerful, a church-going man with a list of philanthropic endeavors to rival Albert Schweitzer. He had the press eating out of his hand. In fact, the news media did everything it could to discredit and harass the victim. She finally caved under the pressure. We didn't stand a chance.
Despite his attempt to corral it, bitterness crept into his voice. So he walked.
Yes, but 2 years ago he was charged with rape again. And that time he picked the wrong victim and the wrong place. She was a fighter, and she was determined to make him pay. There were also witnesses.
So in the end, justice prevailed.
No thanks to the press. And it depends on what you mean by justice. Yes, he was convicted, but he's still appealing. Worst case, he'll serve a couple of years and be back on the streets. I hardly consider that justice, given the crime.
Amy cocked her head. So why did you go into law if the system is so flawed? He ought to brush her off, end this conversation. Instead, for reasons that eluded him, he responded,
I hoped I could make a difference. And once in a great while, I can. Every now and then, because of my efforts, justice is served and the little guy wins. That's what keeps me going. That's what makes it worthwhile.
A hint of what looked like admiration sparked in her eyes. Your commitment to justice is impressive. At her compliment, warmth radiated through him. Which was ridiculous. Amy Winter's opinion of him was meaningless. He straightened his shoulders and kept his expression stern.
Justice is important. I can't stop you from covering this trial, but I can and do decline to participate. I'll give you one piece of advice, though. Don't fall into the trap those reporters did in the case I just told you about. Don't be taken in by appearances. Do your homework. Dig. Don't assume that the image Jamie Johnson projects publicly is the real man. You'll do everyone a great service if you treat him as you would any other defendant. Try to go for substance over sensationalism.
A beat ticked by as she considered him. No matter what I do, I have a feeling nothing will change your mind about the news game.
When somebody dies, it's not a game.
Faint spots of color bloomed on her cheeks at his harsh tone. Bad choice of words, but I appreciate your candor and suggestions. I'd welcome any other input you have as the trial progresses, too.
Don't hold your breath. They stay as far away from the press as possible.
I'll keep trying, you know.
Yeah, he did.
Shrugging, he turned away.
Suit yourself.
But she wasn't going to get any more out of him. Not a word. No matter how hard she tried.
If looks could kill.
Cal stopped outside the jury selection room and swiveled toward Bill Jackson.
It's not that bad, you know.
His colleague grinned.
We'll get this jury seated. If not in this century, then surely in the next.
The knot in Cal's stomach loosened. For a man who could go for the jugular in the courtroom with rapier precision, Bill also had an amazing ability to diffuse tension. It was an unbeatable combination in an attorney, and having him assist on this trial was a godsend.
Believe it or not, I wasn't thinking about the jury. Then what put that look on your face? A run-in with the press.
Bill grimaced.
I thought you had all the news types trained to keep their distance. So did I. Who dared to approach you? A woman named Amy Winter. I know who she is. I've only seen her on TV, but I wouldn't mind meeting her in person. She's not hard on the eyes.
Cal let that pass.
I've never run into her before. I don't think she's been in town long. She must be good at her job, though, to get such a high-profile assignment so fast. I can't comment on her reporting skills, but I do know she's pushy.
Bill shrugged.
Goes with the profession. Maybe. But I didn't appreciate her calling me on my cell.
He arched an eyebrow.
How'd she get your number? Beats me. I didn't ask. I just told her to back off. And how did the lady respond to that?
Cal blew out a breath.
Let's just say I don't think I've seen the last of Amy Winter.
Mouth bowing, Bill reached over to open the door.
This could be interesting. Two people equally unwilling to bend. You'll have to keep me informed. In the meantime, we'd better get on with the jury selection, or there won't be a trial to write about.
As he followed Bill into the room, Cal tried to quash thoughts of the pushy reporter. Failed. And it wasn't because she was easy on the eyes, as Bill had noted, even if that was true. Attractive women often crossed his path, and he rarely gave them a thought once he was out of their presence. Amy Winter had lingered in his mind because of the look that had appeared in her eyes, then quickly vanished when he'd used a sharp tone with her. For the briefest of moments, she'd seemed somehow vulnerable, was the word that came to mind. Yet that didn't fit the MO of people in her profession. Reporters got the cold shoulder all the time. Surely they built up an immunity to it. Why would she be any different? He took the same chair he'd occupied yesterday, psyching himself up for another marathon jury selection session. If he was smart, he'd put the reporter out of his mind. In all likelihood, she wasn't any different than her cohorts. He'd probably read way more into her reaction than had been there. Besides, why should he care if his words had distressed her? She was a stranger, and a reporter to boot. She was also aggressive, ambitious, competitive, single-minded, and brash, qualities that were less than appealing in either gender. He ought to forget her and hope she honored his request to back off. Except his gut said she wouldn't. And for whatever reason, he had a feeling she wasn't going to be easy to forget. Chapter 2. Amy took a sip of her drink and gave the room a glum sweep. If her TV station hadn't bought a table at this charity bachelor auction and their lead anchor wasn't the MC, making this a politically expedient event to attend, the proverbial wild horses couldn't have dragged her here on a Saturday night. Spending an entire evening watching women bid on dates wasn't how she'd choose to use her rare free time. Why the long face? Amy turned to find one of the younger copywriters from the station at her elbow. Diane? Denise? Darlene. Yes, that was it.
I can think of other places I'd rather be.
Yeah? Spending an evening mingling with a bunch of hot-looking guys doesn't seem so bad to me. Have you checked out the program? She held it up. It's got all their pictures and bios. No, I'm not planning to bid. I wasn't either until I got here, but I met several of the auctionees during the cocktail hour, and now I've got my eye on bachelor number 12. He's over by the bar. She inclined her head that direction and sighed. Man, a date with that dude would be worth whatever he goes for. But the bidding will probably be out of my league. Did you meet anyone interesting? No, I was working, so I arrived late. I bet the Jamie Johnson story is keeping you busy. Doing such high-profile coverage has to be stressful. Very. Also grueling, frustrating, and exhausting, thanks to Cal Richards. He'd ignored her repeated attempts to contact him over the past couple of weeks, dodged her the 2 times she tried to waylay him en route to the courthouse, and avoided eye contact in the courtroom despite the hours she'd spent there since the trial began. Apparently, he'd said everything he intended to say when he'd made it clear what he thought of the news media. I guess being assigned to such a hot case has its downside. Darlene offered a sympathetic nod. But the visibility should be a plus for your career. One can hope anyway. And at this point, hope was all she had, since Cal Richards refused to cooperate. But she wasn't giving up. It was only a matter of finding an angle for this story. And she was due for a break. Deserved a break. She'd paid her dues, put in the long hours, sacrificed her personal life, worked the midnight shift in the newsroom, all in the name of career advancement. And one of these days, she'd get an anchor slot. Just as tonight's celebrity MC, Candace Bryce, had. As her station's newsroom star stepped to the microphone, the audience quieted. Everyone, please take your seats so the waitstaff can serve dinner and we can get to the real purpose of this evening. You'll have about an hour to enjoy your food and plan your bidding strategy. Bon appetit! Our table's over there. Darlene motioned toward it and began weaving through the crowd. Amy followed more slowly, psyching herself up for an evening of social niceties. While most of the people from her station would be familiar, none of them were friends. As far as she was concerned, the broadcast news business was too competitive to foster real friendships. Kind of like show business. When she reached the table, she sat in the one empty chair, her back to the stage. Obviously, her table mates had vied for the seats with the best view of the auction. She, however, would rather focus on the chocolate mousse promised for dessert than the dessert the other women had in mind. By the time said mousse was served, she was ready to call it a night. She'd said a few words to Candace on the way to the ladies' room, paused to chat with the station manager, said hello to her boss. Soon she could sneak out, head back to her apartment, take her shoes off, put on some mellow jazz, and chill for what little remained of the evening. As Candace stepped once more to the microphone, a buzz of excitement swept over the room, and there was a rustling of paper as potential bidders reached for their programs. While the other attendees directed their attention to the stage, Amy continued to eat her dessert. The first auctionee was introduced to cheers and whistles, and Amy rolled her eyes. How could grown women behave in such a sophomoric way? She eyed the exit, but it was too soon to leave. The bidding had barely begun. Heaving a resigned sigh, she reached for one of the programs and fished a pen out of her purse. May as well put the time to productive use. Jot down ideas for trial coverage. As she concentrated on her task, she tuned down the surrounding cacophony, a skill she'd learned early in her career while composing broadcast copy in the midst of chaos for live feeds. When she ran out of room in the margins of the program, she turned the page and continued scribbling until the name of Bachelor number 5 registered just as Candace introduced him. Now, ladies, here we have a real coup. One of Atlanta's most eligible and elusive bachelors, who only agreed to participate because of his interest in St. Vincent's Boys Club, which will benefit from this event. He's gorgeous, articulate, charming, and very available. If I wasn't already married, I'd bid on him myself. Please welcome one of Atlanta's finest assistant prosecuting attorneys, Cal Richards. Amy jerked around as the room erupted into wild applause and more catcalls. The very man she'd been thinking about stood on stage, attired in a tux that emphasized his broad shoulders and lean physique. Judging by the flush on his face and his strained smile, he was not relishing his moment in the spotlight. No surprise there. A man who shied away from publicity wouldn't enjoy being ogled by a room full of raucous women and auctioned off for charity. But what an amazing opportunity for her! If she bought a date with him, he'd have to talk to her. During a whole evening in his company, she ought to be able to pry out a nugget or two of useful information. What did she have to lose? Except a few bucks. Amy turned to Darlene. How much are these guys going for? A chunk of change. The woman glanced back at the stage. But he may be worth it. Even if he wasn't a prosecuting attorney, my defenses would crumble with him in 5 seconds flat. The bidding had already started, and Amy needed information fast. What's a chunk of change? When Darlene gave her the price tag on the previous guy, Amy cringed and glanced back toward the stage. Was it worth the gamble? Cal Richards didn't seem like the kind of man who would bend. But even if she got one lead, one piece of information that gave her an edge, the dent in her budget would be worth it. An investment like this in her career could pay off big time. Around her, women were holding up numbers and calling out their bids. She had to act fast. After grabbing the large number on a paddle beside her plate, she waited until the bidding slowed. Is that it, ladies? Any more bidders? No? Candace raised her gavel. Going. Taking a deep breath, Amy angled her head slightly away just in case Cal Richards could see past the glare of the spotlight, held up her number, and raised the bid. Several silent seconds ticked by as her heart thumped against her ribcage. Someone countered. Dang! But she was in now, and she wasn't giving up without a fight. Gritting her teeth, she swallowed and raised the bid 20%. A murmur swept the room. Now that's what I call a bid! Candace beamed a smile her direction. Does anyone want to top that number? Amy stopped breathing. She was at her limit. If anyone else threw out a higher number, she was hosed. No? All right, bachelor number 5 is gone to one lucky lady at table 32. As applause swept the room, Amy filled her lungs. Hopefully Candace would be right, and she would, indeed, be lucky. Otherwise, she'd just made a very expensive investment that was going to ding her bank balance and turn out to be a dud. Cal, there's a woman on the phone who says she won you in an auction. Is she a nut, or is there something you haven't told me? As the question from his department's administrative assistant echoed in his ear, the beginning of a headache began to prick at Cal's temples. He should have told Cynthia about the auction. But ever since she'd walked down the aisle a year ago, she'd made it her goal in life to watch him do the same. This would just encourage her. She's not a nut, and yes, there's something I haven't told you. He leaned back and gave her a quick recap. His news was met with dead silence. He waited her out. So let me get this straight. Mr. Particular, who finds fault with everyone I suggest as a potential date, is going to go out with a strange woman? Let's hope she's not strange. Ha ha! Do you want to talk to her? No, but he'd have to face this sooner or later. May as well get it over with. I guess so. Hey, this woman paid good money for you. You could at least show a little enthusiasm. How much, by the way? A lot. When he passed on the amount, she gave a low whistle. All I can say is you better make this a date to remember. I'll put her through. Wait, did she give you her name? You don't have it? No, I left before the event ended. They said someone would be in touch with her information sometime today. She must be anxious if she's calling first thing on a Monday morning. He massaged his temples with his free hand. All the more reason to give her a decent return on investment. As he waited for Cynthia to put the call through, Cal took a deep breath and swiveled toward the window. Awkward didn't begin to describe this situation, even if it was for a good cause. Hopefully this woman could at least carry on an interesting conversation, or it would be one very long evening. Keeping in mind Cynthia's comment about how much money the bidder had paid for the privilege of his company, he forced a pleasant note into his voice once the connection went through.
Cal Richards speaking.
Mr. Richards, I believe we have a date. He frowned, straightened up. Why was that voice familiar?
Yes, I think we do.
A ripple of unease slithered through him.
I'm sorry I didn't get your name the night of the dinner, although I have a feeling we've met.
Yes, we have. This is Amy Winter. Amy Winter. The reporter? Impossible. Fate wouldn't be that unkind, not after he'd endured being auctioned off in front of hundreds of women, let himself be humiliated for charity. Mr. Richards, are you still there? His stomach bottomed out. It was her, no question about it. The pain in his temples exploded as he rotated back to his desk.
Yes, I'm here. Is this a joke?
Hardly. I paid a premium price for this date, and I have the receipt to prove it. Why in the world would she... The pieces suddenly clicked into place. He wouldn't talk to her in a business setting, so she'd bought his time. This woman was a conniver. A muscle in his jaw clenched.
Very clever, Ms. Winter, but I have no intention of talking about the trial. You wasted your money.
It wasn't wasted. It went to a worthy cause. Besides, how do you know I didn't bid on you because I wanted a date? Ha! Anyone who looked like her didn't need to buy dates at auctions.
Let's stop playing games, okay? You bought a date. I'll give you a date, and that's all I'll give you. Does dinner on Friday work?
Sooner would be better.
Sorry, that's the best I can do.
In that case, I'll take it. Name the time and place.
I'll pick you up. That was part of the deal.
I wouldn't want you to put yourself out. Cal tapped a finger on his desk. She sounded a tad miffed now. And truth be told, she had a right to be annoyed. As Cynthia had said, she'd paid a hefty price for their date, whatever her motivation. He tried hard to call up a more pleasant tone.
I'll be happy to pick you up if you'll give me your address. A phone number would also be helpful in case anything comes up on my end.
After a tiny hesitation, she complied. Then they settled on a time. I'll see you Friday, Mr. Richards. It should be interesting. The line went dead. Slowly, he lowered the phone from his ear. Interesting? Not even close. Stressful, awkward, tense, aggravating, a waste of time. All of those were better descriptors. His headache ratcheted up again, and he shook out 2 aspirin from the bottle he kept in his desk drawer. Added 1 more. Because Amy Winter was definitely a 3 aspirin headache. That had been beyond stressful. Amy set her phone on the kitchen counter, drew an unsteady breath, and stared at her shaky hands. Her conversation with the recalcitrant assistant prosecuting attorney had taken a toll. Too bad pushy wasn't her style, given the career she'd chosen. Assertive she could handle. In-your-face confrontation? Not so much. But it was part of the job, and surely it would get easier in time. Problem was, she'd been telling herself that for years, and it hadn't. She slid onto a stool at her kitchen island, took a calming sip of her herbal tea, faced the facts. Cal Richards didn't like her. Period. And she liked to be liked. She'd especially like to be liked by him for whatever reason. But investigative reporters didn't usually win popularity contests. Acrimony went with the territory. So maybe you picked the wrong type of reporting, Amy, she thought to herself. As the insidious thought that had been looping through her mind ad nauseum lately replayed yet again, she tightened her grip on her mug and did her best to quash it. She wasn't going there. It was too late for second-guessing. She'd invested too much of her life and energy building this particular future to question it now. for reasons she'd clearly thought through. She ticked them off again in her mind. First, she liked the glamour of being in the spotlight, and an anchor spot would give her that in spades. Second, she liked the big city lifestyle. Unlike her sister Kate, who'd enjoyed small-town farm life while they were growing up, she'd always dreamed of bright lights. If the lights could be more garish than dazzling up close, well, that was more a reflection of the nature of her work, which often took her to seedy areas, than of the actual city. Third, she liked the money, or at least the freedom it gave her to travel to the Caribbean on exotic vacations, live in an upscale townhouse, and walk into any store in Atlanta and buy whatever designer outfit she chose without having to give up something else to do so. Mom and Dad had done their best, but money had always been tight on the farm, and she was done with the days of homemade prom dresses and hand-me-downs. Finally, she liked feature reporting, especially human interest stories that uplifted and inspired and made people feel optimistic about the goodness of the human race. While those assignments rarely came her way, once she'd made her mark, she'd be able to pick and choose her stories. In the meantime, she did what she was told and worked hard to get the best possible story, including bidding on a date with a man who clearly disliked her. She took another sip of her now tepid tea, which could very well end up describing her date with Cal Richards.
Hi, Graham. How's everything at home?
Cal? My, it's good to hear your voice. We're both fine. John, it's Cal. Graham's voice was muffled as she called out to Dad. Cal smiled, crossed an ankle over a knee, and rested his head against the back of the overstuffed chair in his living room. Just hearing the voices from home lifted his spirits. Your dad'll be right here, Cal. How's life in Atlanta?
Okay.
I've heard more enthusiasm from old Sam Pritchard. Cal huffed out a soft chuckle at her reference to the poker-faced local who was known for his blasé reaction to life. As usual, Graham had tuned into his mood. Probably because she was one of the few people who knew of his growing dissatisfaction with city life.
Sorry.
He tried to add a bit of animation to his tone.
I can't complain. The job is demanding and stressful, but it's worthwhile work, and I've been blessed in many ways.
Are you taking any time for fun? He stifled a snort. When was there a spare hour in his days for fun? What little downtime he managed to eke out was spent at St. Vincent's. But telling that to Graham would only make her worry about him more than she already did.
I get out once in a while.
True, if not a direct answer to her question. It's important to take some time for yourself. A body needs more in life than work and responsibilities. You meet any nice women lately? He stifled an eye roll. For some reason, his social life, or lack thereof, had become a hot topic over the past year, and nothing he'd said had dissuaded her from bringing it up on a regular basis. But while she seemed to think marriage and a family would smooth out the wrinkles in his life, his take was different. As far as he was concerned, a romantic entanglement would only complicate matters. He needed to get his life in order, make some decisions about his future, before he got involved in a relationship. That would only be fair to the woman. It wasn't a hard question, Cal. Course, if it's none of my business, just say so. At Graham's prompt, he refocused.
Actually, I have a date Friday night.
Maybe that would appease her. Well, that's the best news I've heard all week.
It's no big deal, Graham. Just dinner.
Everything has to start somewhere. Where'd you meet her? A twinge of guilt nipped at his conscience, and he kneaded the bridge of his nose.
At the courthouse. But Graham,
Is she a lawyer, too?
No, she works in TV news. That's how...
Hang on a sec. Your dad's ready to talk to you. We'll discuss this subject more next time. If you call us again over the weekend, you can give me the scoop on your date.
It's just a simple dinner, Graham. Don't get your hopes up.
You never know where a dinner can lead. Here's your dad. As she passed the phone over, Cal sighed. She was going to be in for a letdown when he cut short any further inquisition with a "we just didn't click" verdict. But at least that would be the end of that.
"Cal, how are you, son?"
He settled deeper into his chair.
"Fine, Dad. How's everything there?"
"Same as always. Quiet. Things don't change much in the mountains, you know.
But tell me about you. There's a lot more going on in Atlanta than there is here."
Cal relayed some recent events his father would enjoy hearing about. The black-tie dinner, sans any mention of the auction part of the evening, a meeting he'd had with the mayor earlier in the week, the publicity the Jamie Johnson trial was receiving. As usual, his father ate it up.
"You sure do lead an exciting life, son. But you deserve all your success. You worked hard for it, and I'm proud of you. I was just telling Mike Thomas about the governor's commission you were appointed to. He was real impressed."
A familiar knot formed in Cal's gut, and he rose, began to pace. How could he tell the man who'd worked so hard to help him achieve the dream they'd once both shared, of a better life for him far from the hard-scrabble existence Dad had always known in the mountains, that the dream had soured? It was a dilemma of the first order, and so far his prayers for guidance remained unanswered.
"Tell him not to be too impressed until we see how I do. I know how you'll do. You're smart as a whip. Always were. That's why I knew you were destined for great things."
The knot in Cal's stomach tightened.
"I appreciate that, Dad. But you may be a tad biased." "Nope. I call 'em like I see 'em. Are you coming home to visit soon?"
"I hope so. It's hard to get away, though. The job's busy." He paused by the window, leaned a shoulder against the frame.
"I understand. I know they need you there. But your room is always waiting. Any time you can get away. You'll come up before summer for sure, won't you?"
"Of course. Have I ever missed a spring in the Smokies?"
"Can't say you have. One thing about you, son, you're reliable. We can always count on you."
Down below, an emergency vehicle passed his building, lights flashing. The world was filled with trouble.
"I'm not perfect, Dad. Maybe not. But I sure wouldn't trade you in. You take care now."
"I will. Tell Graham I said goodbye."
"Will do."
Cal ended the call, pocketed his cell. He needed to make some decisions, and he needed to make them soon in light of the rumors circulating that he was being considered for a promotion. Funny. That news should make him happy. It was what he'd been working toward all these years. Yet all he felt was pressured and trapped and stressed. If he was going to make a change, this was the time to do it, before he got so entrenched in his urban career and lifestyle that he couldn't get out. Cal fisted his hands, closed his eyes as duty and desire duked it out. Disappointing his dad was anathema. Yet the mountains were calling to him. Only there, free from the confines of steel and concrete and glass, did he feel truly at home. Only there did he find nourishment for his soul. Only there was he at peace. Even back in college, he must have realized at a subliminal level that the mountains were where he wanted to be. What else would have prompted him to double major? But the forestry degree he'd gotten on the sly had been tucked away for years now, gathering dust. And there it would remain unless he made a radical change in his life. Cal jammed his fists into his pockets and looked up at the sky, but the stars that shine so brightly in the mountains, once used by lost travelers trying to find their way, were dimmed by the glare of city lights. All he could do was pray for direction and hope he made the right decision. Chapter 3. Amy paused in front of the full-length mirror in her bedroom, brushed a stray strand of hair back into place, and frowned at her watch. Cal Richards was late. Could he have stood her up for their Friday night dinner date? As quickly as that thought passed through her mind, she dismissed it. Despite her clashes with the assistant prosecuting attorney, he came across as a man of honor who played by the rules and kept his promises. If he was late, there was a reason. She gave herself another once-over in the mirror. Cal hadn't said where he was taking her for dinner, but her slim black skirt, silk blouse, and clunky hammered gold necklace were versatile enough for anything from casual to elegant. She was as ready as she'd ever be for this evening. Assuming Cal hadn't, at the chime of her doorbell, her pulse kicked into high gear. He was here. Squaring her shoulders, she strode to the front door, forced up the corners of her mouth, and twisted the knob. But her smile faded the instant she opened the door. What on earth? Cal's tie was askew. His hair was mussed. One eye was red and puffy, and he was holding a bloody handkerchief to his nose. As she gaped at him, he spoke.
May I come in?
She did her best to regroup. Of course. She pulled the door wide, then closed it behind him after he entered. What happened?
I was mugged.
His voice was muffled behind the handkerchief as he pulled out his phone. Seriously? He sent her a withering look.
Do I look like I'm kidding?
No, but I can't believe this. It's a safe area. As her brain kicked in, his condition began to fully compute. Are you all right? Beyond the obvious, I mean.
I'll survive.
He tapped 3 numbers on his phone. Look, why don't you sit down? She waved a hand toward the couch. I'll get you some ice and a towel.
Don't bother.
She ignored him and hurried toward the kitchen as he talked to the 911 dispatcher. By the time she returned, he'd pocketed his phone and was seated on the couch, trying, without much success, to staunch the flow of blood with his inadequate handkerchief. She held out the towel. Use this. Lean forward and tilt your head back. Then press this against your eye. She handed him the makeshift ice bag she'd created from a Ziploc bag.
The police will be here in a few minutes.
He winced as he settled the ice against his bruised skin.
I'm sorry to put you in the middle of this.
I feel like I'm the one who should apologize. This is my neighborhood. What happened?
2 thugs jumped me in the parking lot. I didn't even see them coming.
His voice was laced with disgust.
In general, I'm more alert to my surroundings.
Amy sank into the chair across from him. I've never heard of anything like this happening here before.
There's always a first time. No place is really safe, Ms. Winter. You ought to know that. You cover the crime beat.
I think we can move past the Mr. and Ms., don't you? I mean, this was supposed to be a date. And yes, I do know safety isn't guaranteed anywhere. All too well, after some of the stories she'd covered.
Keep that in mind.
He closed his eyes. Amy caught her lower lip between her teeth and inspected him. His pallor was a bit alarming, and the horizontal lines etched on his brow could mean he was in pain. Was he hurt worse than he was letting on? Fighting back a wave of panic, she rose, clasped her hands in front of her. Are you sure you're okay? I could call an ambulance. When he opened his uninjured eye, a hint of amusement glinted in the depths of his brown iris.
I don't need an ambulance, but thanks.
The doorbell rang, and after casting one last worried glance at him, she hurried over to answer it. A uniformed officer stood on the other side.
There's a report of a mugging here?
Yes. She motioned him in and waved toward Cal. The victim's over there. She stayed in the background while the officer and Cal spoke with obvious familiarity. Not surprising that they knew each other in light of their professions. Cal described the 2 young men as best he could, told the officer they'd only been interested in the $100 in his money clip and roughing him up a bit, and once more declined medical assistance.
That's all I need.
The officer stood and closed his notebook.
I'm sorry about this, Cal. It's not your fault, Mitch. You guys do the best you can. You can't be everywhere at once.
At the warmth in his voice, Amy arched her eyebrows. That was a new side of her potential news source. A very different one than the incisive prosecuting attorney she'd watched in the courtroom, and the reticent, abrupt lawyer who held her profession and its practitioners in low esteem. This human side was refreshing and appealing.
We haven't had much trouble in this area before.
The officer turned to her, brow furrowed.
Have you heard or seen anything suspicious recently, ma'am?
No, but I've only lived here 6 months. The man squinted at her.
Aren't you on TV? One of the news shows?
Yes.
This would have to happen on my beat.
He sighed, shifted his weight.
Listen, you're not going to—
No, her response overlapped with Cal's. When her date sent her a curious look, she shrugged. There's more important news to report than a mugging.
Sad but true.
The officer refocused on Cal.
I'm thinking this was a freak incident. Still, we'll beef up patrols in the area for a while. And if we get any leads on those two, we'll let you know. Thanks.
Amy let the man out, then returned to the living room. Cal was standing now, the ice pack still clamped against his eye, but his nose had stopped bleeding.
Could I use your bathroom? I'd like to clean up.
Sure, down the hall on the left. As he disappeared from view, she sank onto the couch, shook her head. Despite all her speculations over the past few days about how this evening would play out, never in her wildest imagination had a scenario like this occurred to her. One thing for sure, though, her pricey date was a dud. When Cal finally returned, the only lingering physical evidence of the mugging was his swollen eye and the ice pack in his hand. His white shirt still looked crisp, and his silk tie was now ramrod straight. He'd also restored order to his thick, dark brown hair, and his gray suit sat straighter on his broad shoulders, emphasizing his fit frame. He was, in a word, hot, despite the trauma to his eye, which was totally irrelevant. Feeling better? Her tone was a bit too bright.
Much. I rinsed out the towel. It should be fine after it's washed, but I'll be happy to replace it if you prefer.
Not necessary. She stood, blew out a breath. Well, as dates go, this was memorable. He arched an eyebrow.
Are you calling it off?
She did a double take. Aren't you? I mean, you were just mugged. You can't possibly feel like going out.
The two thugs hurt my pride and my pocketbook, but not my appetite. And they didn't take my credit cards. I'm willing to give it a shot, as long as you don't mind being seen with a guy who has a shiner. Besides, this way I can get all the unpleasantness out of the way in one night. A mugging and this date.
As humor once again glinted in his eyes, her pulse picked up, almost like she was attracted to him. But that was crazy. This wasn't even a real date, for pity's sake. It was a strategy. And she would do well to remember that. She cleared her throat and tried for a dry tone. Putting a date with me on a par with a mugging isn't the most flattering comparison I've ever heard. His lips twitched.
You have to admit there's a similarity. The muggers wanted money, you want information. But I guarantee they were more successful than you'll be.
Maybe I should resort to strong-arming like they did. She propped her hands on her hips. He gave her a quick sweep.
Unless you're a black belt, I don't think that'll work.
I could always try other forms of persuasion. His lips flatlined and the humor faded from his eyes.
For the record, I don't indulge in or condone physical affection except in the context of a committed relationship. I certainly don't barter it for information.
Her heart stumbled. What? He thought she was offering to get up close and personal in exchange for a scoop? What kind of woman did he think she was? She straightened her shoulders and took a step back. I think there's a misunderstanding here. Her voice came out stiff and cold. The persuasion I was referring to was laying out my case with logic and winning your trust. I don't indulge in gratuitous intimacy for the sake of a story, or for any other reason. Yes, I want to find a way to make my Jamie Johnson coverage stand out, but I don't intend to make a personal investment beyond the cash I paid for this date. That's not my style. It never has been, and it never will be. I want success, but not at that price. Silent seconds ticked by as Cal assessed her, a flush creeping up his neck and onto his cheeks. At last, he took a deep breath and massaged his temple.
Can we sit for a minute?
She hesitated. It was bad enough that he considered her to be brash and abrasive and pushy, but if he thought she was the type to use her body as a bargaining chip, they had nothing to talk.
Please.
His quiet plea, along with the remorse in his eyes, melted her resistance. She moved to a chair and sat, twining her fingers into a tight knot. After a moment, he reclaimed his earlier seat on the couch.
I apologize for jumping to conclusions. My only excuse is that I've learned to be cynical in this job. People who want information or favors can be conniving, and they aren't above using whatever tool they have to get what they want, including people in the media.
The churning in Amy's stomach intensified. If he'd been propositioned by a reporter in the past, it was no wonder he had such a poor opinion of the media. And her comment to him had been a bit ambiguous. It was easy to see how he could have misread her intent and jumped to conclusions. She took a deep breath, let it out. Apology accepted. I could have been more clear in my reply, and I understand why you misinterpreted what I said. If the situation had been reversed, I might have done the same. Because I've also learned to be a bit cynical. Some people who don't want stories investigated or information released offer bargaining chips too. His demeanor hardened and his eyes thinned.
Are you speaking from personal experience?
She smoothed out a wrinkle in her skirt. The crime beat is filled with seedy characters, and I don't often meet the most ethical people in my line of work. Let's leave it at that. She stood. I guess we ought to call it a night. You should go home and get some rest. Faint creases dented his brow as he rose too.
I owe you dinner. Like I said before, as long as you don't mind having an escort who attracts attention, I'm still game.
She scrutinized him. He appeared to be sincere, and she'd paid a lot of money for this date. If he was willing to continue with the evening, maybe she should consider it. Except between his eye and her familiarity to local news watchers, the attention they'd draw wouldn't be conducive to the kind of conversation where he might give her a nugget or two of insider information. After everything that's happened tonight, it may be best to reschedule.
We can do that if you prefer, but it could be 2 or 3 weeks before I have an open evening again.
That long? Heck, the trial might be over by then.
Yes.
His expression grew thoughtful.
I do have another suggestion, although it's not much of a date for the price you paid.
I'm open to ideas.
We could have dinner here.
She squinted at him. You mean like, takeout?
Yes.
Not the sort of meal she'd been looking forward to, but food wasn't the point of this date. I'm up for that. There's a good Chinese restaurant and a great pizza spot not far away.
I had something a bit more upscale in mind, if that's okay.
Sure. I like all kinds of food. What were you thinking of ordering?
It's a surprise, if you're willing to trust me.
Truth be told, she was. And not just when it came to food. Despite their tendency to clash, Cal Richards reeked of integrity and character. I'll put my dinner plans in your hands.
I don't think you'll be disappointed. And look on the bright side. This evening has to get better, because it can't get any worse.
At least he was being a good sport about the whole fiasco. Too true. Can I offer you something to drink? Soft drink, water, wine?
A red wine if you have it. I don't indulge often, but I could use a glass tonight.
Coming right up.
I'll call in our order while you get the drinks.
From her kitchen, she could only hear the vague rumble of his baritone voice while she poured their wine. And when she returned, his phone conversation was over and he'd called up some soft jazz on his phone. I like your taste in music. She handed him a glass and sat across from him.
Nothing beats the mellow tones of Stan Getz after a stressful day.
He lifted his wine.
May the rest of the evening be better.
She leaned forward and clinked her glass with his. I'll second that. Dinner took a while to arrive, but much to her surprise, the time sped by. Cal turned out to be an engaging conversationalist when he wasn't talking about his work. Who knew? And also, much to her surprise, they seemed to have more in common than she'd expected. The food, when it finally showed up, was like no takeout she'd ever seen. 2 gourmet dinners from one of the city's finest restaurants on china plates inside domed food warmers, complete with salad and a chocolate dessert to die for. Amy stared at the feast as Cal unpacked the food and arranged it on the table. Can I say I'm impressed? I didn't think the term takeout was even in their vocabulary.
It's not, but the owner and I go way back. That said, however, I'll owe him for this."
He tossed a grin over his shoulder, then stepped back and surveyed the table.
"All we need is a little candlelight, and we can pretend we're actually at the restaurant."
"That I can supply." Once seated, Cal picked up the conversation with ease, moving from topic to topic and displaying an impressive knowledge and insight on everything from world events to Broadway musicals. As it turned out, their tastes in art and music were similar, and they were surprisingly in sync politically. It wasn't until their exchange turned more personal did differences emerge.
"So tell me why you went into broadcast news."
He sipped his coffee and dug into the rich dessert as the meal wound down. She hesitated. In general, when people asked her that question, she talked about her desire to be a crusader for truth. And that wasn't a lie. But more and more she was coming to prefer softer, kinder, gentler coverage of the sort found in the human interest stories that warmed the heart. Trouble was, she had to earn her place and prove her chops before she'd get to pick and choose her assignments.
"It wasn't a hard question."
Cal watched her with that penetrating gaze of his. She called up a smile. "I'm fascinated by people and their stories. I was also attracted to the field by the glamour and excitement. The money didn't hurt either."
"Making big bucks is important to you?"
Interesting that he'd homed in on that. Money becomes important when you don't have much of it.
"May I assume you didn't come from a wealthy background?"
You may. I grew up on a farm in Ohio. We weren't poor, but there was never any money to spare. That didn't bother my sister Kate. She was content with a simple life and had no desire to leave the farm. I, on the other hand, was drawn to the lights of the big city, especially after my dad died far too young, thanks to the physical demands of farming. I figured there was more to life than cows and plows, and I was determined to find it.
"Did you?"
She waved a hand toward the panoramic view of the city lights out the window. "This is hardly cows and plows."
"And you've never looked back? Never questioned your decision to leave that other life behind?"
Amy poked at her dessert. Funny he should ask about the very topic that had increasingly been on her mind. But it was too late for second thoughts, and she did like her life and her job. Most days. Not really.
"So you're totally happy with your life?"
She looked at him. The intensity of his expression suggested his interest went deeper than his casual tone suggested, that perhaps there was a personal component to his line of questioning, though what it could be, she had no clue. One option was to give him a blow-off answer. She could just say yes and leave it at that. But that wouldn't be truthful. And what could it hurt to give him a few insights into her life? She set her fork down. Not totally. There are some parts of my job I don't care for. But someday, if I play my cards right, I'll snag an anchor slot and have the freedom to pick and choose the kind of stories I cover.
"Such as?"
Human interest pieces. Stories about ordinary people who do extraordinary things. Feature reporting, more in-depth than what I do now, where you have the time to delve deep and leave people uplifted and inspired. It's satisfying to shine the light on decent people instead of the dregs of humanity who dominate the news. There are good people out there, and I'd like to give them their moment in the spotlight. I also think those sorts of stories would encourage young people, help them realize that nice guys don't always finish last.
"Admirable."
At the sudden warmth in his gaze, she fought back a blush. Time to shift focus. Your turn. What's your background, and how did you get into law? His lips quirked.
"I guess turnabout is fair play. I grew up in the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. Unlike you, I had to think long and hard about leaving."
Why did you? He shrugged.
"A number of reasons. For one thing, law seemed like a career where I could help people and advance the cause of justice. I tended to be idealistic in the early days."
Not anymore?
"Not as much. When the system works the way it's supposed to, my job is very satisfying. But that doesn't happen often enough."
Is it happening in the Jamie Johnson case?
"We'll see when the verdict comes in."
But you think he's guilty?
He finished off his coffee. What I think doesn't matter. Guilt or innocence is the jury's call.
Which way do you think they'll go?
Juries are unpredictable. A lot depends on the evidence and witnesses.
Did you ever find any? He simply arched an eyebrow and set his napkin on the table. Dang. He wasn't going to give her anything usable. She might be good at asking the right questions, but he was even better at avoiding them. I'm still going to try and find an angle to make my coverage stand out, you know. She met his gaze straight on.
I wish you luck.
He glanced at his watch.
For an evening that almost ended before it began, we've managed to make a night of it.
She twisted her wrist, blinked. I can't believe it's after 11.
Proving that time flies when you're having fun.
He flashed her a smile, then rose and began clearing the table.
I promised Joe I'd have all this back safe and sound tomorrow.
She stood too. Let me help. When everything was packed, Cal lifted the box and crossed to the door. She followed behind, reaching past him to pull it open. Take care of that eye.
I will. Thanks for being a good sport about everything.
You were the one who was a good sport. Most guys would have bailed after being mugged.
And most women wouldn't have settled for a takeout dinner.
It was a great meal. In every way. Yes, the food had been superb, but the company had been even better. Too bad this was a one-off. A purchase date wasn't likely to lead to anything more.
Well,
Cal shifted the box in his arms.
I guess I should go.
But he didn't. Instead, his gaze locked with hers, and her pulse lurched into overdrive. She tightened her grip on the edge of the door, tried to keep breathing. But that became even harder to do when his focus dropped to her lips. All at once, a sizzle of electricity zipped between them, so powerful her fingertips began to tingle from the snap of the sparks. Cal sucked in a breath, took a step back.
Good night.
And then he disappeared down the hall as fast as his long legs could carry him, like a man in flight mode. Slowly, she shut the door, leaned back against it as voltage continued to vibrate in the air around her. Wow. How could two people who'd started out as adversaries create such an electrical storm? And based on Cal's fast exit, she wasn't the only one who'd felt it. In fact, every instinct in her body said that if his arms hadn't been otherwise occupied, he might have put them to another use. A delicious tingle rippled through her, which she squelched at once. This was nuts. They hardly knew each other. But one thing she did know after tonight. Cal Richards was a man she'd like to get to know a whole lot better. And her interest in the assistant prosecuting attorney had nothing to do with the trial she'd been assigned to cover. Chapter 4. Amy, do you have a few minutes to talk? At the sound of her older sister's voice, Amy smiled, picked up her tea, and slid onto a stool at her kitchen island. Always for you. How's St. Louis? Too soon to tell after only a week. But it doesn't matter where we live as long as I'm with Jack. A contented sigh floated over the line. Still crazy in love with that handsome guy you married, I see? Yep, you should try it sometime. When I meet the right handsome guy, I may do that. An image of Cal materialized in her mind, but she erased it. Enjoyable as their dinner had been, it wasn't going to happen again. I'm sure you meet all kinds of handsome men in your business, with egos to match. You must meet some guys who aren't self-centered. An image of Cal resurfaced as she swirled her teabag in the mug. As a matter of fact, I did meet one recently. His name is Cal Richards. Ooh, tell me all about it. Don't get too excited. I bought a date with him. A beat ticked by. You want to explain that? Amy's lips flexed. It was a charity auction. Good grief! Dismay flattened her sister's inflection. Your social life must be in worse shape than I thought if you've resorted to buying dates. It's not as bad as it sounds. He's the prosecuting attorney in a high-profile case I'm covering, and I was hoping if I spent a whole evening in his company, he'd let something slip that would give me an angle. You mean this was a business thing? Yep. Bummer. Did you at least get your angle? Unfortunately, no. But it was a pleasant evening, despite the rough start. Amy gave her an abbreviated recap of the mugging and the dinner that followed. Sounds like he's a good guy. Are you sure you don't want to pursue this on a social level? I don't think that's on his agenda, especially after the way he'd hightailed it out of her apartment last night. I have a feeling he'll do his best to walk a wide circle around. Her doorbell chimed. Can you hold a minute? There's someone at the door. Sure. Amy set her mug on the counter and strode toward the door, pausing to peer through the peephole. Only a large green blob was visible. Huh. She cracked the door, leaving the chain lock in place. A face appeared around the blob, which turned out to be a flower arrangement wrapped in florist paper.
Amy Winter?
Yes.
These are for you.
She frowned. Are you sure? He recited the address. You have the right place. Thanks. She closed the door, slid the chain back, then opened the door all the way. The young man handed her the vase.
Enjoy.
As he disappeared down the hall, she stared at the cloud of green tissue. Who in the world would send her flowers? After shoving the door shut with her foot, she returned to the kitchen, set the vase on the counter, and picked up her cell. Sorry for the delay. I just got a delivery of flowers. From whom? I have no idea. There must be a card. Amy poked at the tissue and found a small white envelope. Got it. I'm setting the phone down while I pull it out and read it. She withdrew the small card and scanned the note.
Please accept my apologies again for the change in plans last night. And thanks for rolling with the punches. Pardon the pun. Cal.
Her paid date had sent her flowers? Huh, how about that? Lips bowing, she picked the phone up again. Mystery solved. They're from Cal Richards. The man who was never going to contact you again? He probably felt guilty about not taking me to a nice restaurant. She tore the green paper away from the flowers as she spoke. What did he send? 12 peach-colored roses with baby's breath and fern. And they were gorgeous. Nice. This guy has class. Maybe he has potential after all. It's an apology, Kate. Nothing more. An apology doesn't call for more than carnations and daisies. Or just a note. True. But reading more into this gesture than Cal may have intended would be foolish. Maybe he's just generous. So tell me more about you. How are you adjusting since the move? Her sister blew out a breath. Message received. You don't want to talk about this guy, but I stand by what I said. As for the move, turns out it's only the first in a series of adjustments. We're going to be using one of the extra bedrooms sooner than expected. It took Amy less than 2 seconds to do the math. You're pregnant! Yes! After 5 long years of trying. Can you believe it? Kate's excitement and joy were almost palpable. Of course I can believe it. I knew it would happen eventually. You were meant to be a mother, and I'm thrilled for you. Oh, I bet Mom is too. That's an understatement. She's been chomping at the bit to be a grandmother ever since Jack and I tied the knot. They chatted for a few more minutes, or rather, Kate effused while Amy sipped her tea and listened. It was wonderful to hear her sister sounding so happy. Once they wrapped up, Amy set her phone down, and as the euphoric mood of their conversation waned, a vague melancholy settled over her. Strange. She was thrilled for Kate, of course, but it wasn't as if she'd want to change places with her sister. Life in Atlanta was fine, and all the hard work she'd put in to make her ambitious goals a reality was beginning to pay off. But there had been trade-offs, like a personal life, and a husband, and a family. She took a sip of her lukewarm tea. It wasn't that she planned to put those things off forever. When she was ready, she'd go after them with the same single-minded determination she applied to her career goals. But she couldn't do both at once. and right now her career took priority. She reached out and stroked a finger over a velvety rose petal. Last night had been fun, and Cal seemed like a decent, caring, considerate man. Under other circumstances, perhaps something could have developed between them. But she didn't have the time for romance right now anyway, and despite the sparks last night, she was pretty certain Cal didn't have the inclination. So, how did the big date go on? Good grief! What happened to you? Cal glanced up at Cynthia, who was staring at him round-eyed from his office doorway.
I have a black eye.
I can see that. Was there a brawl at the restaurant?
We didn't go to a restaurant. We stayed at her place and ordered in.
She paid all that money and you gave her takeout? Cynthia snorted. I'd have socked you too.
That's not quite what happened.
I didn't think so. She entered his office and plopped into the chair across from his desk. Tell me everything.
I got mugged in the parking lot of her apartment.
Her jaw dropped. You're kidding.
My date had the same reaction. As I said to her, do I look like I'm kidding?
I guess not. What happened?
2 thugs jumped me. They got my money. I got a bloody nose and a black eye. Considering the circumstances, she agreed to eat in.
What did you feed her? Pizza? Chinese?
You're 2 for 2 with her now. And no, we didn't get pizza or Chinese. I have a friend in the restaurant business who sent a meal over.
What restaurant? When he told her, she gave a low whistle. Now that's a takeout. I bet the lady was impressed.
She seemed to enjoy it.
Are you going to see her again? He picked up his pen, turned it end to end on his desk.
Why would I? She paid for the date. I showed up. It was a one and done.
It could be more if you liked her.
Whether I liked her or not, she's a reporter who's after a story about a case I'm prosecuting. Therefore, end of story.
His administrative assistant heaved a sigh. Oh, well, we'll find you somebody yet.
Give it up, Sin. I don't have the time.
You should make the time. He pointed his pen at her.
You sound like my grandmother.
I'm sure she's a very wise woman.
She is, and you're both right. I'll get around to serious dating one of these days.
Huh, she rose. As Danny Kaye told Bing Crosby in White Christmas, when what's left of you gets around to what's left to be gotten, what's left to be gotten won't be worth getting whatever it is you've got left. After giving him a pointed look, she pivoted and walked out, closing the door behind her. Cal rolled his eyes. One of these days he might have to rein Cynthia in. She could be a bit too free in her opinions. But she was spot on today. While 34 wasn't exactly over the hill, he was well past the age when most of his friends and acquaintances had married. In fact, many of them had a couple of kids by now. And truth be told, it would be nice to have a wife and children to come home to at the end of the day. Trouble was, his day often didn't end until well into the night, which wasn't conducive to family life. At least, not the kind of family life he wanted. Which brought him back yet again to the choice he was facing. Stay in the city to fight for justice and continue building his promising career? Or make a radical lifestyle change and return to the mountains where his soul was most at peace? And that dilemma also complicated the romance front. How many women would understand his discontent when in the eyes of the world he seemed to have it all? Success, prestige, the potential for power? Especially a woman like Amy Winter, who seemed to value those things, which mattered little to him. Whether or not she understood his restlessness and his yearning for the hazy blue mountains of his youth, where the air was fresh and the song of the birds wasn't drowned out by traffic noise, was irrelevant, of course. Their contact in the future would be limited and of a professional nature, which was good. Getting all hot and bothered about a woman just because the pleasing scent emanating from her hair had tickled his nose and his fancy, or because the image of her intelligent green eyes and soft-looking lips kept strobing through his mind, was beyond foolish. He needed to do his best to forget about her. A Herculean task for sure, when just thinking about her recharged the electricity that had been zipping between them in her apartment. But he had to give it his best shot, even though it might very well be a losing battle. That should do it, Steve. Amy closed her notebook. The camera operator extinguished the light on his shoulder cam as Amy turned back to Michael Sloan, the director of the youth center that was the centerpiece of her feature story. All we need now is some B-roll footage and a few quick interviews. May we do a walkthrough? See some of the activities in progress and talk to a couple of volunteers?
Sure, I'll give you a tour.
He rose from behind his desk and led them down the hall to a small but well-equipped computer lab. Boys, ranging in age from 7 or 8 to mid-teens, were using every available piece of equipment under the supervision of an older man who smiled at them when they entered.
That's Dan Williams, one of the volunteers.
Michael acknowledged him with a wave.
As I mentioned earlier, our volunteers are the backbone of this place. They not only provide much-needed manpower, they act as great role models for the boys, many of whom are from homes without a father figure.
After Steve got his B-roll footage and she spoke for a few minutes with Dan on camera, they moved on to the other rooms, where woodworking and drawing and rehearsal for a theater production were in progress.
The other big part of our program at St. Vincent's is sports.
Michael ushered her and Steve down the hall toward the gym.
We have athletic activities scheduled every night. Tonight it's basketball, and we're fortunate to have a prominent local attorney as one of our coaches. He's working with the younger teen team right now. He's a bit camera shy, but I'll see what I can do to convince him to give you a quick interview.
Amy frowned. Attorney. Camera shy. St. Vincent's Boys Club. Wasn't this the charity Candace Bryce had referenced when she introduced Cal at the bachelor auction? Hadn't she mentioned that he'd only agreed to participate because St. Vincent's would benefit? But surely there were other attorneys who volunteered here. It would be too much of a coincidence if he happened to be here the very night she'd come to do her story. But what if it was him? Her heart began to pound. Intruding on his personal turf could complicate her efforts on the Johnson trial. He might think she was using his favorite charity, as she'd used the bachelor auction, to force him to interact with her. Her stomach bottomed out. Much as she wanted to knock the trial story out of the ballpark, she wouldn't exploit a youth center to do so. Her feature here was legit. Whether Cal believed that, assuming he was here tonight, was another story. Michael stopped at the gym door and pushed it open for her to enter.
A lot of the boys in here would be on the streets if it wasn't for people like Cal Richards.
Identity of the volunteer coach confirmed. She hesitated. In the 2 weeks since their pseudo-date, her only contact with him had been an occasional meeting of glances in the courtroom. Tracking him down outside the courtroom had been impossible. The man's press avoidance strategies were well honed. He was not going to be happy to see her in a place he probably considered safe.
Did you know Richards was going to be here tonight?
Steve edged close and spoke in her ear. No.
Maybe this will be your lucky break.
No, it wouldn't. In fact, if she could manufacture an excuse to flee, she'd turn tail and run. But with the director waiting for her to continue her tour, there wasn't an easy out short of claiming a sudden malady of some sort, and she wasn't adept enough at acting to pull that off. Bracing, she crossed to Michael, stepped through the door, and gave the gym a sweep. Cal stood on the far side, deep in conversation with a young teen in front of the hoop, his back to them. Good thing. Because at the sight of him in sweatpants and a tank tee that revealed biceps worthy of a bodybuilding title, she needed a few moments to catch her breath.
I'll see what I can do about that interview. Excuse me for a minute.
Michael strode across the gym. Steve tipped his head toward Cal.
You ever get anything out of him?
No.
He's a tough nut to crack, and he doesn't like the media.
Tell me about it. We've clashed on more than one occasion.
You and every other member of the press in Atlanta.
Cal glanced over, locked onto her gaze for a nanosecond, then angled away and spoke to Michael. A few moments later, the director rejoined them.
No luck on the interview, I'm afraid. Cal's one of our biggest supporters, but he keeps a low profile and has no interest in personal recognition or accolades. He does understand that this feature would be good for St. Vincent's and might encourage others to support our work, though. So he's fine with some B-roll filming as long as you leave his name out of your coverage and keep him in the background as much as possible.
We can do that. Amy nodded at Steve, who hoisted his camera and went to work. We'll just need a few minutes here to wrap up.
Would you mind if I took off while you finish? My daughter is in a school play tonight, and I'll barely make it if I leave now.
Not at all. Thank you for your help.
Thank you.
He shook her hand.
This kind of publicity will give St. Vincent's a huge boost. Feel free to spend as much time as you like here.
After bidding the director a good evening, Amy skirted the edge of the room to stay out of Steve's way and walked over to a boy of about 7 who sat alone in the corner, ankles wrapped around the legs of a folding chair. Hi. She took the seat beside him and smiled. My name's Amy. What's yours? Mark. He dipped his chin as he mumbled the reply. Do you play basketball? She motioned toward the court. No, I'm too little. Not for long. Pretty soon you'll be as big as those guys out there. He gave her a side eye. I hope I can play as good as my brother. He's on the team. Mr. Richards says I have potential and that I can learn a lot by watching. Sometimes when practice is over, he shows me some moves. Somehow she wasn't surprised. He sounds like a nice guy. He is, and he listens real good. Mark pointed toward Steve. What's he doing? He's shooting some video for a news story about St. Vincent's. The boy's eyes widened. Wow! Are we going to be on TV? I hope so. St. Vincent's is a great place, and I want to let other people know about it. Yeah, it's awesome here. He dipped his chin again and stared at the floor. Sometimes it's not real nice at home when my mom is sick, so Troy, that's my brother, and I come here.
That should be a wrap, Amy.
Steve stopped beside her. You want anything else? No, I think we're done. Thanks.
No problem. Want me to walk you to your car?
I'd appreciate that. St. Vincent's wasn't in the worst neighborhood she'd ever visited, but it was nowhere near the safest.
Give me a minute to check in and see where I have to go next.
As Steve pulled out his cell and strolled a few feet away, Amy refocused on Mark. How often do you come to St. Vincent's? As much as I can. After school, they give us cookies and milk, and the grown-ups here don't yell or throw things or anything. They talk nice to us and listen to what we say, like we're important. It wasn't hard to read between the lines. This boy didn't have the best home life. Throat tightening, she leaned closer and laid her hand on his shoulder. You know something, Mark? You are important. Every person is different, and every single one is important in their own way. There's nobody else in the whole world just like you, and nobody could ever take your place. You remember that, okay? Mark wrapped his fingers around the seat of his folding chair, a wistful note in his voice when he spoke. I wish my mom said stuff like that.
Your turn, Mark.
As Cal spoke, Amy looked up, tried to keep breathing as he and Mark had a brief exchange. It was one thing to look at Cal in his workout clothes from across the gym, and quite another to have him standing only 2 feet away where it was impossible to miss his muscled chest, toned physique, and lean hips. As for those biceps, whew! To borrow a phrase from Darlene, Cal Richards was one hot-looking dude. Cal finished his conversation with Mark, handed him the ball, and turned to her as the boy scampered off.
What's your secret?
She squinted at him. What do you mean?
Mark has a problem with trust and rarely says more than a few words to strangers. For good reason. You two were having quite the conversation. How'd you get him to talk?
She shrugged. He seemed lonesome, so I came over and asked a few questions. I think people can tell when someone is genuinely interested.
Were you?
Of course. He gave her a skeptical look.
Isn't this a bit off your normal beat?
So he did think this was a ruse to get FaceTime with him. Stomach twisting, she straightened her shoulders. Yes, it is. I did my normal work earlier in the day.
I know. I saw you in court at 9 this morning. How many hours a day does your station expect you to work?
Tonight was my idea. A muscle in his cheek clenched.
You're really determined to get an inside scoop on the Johnson trial, aren't you?
This has nothing to do with that. I didn't even know you'd be here. He folded his arms.
Just a lucky coincidence, I guess.
His voice was laced with sarcasm. Taking a deep breath, she fished her keys out of her tote, slung the bag over her shoulder, and stood. You can choose to believe whatever you want, but the truth is I proposed this feature and got permission to put it together. I'm hoping it's good enough to win airtime. I'm working on it in my personal time. Faint creases dented his brow, and the taut set of his jaw relaxed a hair.
Why?
Like I told you at dinner, these are the kind of stories that interest me the most. Someday I hope I can focus on them exclusively. Until then, I do them when I can and hope someone higher up notices my work. Steve waved at her from a few yards away, and she stepped back. I'll let you get back to your coaching. As she started to walk away, he spoke again.
I'm done for the night. Have you had dinner?
At the unexpected question, she halted, angled back. No. Why? A beat ticked by as he regarded her, the emotion in his eyes impossible to read. But for sure there was a hint of confusion in those deep brown irises, as if he was as surprised by his question as she was. Finally, he blew out a breath and spoke.
Would you like to grab a bite with me? I came here straight from the office, and I'm starving.
She stared at him. Seriously?
Yes.
Why? She parroted his question back to him. He forked his fingers through his hair, propped a hand on his hip.
The truth? I have no idea. Maybe because I feel I still owe you a dinner. Maybe because I enjoyed our evening together. Maybe because it would make my grandmother happy.
His grandmother? Where had that come from? But any man who cared about his grandmother was worth having dinner with, especially if he was as appealing as this one. You may have to explain that last reason at some point, but in the meantime, I accept. He flashed her a smile.
Give me 5 minutes with Mark and another 5 to shower and change.
No hurry on my end. I'm done for the day. As Cal jogged toward Mark, Steve rejoined her.
He giving you trouble about showing up tonight?
No. As a matter of fact, he invited me to dinner. Steve did a double take.
What prompted that?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Well, whatever his motive, this will buy you more time in his company. Maybe you'll get your scoop after all.
Could happen, I suppose. But oddly enough, for a woman who always put business first, the very last thing on her mind at the moment was the Jamie Johnson trial. Chapter 5. By the time Cal reappeared 10 minutes later, attired in worn jeans and a cotton shirt with the sleeves rolled up to the elbows, Amy was still trying to figure out what had prompted his invitation. The hint of warmth in his eyes when he joined her provided one clue. But reading too much into it would be foolish, even if her heart refused to listen to logic and did a little happy dance instead of behaving itself. You're very punctual, she tapped her watch, keeping her voice light.
My grandmother always told me never to keep a lady waiting.
His quick wink did nothing to restore her equilibrium. I think I'd like your grandmother.
Everyone does. She's an amazing woman. Ready?
He ushered her toward the exit. Is she still in Tennessee? Amy fell in beside him.
Yes, always has been, always will be.
By choice or circumstance?
Choice. She loves her cabin in the mountains and her work at the local craft co-op.
When they reached the door, he pushed it open and let her precede him.
Where you parked?
Amy pointed toward her late-model BMW. Over there. As they walked toward it, Cal gave her royal blue jacket, gold choker, black slacks and heels, a fast once-over.
You're dressed for the Ritz, but I don't think they'd even let me in the back door in this outfit. Where would you like to go?
Anywhere is fine. Fast food, if you like.
I think we can do better than that. Have you ever eaten at Rick's Cafe?
No. Humor glinted in her irises. I've never been to Casablanca. He gave a soft chuckle.
I wasn't thinking of traveling quite that far. The local version is one of my favorite places. The food's great, and the atmosphere is laid back. Plus, it's not too far from your apartment, so it'll be convenient.
For me, maybe, but I'm sure your day has been as long as mine. Why don't we go somewhere in between our places? Make it easy on both of us. Where do you live? When he named a modest suburb that was a far cry from her upscale neighborhood, she hid her surprise. Given his position, he could afford nicer than that. But it seemed Cal Richards preferred a simple life. Admirable.
Frankly, unless you have another preference, I'd enjoy going to Rick's. I haven't been there in a while, and it's always relaxing.
As long as you don't mind the drive home afterward, that's fine with me. I'll follow you. He waited until she was in her car with the doors locked before he continued to an older model compact. A man without a pretentious bone in his body. Despite his prestigious position, he obviously saw no need for conspicuous displays of success. Also admirable. When they arrived at the restaurant, he was out of his car and beside her door almost before she turned off the motor. As she reached for her purse and slid out, she smiled. My compliments to your mother. She raised a gentleman.
Actually, my grandmother gets most of the credit for my manners. My mom died when I was 12.
He shut her door. Oh, Amy gentled her voice. I'm sorry.
Thanks.
He motioned toward the restaurant, and she once again fell in beside him.
It was a hard time for everyone. Graham suggested Dad and I move in with her until we got past the worst of the grief, and we never left. I always missed Mom, but Graham was a wonderful surrogate mother, and Dad did his best to make up for the fact that I only had one parent. I don't think he missed a single event in my life, from spelling bees to camping trips with the Scouts.
I take it the three of you are still close.
Very.
He ushered her inside and smiled at the hostess.
Hello, Steph.
Cal, it's been too long.
I know, life's been busy, but I'm overdue for a dose of Rick's cooking.
She picked up 2 menus and led them to a quiet corner table. I'll let him know you're here. Enjoy. Once they were seated, he skimmed the menu and set it aside. A man of quick decision, I see. Amy scanned the offerings. He flashed her a grin.
No, a man in a rut. I almost always get the same entree here.
Which is?
Seafood pasta and the house salad. It's a hard combination to beat.
Amy put her menu down. Sold. A moment later, the server arrived with a basket of warm French bread, and Amy helped herself while Cal gave their order. She closed her eyes and smiled as she took the first bite. Now this is the way to end a long day. Cal followed her example.
It sure beats a microwave dinner.
Amen to that. Unfortunately, that's my usual fare.
Not a cook?
I like to cook, as a matter of fact, but there's never any time.
That commodity does seem to be in short supply these days.
Yet you managed to find time to help out at St. Vincent's. He shrugged.
A lot of people do far more.
Maybe they're not as busy as you are.
Some are busier, and I only coach 1 night a week.
Michael Sloan hinted that your support went beyond that. So did the MC at the auction. Cal shifted in his seat.
I offer a hand here. I believe in the work they do. Those kids need all the help and encouragement they can get. I've been very blessed, and St. Vincent's gives me an opportunity to pay it forward.
He made it sound almost as if St. Vincent's was doing him a favor. Definitely a modest guy. You certainly have a fan in Mark.
He's a great kid. Smart, ambitious, willing to learn. But he's in a bad situation. He's growing up in a single-parent home headed by an alcoholic mother, has no idea who his father is, and lives in one of the roughest sections of the city. He and his brother are the kind of kids we're trying to help at St. Vincent's. We want them to understand that they do have options and that there are people who care.
From our brief conversation, I'd say you're succeeding with him. How did you get involved with the organization?
Through my church. We sponsor an annual field trip for the kids, and I volunteered a few years ago. I've been helping out down there ever since.
So he was a church-going man. Another tick mark in his plus column, even if her own church attendance had dropped off over the years. I wish I was as altruistic as you are.
You may be selling yourself short. The story you were working on tonight will help a lot of people.
She offered him a wry twist of lips. I'd like to say I'm doing it for selfless reasons, but my motives aren't totally altruistic. I do hope the story benefits St. Vincent's, but I also hope it gets me noticed. Their salads arrived, and he didn't speak again until the server departed.
You put in long days.
Goes with the territory.
Are you ever off duty?
Of course. I'm not working right now.
Are you sure?
She froze, her fork full of salad halfway to her mouth. Did he mean what she thought he meant? You'll have to explain that.
I'm wondering if you're hoping to get something from me during dinner that you can use in the Jamie Johnson coverage.
She set her fork back down. You think that's why I accepted your invitation? He lifted a shoulder and hitched up one side of his mouth.
I can't think of any other reason. Not that I'm complaining, though. This beats eating alone.
Amy regarded him as the waiter refilled their water glasses. Did he really think the only reason she'd agreed to have dinner with him was to try to wrangle a scoop? Because she could think of a dozen others without even trying. Like he was intelligent, handsome, articulate, generous, had a good sense of humor, and was completely without ego, a refreshing attribute. And the sparks that had been flying in her apartment the night of their dinner had carried a potent charge. On her end, anyway. All that aside, she needed to clear the air on her motivation. After linking her fingers on the edge of the table in front of her, she met his gaze. Look, I know you think I'm a workaholic, and that everything I do has an ulterior motive. But my only reason for accepting your invitation tonight was because I enjoyed our last evening together. And, like you, I prefer not to always eat alone.
If you eat alone, it must be by choice. A woman like you wouldn't lack for male companionship.
At the backhanded compliment, a tingle of warmth zipped through her. Relationships are demanding, and I don't have the time to invest in one.
Your job is so important to you that you're willing to give up your personal life?
For now. Marriage and children aren't compatible with the demands of my career. And who are you to talk? You spend an inordinate amount of time at your job, too. And unless you've neglected to mention it, you haven't made time for a wife or family either. He picked up his fork.
Touché. How did we get on this subject anyway?
I have no idea.
Let's switch topics.
Good idea. I don't want to end the evening with indigestion. So, tell me what you do for fun.
I'm not sure I remember.
He chased an elusive piece of lettuce around his plate. What about vacations? Where do you go when you manage to get away?
Back to the mountains. I've been other places, but there isn't much that can rival a morning in the Smokies, with the mist floating over the valleys and the blue-hued mountains in the background. It's a balm for the soul.
At his poetic description, another wave of warmth that felt a lot like tenderness rolled through her. I can hear in your voice how much you love it there. No wonder you had to think long and hard about leaving. He shrugged, a faint tinge of pink creeping over his cheeks, and put the spotlight back on her.
Where do you go on vacation?
The Caribbean, Hawaii, Europe now and then.
A world traveler. What's your favorite spot?
She considered his question as the server set heaping plates of pasta on the table. The truth? I don't think I've found it yet. I guess I'm still searching for my happy place. As the meal progressed, they hopscotched around a half-dozen topics, none work-related. When they finally left the restaurant, long after most of the other diners had departed, Cal walked her to her car.
When will the piece on St. Vincent's air?
It's if, not when. My guess is that if they decide to use it, they'll drop it in on a slow news night in the next couple of weeks. I'd offer to alert you, but I doubt I'll know it's going to air until right before it runs.
I'll have to keep an eye out for it then.
Amy tossed her purse onto the passenger seat. Thanks for dinner, but I wish you'd let me pay for my meal.
I owed you this one, remember?
The debt was paid in full that night at my apartment. The takeout you produced was 5-star, and then you sent flowers. We're more than even. He hesitated, and as he looked down at her, the sudden longing that swept through his eyes stole the breath from her lungs. Did he want to kiss her? Hard to tell, because the emotion was gone so fast, she wondered if she'd imagined it.
If you say so.
He shoved his hands in his pockets and took a step back.
I just want to make sure you got your money's worth.
No worries on that score. Even without the hoped-for angle for her coverage, she had no regrets about her investment. Cal Richards had given her 2 wonderful evenings that would linger long in her memory. Every dime's worth. Though she tried for a nonchalant tone, the slight quaver in her voice belied her emotional state. And Cal didn't miss it, based on the subtle narrowing of his eyes. At least he didn't comment on it.
I'll take your word for that. Drive safely.
I will. Thanks again. She slipped behind the wheel and he shut the door behind her. Stepped back as she put the car in gear. Remained where he was, watching her until she exited the parking lot. Only after he disappeared from sight did her respiration begin to return to normal. But as she drove down the dark street toward her apartment, one big regret did surface in her mind. One that had nothing to do with the money she'd spent on her date with Cal. This regret was all about timing. If the 2 of them had met at a different time and under different circumstances, it was possible they might have clicked, gone on real dates. But he was a prosecuting attorney, and she was a reporter after a story. He had a busy job that sucked most of his time and energy, and so did she. A serious relationship wasn't on either of their agendas. She flipped on her turn signal and prepared to change direction. Best plan? Stick to her reporting and forget about romance. Yet as she hung a left, she faced the truth. Smart as that course might be, it wasn't going to be easy to follow. Maybe Amy's story on St. Vincent's would run tonight. Cal clicked on the local news app on his laptop and leaned back in his desk chair, as he'd been doing every night for 2 weeks before leaving work. If the story didn't run tonight, it likely hadn't made the cut for airtime, based on Amy's comment about the window of opportunity. He could stop watching after this evening's broadcast. But he wouldn't, because much as he wanted to see Amy's coverage of St. Vincent's, he also wanted to see her. Like it or not. He adjusted the volume as the program started and tapped a finger on the arm of his desk chair, tuning out the lead story about a car crash involving multiple vehicles and serious injuries. Some days she wasn't on screen, but more often than not she was, thanks to her coverage of the Jamie Johnson trial, which was impressive reporting. She had a knack for distilling the essence of what transpired each day in the courtroom and communicating it to viewers in a straightforward, professional, and balanced way. Even more impressive, she used the Johnson story to delve into related issues. One day, she supplemented her trial coverage by including an interview with alcohol abuse experts. Another day, she talked with families of drunk driving victims about the devastating impact the tragedy had had on their lives. She pulled in a psychologist who discussed the sports star phenomenon and the sense of invulnerability many athletes had. And she spoke with the person who ran the homeless shelter where the victim had spent time, using it as an opportunity to create awareness of a world few people ever came into contact with. It seemed she'd followed the suggestion he'd made earlier in their acquaintance to do her homework. Dig deep. Go for substance over sensationalism. Or maybe she always did. Despite his less than flattering opinion of reporters in general, she'd managed to... We do have some upbeat news to report tonight. One of our town's philanthropic organizations just celebrated a major milestone. Amy Winter visited St. Vincent's Boys Club to get the details. As Amy's story replaced the anchor on the screen, Cal turned up the volume and tuned back in. And as he listened to her report, his estimation of her rose several more notches. As with the trial coverage, she'd gone one step beyond. Not only had she found a 50th anniversary hook to give the story a news angle and interviewed Michael and others at the center, she'd fleshed out her coverage by talking with social workers, law enforcement officials, and educators about the plight of youngsters like Mark and the odds they had to overcome. When the segment ended, Cal let out a slow breath, shut down his laptop, and sank back in his chair. Amy wasn't just good at what she did. She was excellent, and he'd been dead wrong to rail at her in their initial encounters. While his overall opinion of the news media might be valid based on personal experience, he hadn't allowed for exceptions, and Amy was clearly an exception. He ought to call and compliment her on the St. Vincent story, apologize for being too judgmental in their early exchanges. But initiating any more contact could be a mistake. He'd already let thoughts of her distract him way too much over the past 2 weeks. And others had noticed his preoccupation. He'd drawn more than a few curious looks at several meetings when he'd had to request someone to repeat a question. Cynthia had begun asking him if he was feeling all right. Bill Jackson had good-naturedly speculated about why he seemed off in La La Land, and come a little too close to the truth. Even his boss had commented that after this trial he ought to consider taking a vacation. He expelled a breath and reached around to rub the tense muscles in his neck. A vacation might indeed be in order if Amy was undermining his focus and concentration enough for colleagues to discern his distraction. But in the meantime, maybe he should bend his hard and fast no-comment rule with the press. Not only to commend her on the St. Vincent's piece, but because there was going to be a bombshell in court tomorrow, thanks to the persistence of one dedicated detective who wouldn't rest until every angle had been explored. The story of the eyewitness the man had identified incriminated Jamie Johnson, making it clear the victim was blameless. Although the defense wasn't happy about it, the judge had given permission for the man to testify. Bringing the witness forward was a calculated risk, however, since his credibility was vulnerable if the defense dug deep enough, as they likely would. But even so, his presence tomorrow would be newsworthy, whatever the outcome. Cal rose, slid his laptop into its case, picked up his briefcase, and left his office behind as he continued to mull over his options. Based on her attendance pattern, Amy would likely be in court anyway. But on the off chance she might be assigned to another story, he could suggest she stick close. After all, the other reporters hadn't shown up in person since the opening day, relying on daily updates issued by Johnson's agent. After her diligent coverage, she deserved first dibs on this. But would he be compromising his standards if he tipped her off? The question dogged him all the way home, and it continued to plague him an hour later as he nuked a microwave dinner, which was completely unlike him. Where was the decisive prosecuting attorney his colleagues knew? Thanks to Amy, he seemed to have vanished. Cal wiped a hand down his face. What he needed was an empathetic listener, someone who could help him smooth out the muddle in his mind and discern the right course. And he knew just who to call. So as his dinner warmed, he picked up his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and pressed the familiar Tennessee number. Graham picked up on the second ring. "Cal? Land, I didn't expect to hear from you tonight. How are you?" "Good. How are things at home?" "Couldn't be better. The craft co-op is going gangbusters, and your dad is busy as a beaver on the church picnic committee. He's at a meeting tonight, in fact." "Do they still put on that great spread with apple butter and homemade biscuits?" "Of course. And speaking of food, did I just hear a microwave ping? Are you eating one of those processed meals for dinner?" He straddled a stool at the counter in his galley kitchen, lips flexing. It was hard to put anything past Graham, even from 200 miles away.
Guilty.
Is that what you eat every night?
No, sometimes I go out. I had an excellent dinner 2 weeks ago, in fact.
Not alone, I hope.
Nope.
A few beats ticked by, and then a sigh came over the line. Cal Richards, you are the most close-mouthed man I ever met. Do I have to pry every piece of information out of you?
What do you want to know?
As if he couldn't guess. Was your dinner companion a woman? Of course she'd ask that.
Yes.
Hot dog! Her voice held a gleeful note. Was it that reporter you told me about? He arched his eyebrows.
Why would you think that?
She's the only woman you've mentioned in ages. True.
Yes, but don't get your hopes up, Graham. It wasn't a planned date. She was doing a story on St. Vincent's, and I happened to be there that night. I suggested we eat dinner together afterward.
She must be nice, or you wouldn't have done that. The perfect segue to pick Graham's brain about his dilemma over tomorrow's bombshell.
She is. When I met her, I thought she was a pushy, go-for-the-sensational reporter, but she's done a stellar job presenting a balanced picture of all the issues surrounding the trial. I've been impressed, which has created a bit of a dilemma for me.
How so?
There's something breaking tomorrow, and if anyone deserves first crack at it, she does. But if she's not in court, she'll miss it.
Then call her up and tell her to be there. He kneaded the bridge of his nose.
It's been my policy to steer clear of reporters and never give tips.
How is suggesting she be in court giving her a tip?
She'll assume something's up, and I'm not certain it's ethical to do favors or let personal feelings cloud my judgment.
Ah, so you have personal feelings for this woman. Whoops.
I like her, but she's a new acquaintance.
He kept his tone casual. As far as I can see, there's nothing wrong with giving a deserving person a break. The news will get out either way. May as well come from her. Graham made it sound simple. And maybe it was. Maybe he was making too much out of this. After all, he wasn't going to tell her anything specific. What was the harm in suggesting she show up in court?
Thanks, Graham. I'll take your opinion under advisement.
She snorted. Now you sound like a lawyer.
Probably because I am a lawyer.
Tell Dad I said hi. I will. And Cal, work on those personal feelings. You never know where they might lead.
I'll give that some thought, too.
Don't think too much. You have a fine mind, but some things are best left to the heart. As they said their goodbyes and ended the call, Cal scrolled through to Amy's number. Maybe he was making a mistake, but he was going to take Graham's advice tonight and follow his heart on this one. Chapter 6. The buzz of tension in the courtroom was almost palpable. Something big was up. From her seat in the gallery, Amy glanced over at Cal. His out-of-the-blue call last night may have ostensibly been to compliment her on the St. Vincent story, but his query about whether she planned to be in court today, and his suggestion that she make that happen, had been his real purpose, which had been amazing, given his long-standing distaste for the press. It had been more than heartening to know he'd come to respect and like her enough to stretch the limits of his ethics on her behalf.
The prosecution would like to call Eldon Lewis to the stand.
Amy refocused on the courtroom proceedings as a 60-ish man made his way to the witness stand, took the oath, and sat. He swiped a handkerchief across his brow, then wadded it in his fist, nervousness radiating from him. Cal crossed to him and smiled.
Mr. Lewis, would you please state your name and occupation for the court?
His stance was relaxed, his tone conversational.
Eldon Lewis. I'm a janitor at the community college. What do you enjoy doing in your free time, Mr. Lewis? I like to watch sports. Are you familiar with the defendant in this case, Jamie Johnson?
The man darted a quick glance at the sports star.
Yeah, he's a real good player. I want you to think back to last September. Can you tell the court what you did on the night of September 4th?
The man's Adam's apple bobbed.
Me and my friend Hal went to the game. Jamie was playing that night. After the game, we stopped at the watering hole by the stadium to get a burger." "What time did you leave the restaurant?" "About 1 in the morning." "Can you tell us what you saw when you were leaving?" "Well, my friend went to get the car. I have a bum leg, and it was acting up that night. While I was waiting off to the side out in front, Jamie Johnson pulled up at the bar next door. A girl got out of his car, and they were laughing." "Are you certain it was Jamie Johnson, Mr. Lewis?" Cal maintained his conversational tone. "Yes. When he opened the girl's door, the streetlight shined on his face. Then he kinda tripped on the curb, and he and the girl started laughing again. She called him Jamie when she said goodnight, and she told him to drive careful because the last thing he needed was a drunk driving charge." A murmur swept the courtroom, and the judge banged his gavel until order was restored. Cal waited until the room was quiet before he spoke again. "Please continue, Mr. Lewis. What happened next?" "After the girl went in, Jamie got back in the car and took off with his tires screeching. When he got to the blinking light at the corner, he didn't stop. I guess he didn't notice the man in the middle of the crosswalk. Jamie hit him, and the car slammed into a streetlight." Once again, the judge had to restore order in the courtroom. Cal moved in closer to the witness. "What happened then, Mr. Lewis?" "Jamie got out of his car, so I knew he was okay. A couple of other cars came by and they stopped." "Did you report this to anyone?" The man looked down and shook his head. "No, sir. I didn't want to get involved, and other people had already stopped, so I knew someone would call the police." "Did you realize you were the only eyewitness?" "No, not until the detective told me." "Mr. Lewis, let me ask you one final question. Is there any doubt in your mind that the man you saw on the night of September 4th was Jamie Johnson?" "No, sir. It was him, all right." "Thank you, Mr. Lewis. No further questions at this time, Your Honor." The judge nodded, and then Johnson's lead attorney went into action. Over the course of the next hour, he delved into Lewis's struggle with serious depression and a temporary drinking problem a dozen years earlier, doing his best to undermine the man's credibility. Amy cringed several times during the brutal character assassination. During his redirect, Cal made it clear his witness had led an exemplary life for the past 10 years, and that decade-old problem shouldn't have any bearing on the reliability of his testimony. But nullifying the defense attorney's claim that the witness was still unstable and not fully trustworthy was an uphill battle. When the judge dismissed the court for the day, Amy instantly rose and headed toward the door, cell phone in hand. Steve was waiting in front of the courthouse where he'd been planted for most of the day, and he hurried over as she exited. "What gives?" The prosecution came up with an eyewitness. He gave a low whistle. "Big news on a Friday afternoon. I think Johnson and his lawyers will come out the front. They aren't going to be expecting any of the TV stations to be here because I was the only reporter in attendance, and I stayed in the background. I want to catch them off guard and see if we can get a comment." Steve hefted the camera to his shoulder. "I'm ready to roll when you are." Heart pounding, Amy stepped to one side of the main door, pulled out her cell, and took several long, deep breaths. She had to alert the station to save space for her story, organize her thoughts for her report, and psych herself up for what would likely be an unpleasant on-camera encounter with Johnson. While his attorney had done a masterful job trying to discredit Lewis, juries were unpredictable. The sports hero had to be worried. After placing a call to the station, she stationed herself by the main door of the courthouse. She had her scoop at last, thanks to Cal's heads up. And she didn't intend to blow this, even if confrontation was her least favorite part of the job. By the time Cal finished conferring with his team, Amy had disappeared. Johnson and his team, however, remained huddled together in the courtroom as they conversed in low voices, no doubt rehashing the events of the day. And come Monday morning, they'd be fully prepared with their closing argument, which would no doubt include further attempts to discredit Eldon Lewis's testimony. Unfortunately, they might very well succeed. All he could do was hope the man's sincere account would ring true with some of the jurors,
or at least plant enough doubt to stave off an acquittal or not guilty verdict on the involuntary manslaughter charge. As Cal gathered up his papers and stuffed them into his briefcase, Bill Jackson joined him.
I sense wrath in the opposing camp.
Cal glanced again toward the defense team.
That's putting it mildly. I expect they'll be putting in long hours this weekend, fine-tuning their closing argument.
Cal's lips twisted into a mirthless smile.
They'll be well compensated for it.
Too true. By the way, did you notice that our favorite reporter was in the courtroom again today? She'll definitely have the scoop on this news.
True.
Cal picked up his briefcase.
And speaking of long hours, see you tomorrow.
Bill grimaced.
I'll be glad when this is over, if for no other reason than I'll finally have my Saturdays back. Until the next case comes along.
Yeah, don't rub it in. As Cal strode out of the courtroom, he ignored the venomous looks hurled his way by Johnson. Once in the hall, he again glanced around for Amy. She was nowhere in sight. Not surprising. If this story was going to run on the 6 o'clock news, she had work to do. But she'd be back Monday for the closing arguments, meaning there'd be at least one bright side to his day. As he left the courthouse by a side door, he glanced toward the main entrance, halted. Amy and the camera operator who'd filmed at St. Vincent's were standing in front of the building. She must be planning to waylay Johnson for an impromptu interview as he left. Not the best idea, considering the man's black mood. He switched direction. Warning her to be prepared for the sports star's anger seemed prudent. As he drew close, she was so focused on the door that she didn't see him approaching. But when he paused a few feet away, he saw a great deal. The slight tremor in her hand, the rapid, shallow rise and fall of her chest, her lower lip caught between her teeth. A confession she'd made during dinner at her apartment flitted through his mind, about how there were parts of her job she didn't enjoy. Aggressive, in-your-face reporting was obviously one of them. As he started forward again, the main door slammed open and Johnson burst through, followed by his attorneys. Amy stepped forward and held the microphone out. "Mr. Johnson, would you like to comment on the new eyewitness in your case?" He jerked to a stop and turned to her, his angry expression growing even more livid when he spotted the camera. Muttering an oath, he knocked the microphone aside. As Amy teetered, Johnson gripped her arm, stepped close, towering over her.
"You are asking for big trouble, lady."
He ground out the words, his face mere inches from hers. She glared back at him. "If you don't let go of my arm, you're going to be in even bigger trouble than you already are." It all happened so fast that Cal didn't have a chance to react. And by the time he recovered, Johnson's lawyers had stepped in.
"Come on, Jamie."
One of them put his hands on the man's shoulder, his tone placating.
"Let it go. Remember what we talked about inside."
The sports star hesitated for a moment, then released Amy's arm with a slight shove.
"Yeah, but stay out of my face. Got it?"
He spoke over his shoulder as his lawyers hurried him away. Steve lowered the camera from his shoulder and shook his head.
"Man, he is one angry dude."
"That's an understatement. Did you get all that on tape?"
"Every second."
"Give me 2 minutes to go over my notes, then I'll do a recap of what happened today."
"Sure thing. I'll wait over on the bench."
As he ambled off, Amy ran the palms of her hands down her slacks and closed her eyes. Cal exhaled. It was time to make his presence known. He closed the distance between them.
"Amy?"
Despite his calm, careful tone, she gasped, her body tensing into a defensive posture as she swung around. "Cal!" Her shoulders sagged and her hand fluttered to her chest. "You startled me."
"I'm sorry. I came out the side door just in time to witness your encounter with Johnson. That wasn't pretty."
She gave a dismissive shrug. "It goes with the territory."
"Does that go with the territory, too?"
He motioned to the red splotch on her skin left by Johnson's grip. Brow furrowed, she examined it. "Sometimes."
"You have grounds for assault, you know."
She gave a wry snort. "If I pressed charges every time someone threw their weight around, I'd spend half my life in court." She checked her watch. I need to finish filming, and I want to do a little editing back at the studio before airtime. It's going to be tight. He was holding her up.
Sorry for delaying you. I'll let you get to work.
As he started to turn away, she touched his arm. Hey, thanks for caring. And for the heads up.
If anyone deserved a scoop, it was you.
He tried to ignore the pressure of her fingers against his skin, along with the tingle of warmth it produced.
But you pay a high price to get noticed.
The words that spilled out seemed to surprise her as much as they surprised him. Putting myself in the line of fire is part of the job. He should let it go, but he didn't.
But do you like doing this? Do you enjoy dealing with lowlifes like Johnson?
Do you? Because that's part of your job, too. Touché. Yet there was a big difference. He never worried about his own safety. Amy's safety, on the other hand, a major worry, especially after what had just happened. No way could he admit that to her, though.
Dial it back, Richards, before this smart woman figures out why you're so concerned,
he thought to himself. He schooled his features into a neutral mask.
Point taken. Just be careful, okay?
Leaving it at that, he turned and strode away, before he said anything else that could reveal more than he was willing to share. Amy took a soothing sip of tea, sighed with pleasure. What could be better than a lazy Saturday morning all to herself to bask in the glow of the coup she'd pulled off yesterday? Her lips curved up. Having her coverage picked up nationally by affiliated stations, giving both her and the story coast-to-coast exposure while the other stations scrambled to catch up, had been beyond sweet. And the phone call from the station vice president, congratulating her for her diligence and for her comprehensive coverage of the case, had been the icing on the cake. She took another sip of tea and stuck an English muffin into the toaster. Yesterday's piece had done exactly what she wanted it to do. It had gotten her noticed by the right people. But without Cal's tip, she might not have pushed back yesterday when the station wanted her to cut her trial coverage short for the day and take on another assignment. While her muffin toasted, she sat at the island in her kitchen, Cal's question from yesterday replaying in her mind. She hadn't given him a direct answer, but it didn't matter what she liked or didn't like about her job. The station chose her assignments, and she did what she was told. Yet as the muffin popped up and she buttered it, then took a bite, she faced the truth she'd been dancing around for the past couple of years. She didn't just dislike dealing with people of Johnson's ilk. She hated it. Which raised another question. Was achieving her goal of an anchor slot, and ultimately a network position that would let her do more in-depth issues reporting like she'd done in relation to the Johnson case, or with the St. Vincent story, worth all the stress and strain? Amy frowned, stopped chewing. Wait a minute. In the past, being a celebrity and making big bucks had been her top reasons for wanting a high-profile feature job. When had they slipped to second place? When had creating awareness about problems, changing lives for the better, making a positive difference in society become the key driver behind her goals? As her gaze fell on the card that had come with Cal's flowers, she had her answer. The assistant prosecuting attorney she'd had in her sights for weeks was to blame for her sudden disquiet. Until they'd crossed paths, she'd been content and in control, certain about what she wanted out of life. For the most part, anyway. Then he'd come along with his steadfast values and clear priorities, disrupting her equilibrium emotionally and professionally, making her rethink her choices and re-examine her carefully crafted career plan, as well as her decision to put her personal life on hold. She pressed a fingertip against a few wayward crumbs from her muffin, deposited them on her plate. By all rights, she ought to be mad at him for disturbing her peace of mind. Instead, she had a niggling feeling she should be grateful he'd made her question her single-minded focus on making it big in broadcast journalism. Because truth be told, it had been a lonely road. And maybe, deep down, she'd always known there were more important things than seeing your name in lights and adding zeros to your bank balance. She picked up her muffin, took another bite. But now that seeds of discontent had been sown, she'd be chewing on a whole lot more than a muffin for the foreseeable future. Chapter 7. Not guilty. As the court clerk read the verdict from the jury, Cal clenched his teeth and ignored the sudden buzz in the courtroom. It wasn't as if the outcome was a surprise. The odds had been stacked against them from the beginning. But as usual, he'd held on to a sliver of hope that justice would triumph. He took a slow breath and glanced toward Jamie Johnson. The defendant was beaming, shaking hands with his attorneys, giving the gallery a thumbs up. Cal's stomach churned with disgust. How could the man feel so little remorse for the life he'd destroyed? And given the outcome, he'd probably emerge from the trial even cockier, more convinced than ever that he was invincible. Some days, this job stunk. A hand came to rest on his shoulder, and Cal shifted around. You did your best, you know. Bill Jackson locked onto his gaze. Too bad it wasn't good enough. His colleague glanced at Johnson's legal team. Considering the guns we were up against, not to mention the money, the generally sympathetic press, and Johnson's boy-next-door image, don't be too hard on yourself. Cal drew a deep breath and stood. Who said life was fair, right? Right. Cal held out his hand. Well, I know one thing. I couldn't have done half as well without you. I may have been the lead on this case, but you worked just as hard as I did. Thank you. The man took his hand but brushed the comment aside. You've done the same for me in the past, and will again, I expect. Count on it. See you back at the office? I'll be along in a few minutes. By the time Cal packed up his papers and left, the courtroom had emptied. Since Johnson was no doubt pontificating for a gaggle of reporters out front, he headed for a side door. That was one show he didn't need to see, even if he'd likely catch a glimpse of Amy among the horde. Had she been surprised by the verdict? Angry? Disappointed that he'd failed to prevail? The last question gnawed at him. It shouldn't matter what she thought, but it did. And he had his answer a few minutes later when he reached his office, checked his phone for messages, and found a voicemail from her. Cal, it's Amy. I wanted to let you know how sorry I am about the verdict. You did everything possible to convict Johnson, and I thought your entire prosecution, especially your closing argument, was masterful. How the jury could let him off is beyond me. I would have waited to talk with you, but I had to try to catch Johnson on his way out. There was a moment of silence, and when she spoke again, her voice was a tad husky. I don't suppose our paths will cross again anytime soon, so I just wanted to say that well, it's been a privilege to get to know you, and I've enjoyed the time we spent together. I also wish you all the best in the future. As the message ended, Cal sighed. One more down note to this day. The verdict was bad enough, but the thought of not seeing Amy again was the pits. Though they hadn't spoken often during the trial, her mere presence in the courtroom had brightened his days. Now even that limited contact had come to an end, leaving him with a strange, empty... You've been summoned by the chief, Cal. Cal forced himself to shift gears as Cynthia spoke from his office doorway. Okay, I'm on my way. He rose, pocketed his phone, and strode down the hall to David Morgan's office. Hopefully the senior member of the department wasn't disappointed in his performance. Morgan's incisive mind, along with his sense of fairness and humanitarianism, had made him almost a legend in the Atlanta legal community, and his praise or censure was never taken lightly. Given the outcome of this case, their meeting could go either way. Morgan's administrative assistant glanced up when he entered, then waved him inside. He's waiting for you. Taking a steadying breath, Cal crossed to the open door and gave a light tap. The older man swiveled away from his computer screen. Come in, Cal. Have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Not unless you keep alcoholic beverages in your office. He was only half kidding.
Wish I could oblige. You could probably use a stiff drink after today's verdict, and I know how hard it is to lose. Feel like doing a little rehashing?
No, but that wasn't an acceptable answer.
Sure. Tell me about the approach the defense used.
The man leaned back in his chair, rested his elbows on the arms, and steepled his fingers. By the time Cal recounted the defense's tactics and his countering strategy, he felt better about the decisions he'd made in planning his prosecution. Perhaps that had been Morgan's intent with this little exercise. As he concluded, the other man nodded.
Your approach was sound. By rights, you should have won. But a lot of factors that we have no control over often influence the outcome, as you know. That's what happened in this case. I don't want you beating yourself up over the verdict. You're a fine attorney, and you did as much as anyone could have in this instance. More, I'd venture to say.
At the older man's praise, the tension in Cal's shoulders eased.
Thank you. What I want you to do now is take a few days off. Recharge. I'd love to do that, sir, but I was saving my vacation for later in the summer.
The older man waved his response aside.
Who said anything about vacation? How many hours a week have you put in for this trial? How many weekends have you worked? Just go. Spend a few days in those mountains you love. Although why I'd suggest that is beyond me. I have a feeling one of these days you won't come back.
Though his tone was light-hearted, his eyes were serious. Cal shifted in his seat.
I'll be back. This time. But what about next time?
He lifted his hands, palms forward.
A rhetorical question. But remember, you have a bright future here. I appreciate that. Now go tie up the loose ends of this case and take off for a few days. Thank you. No thanks necessary. You earned some breathing space.
He wouldn't argue with that, not after the grueling months leading up to this trial. And he did need a break. Other than brief visits home on major holidays, he hadn't had more than 2 consecutive days off in almost a year. Home. The word replayed in his mind as he walked down the hall. That was how he thought about the mountains, never about Atlanta. And perhaps on this trip he'd find a way to talk to his father about his growing desire to return, to help him understand that the definition of success the two of them had once shared had diverged. But how did you tell a man who'd labored as a tenant farmer all his life to give his only offspring a chance at a better life that better didn't have to mean a lucrative office job in the big city, far away from the mountains? Stomach clenching, he entered his office, closed the door, shoved his hands into his pockets, and walked over to the window. John Richards was a kind, gentle, decent man who'd never had a break in his life, who'd spent his youth and middle age barely scraping by, handicapped by limited education and limited opportunity as he struggled to support a son and an ailing wife, accepting manual labor as his lot, but dreaming of better things for his son. Now he was living that son's success vicariously. Cal closed his eyes. If he moved back to the mountains, Dad would be sorely disappointed. That was a given. But there had to be a line somewhere between responsibility to his father and to himself. Finding it was the challenge. Yet surely he was entitled to live his own life. And with every day that passed, he was more and more certain he wanted to live it in the mountains. Cal hadn't responded to the message she'd left earlier in the week. Amy glanced at the silent cell on her desk, leaned back in her chair, sighed. There was no reason for him to call, of course. Yes, they'd spent a couple of pleasant evenings together, but one had been bought and the other had been the result of a chance meeting at St. Vincent's. As for the few words they'd exchanged during the trial, that hardly counted as social interaction. But their encounters had stirred up a yearning deep inside that refused to be contained. A longing to do work that made life better for other people. To create a life that included more than work, and to do so sooner rather than later. A surge of restlessness swept through her and she rose, began to pace. For 7 years she devoted herself to making her mark in broadcast journalism, and while she'd learned to play the political games, She didn't like them, nor did she like the jockeying for power, or the cutthroat nature of a business in which you had rivals, not friends, or dealing with the Jamie Johnsons of the world. More and more, what she liked to do was ferret out the story behind the story, a skill that the higher-ups had noticed. They'd commended her for coverage that was more thorough, well-rounded, and dimensional than that of her rivals or colleagues, which was gratifying. But their praise was a two-edged sword, because she was too good at covering fast-breaking stories, at finding angles to make them stand out. So instead of laying the groundwork for pure feature work, as she'd hoped, her stellar news coverage was getting her more of those types of assignments. Now what? Her cell rang, and her pulse took a leap as she raced back to her desk, which was stupid. If Cal had intended to call, he'd have done so by now. She snatched up her phone, stifled her silly disappointment when her boss's name flashed on the screen, put it to her ear. "Hi, Jared. What's up?"
"We have a hostage situation at a preschool. We need you there pronto. Steve is already on the way."
Switching gears, Amy jotted down the information the news editor relayed about the dicey situation. She'd have no time for thoughts of Cal in the next few hours, but they'd surface again. That's what happened when a man got under your skin. Cal dropped into his favorite overstuffed chair, popped the tab on his soda, and punched the remote on the television. Nice to be able to leave the office early enough to watch the evening news at home. Not that he was all that interested in the events of the day, but he was interested in seeing Amy. It would be even better to see her in person, but until he had a firmer grip on what his future held and where he was going to spend that future, it was best not to initiate any further contact. The news program began, and he settled back to watch. With the trial over, Amy hadn't been featured as often, but even a short glimpse would do. The anchor launched into the first story about a gunman who was holding children and teachers at a preschool hostage, then handed the coverage off. "We go live now to reporter Amy Winter, who is at the scene. Amy, can you give us an update on the situation?" When a shot of Amy standing across the street from the daycare facility filled the screen, Cal leaned forward. "It now appears there may also be a bomb involved, Candace. A few moments ago, the gunman issued a warning that if police try to enter the building, he'll blow the place up. He's also been positively identified as Roger Wilson, whose son Dennis was killed about a year ago in a bus accident during a school field trip. Following that incident, Mr. Wilson unsuccessfully sued the center for negligence. According to his ex-wife, whom I spoke with moments ago by phone, he's been under psychiatric care and may have a drug problem. How many hostages are still inside?" The screen split in two as the anchor spoke. 8 children and 2 teachers. The gunman has yet to make any demands, so at this point the authorities are waiting to... An explosion ripped through the air, and the camera jerked, making the image of Amy tilt. Cal vaulted to his feet, soda spurting from his can as his fingers convulsed on the aluminum. As pandemonium broke out at the scene, media and bystanders ducked for cover. The camera stabilized, and Amy reappeared in the shot. "As you can see, the bomb threat wasn't an idle one." Though her voice was controlled, a slight quiver ran through it. "It appears the explosion occurred at the rear of the building, which is close to where the hostages are being..." Suddenly, a young child appeared behind Amy at the front door of the facility. As a murmur ran through the bystanders, she paused and turned. The camera zoomed in on the dazed boy, whose face was bloody. As a hush fell over the scene, he wobbled forward, then faltered. Cal's pulse surged. Someone needed to... All at once, Amy appeared in front of the camera, pushed past the police barricade, dashed toward the child. "No!" She was putting herself in the direct line of fire. Cal's heart stumbled as she scooped the boy up, cradled him against her chest, and began running back toward the camera. But 10 steps into her retreat, a second explosion ripped through the building. This one was much closer to the front and spewed debris in all directions. Amy staggered for a moment, then continued her flight. The camera stayed on her as she returned to the safety of the sidelines and placed the crying child in the waiting arms of a paramedic. When someone thrust a microphone into her hands, she stared down at it, her expression blank. A paramedic stepped into the shot and touched her shoulder.
"Ma'am, I think you're hurt. Why don't you let me take a look?
With the camera still rolling, Amy angled toward the man, and Cal almost lost his dinner. The back of her hair was matted with blood. A second later, her face grew ashen and she crumpled to the ground. And then the live feed went dead. Chapter 8. There's someone here who would like to see you. He's been waiting for quite some time. May I let him come in? The words seemed to come from far away, and Amy squinted at the nurse from her curled-up fetal position as she tried to get a clear read on the woman's face. No go. The nurse's features remained fuzzy, and struggling to focus on them only exacerbated the pounding in her head. Who is it? Forming the garbled words took way too much effort. He didn't give his name. He just said he was a friend. It must be Steve. Who else could it be? Except wouldn't he have stayed at the scene to cover the story? Ms. Winter? At the prompt from the nurse, she spoke again. It was easier to agree than ask questions. Okay. The nurse's shoes squeaked on the floor as she retreated, and Amy closed her eyes against the bright ER lights. Maybe her head wouldn't hurt as much next time she woke up if she let herself drift back into...
I hope you don't mind if I stretch the truth about our relationship a bit to get in here.
At the familiar baritone voice, she opened her eyes again and peered up at the tall, slightly blurry figure towering above her. Cal?
Yes.
He moved a chair from against the wall and sat, his face inches from hers.
I'll come down to your level.
What are you doing here?
I saw the live news coverage.
His voice rasped, and he cleared his throat.
How do you feel?
I have had better days. She drew a shuddering breath, tried to force up the corners of her lips. I'm supposed to cover the news, not be part of the story.
I wish you hadn't been.
That makes two of us. Pressure built behind her eyes, and she gritted her teeth. She was not going to cry. She was strong, and she'd survived. This was just reaction, and she could control that. Yet hard as she tried to stop it, a tear slipped out of her eye and plopped onto the white sheet, leaving a damp splotch. Of course Cal spotted it. Sorry about that. She reached for a smile, but it eluded her. I'm not a weepy woman, and I'm not going to fall apart, I promise. Even if the hitch in her voice suggested otherwise. You don't have to wait around, and... Hey, he grasped her hand, folded it in his.
You're stuck with me for a while. Unless you tell me to leave.
Her heart stuttered as the warmth of his fingers seeped into her cold skin. Okay, then. He could stay. You don't have to leave. To tell you the truth, I'm glad you're here. But how did you track me down?
I have connections. I cashed in a few favors to get the information I needed.
Cal Richards pulling strings? That doesn't sound like the assistant prosecuting attorney I know.
I make exceptions for for certain people.
He stroked his thumb over the back of her hand, sending a ripple of pleasure through her. She studied him as her vision cleared, the close proximity revealing things she'd never noticed before, like the flecks of gold in his deep brown irises, the fine sprinkling of gray at his temples, the twin lines etched in his brow, the brackets of tension beside his firm lips. Her gaze lingered on his mouth. Cal had great lips, the kind that looked like they knew how to make a woman. The door whooshed open, redirecting her inappropriate thoughts, and a woman in a white coat entered. After glancing at her, she held out her hand to Cal. I'm Dr. Whitney, and you are?
Cal Richards, a friend of Amy's.
The woman nodded. I've checked the x-rays, Ms. Winter. No serious head injuries. You do have a mild concussion, however, and the flying debris put a serious gouge in the back of your head that took 14 staples to close. Fortunately, once your hair grows back, you'll never notice the scar. How is the little boy and the others in the building? A number were injured in the explosions, but there were no fatalities. Thanks to you, the boy sustained only minor cuts and abrasions. But it would be a different story if he'd still been standing by the building when the second explosion went off. He and his family owe you a huge debt of gratitude." Amy shook her head. "Someone else would have gone to get him if I hadn't." Cal tightened his grip, and she looked over at him.
"But everyone else hesitated, Amy. You didn't."
At the intensity in his eyes and some deeper emotion she couldn't identify, Amy's throat clogged. "I love kids. It was just instinctive." "So here's the scoop." The doctor returned to business. "The best thing you can do for the next few days is rest. It's also advisable to sleep with your head elevated. You may experience a bit of nausea and/or lightheadedness for the next day or two, so move slowly. You can see your own doctor to have the staples removed, and over-the-counter pain medication should be sufficient to handle any discomfort. Any questions?" "No." "Let's have you sit up, then." The woman reached over to assist her, and Cal moved to her other side. She carefully swung her legs over the edge of the gurney and let them dangle for a moment, closing her eyes as a wave of dizziness and nausea swept over her. "Whoa," Amy gripped the edge of the gurney. The side effects just kicked in." "Sit there a moment and breathe steadily." She kept her eyes closed and focused on following the doctor's instructions. After a minute or so, both the dizziness and nausea passed. "I feel better now." "Good. Your blouse and jacket are on the chair." The doctor motioned toward the items. "Should I send an aide in to help you?" "I can manage." The doctor directed her attention to Cal. "Are you taking her home, or should we call someone else?"
"I'll take her."
"Excellent. Ms. Winter, if you have any problems, extended dizziness, excessive bleeding from the cut, let us know. You'll need to change the dressing in 24 hours. After 48 hours, begin applying antiseptic ointment twice a day. I'll have an aide bring in gauze and tape for you, along with discharge instructions." "Thank you." "My pleasure." The woman smiled. "It's not every day we have the honor of treating a hero." Cheeks warming, Amy peeked toward Cal as the woman exited. Stopped breathing at the tenderness in his unguarded eyes. But the instant he realized she was looking at him, it vanished. In fact, had it even been there? Could the knock on her head have muddled her brain?
"Ready to go home?"
At his question, she tried to regroup. Yes. Could you, hand me my clothes?"
"Are you certain you can manage on your own?"
He retrieved her blouse and jacket and handed them over. "Yes."
"I'll wait for you outside."
He slipped through the door, closing it behind him, leaving her alone to try and figure out how she was supposed to deal with an appealing assistant prosecuting attorney who was making her wish for things that were probably never destined to be. Big mistake. As Cal waited for Amy to emerge from the ER treatment room, he wiped a hand down his face. Hard as he tried to mask his feelings for her, she'd caught him in an unguarded moment. But how was a man supposed to camouflage his worry and fear for the woman who was infiltrating his heart, especially after she'd almost been killed? After seeing her huddled under a thin white blanket on a hospital gurney, looking fragile and vulnerable. After this strong, gutsy woman had almost started to cry, giving him a clear glimpse into the terror that had stolen the color from her cheeks and turned her fingers to ice. All he could do at this point was try to rein in his emotions and get her safely home. When she stepped out of the treatment room 5 minutes later, he had his pulse and respiration under control. For the moment.
"Ready to go?"
He motioned toward the exit. "Yes, but I could ask them to call a cab. I'm sure you've had a long day, and you've already spent too much of your evening."
"Amy."
He touched the arm that still bore a fading bruise from her encounter with Johnson.
"Your day has been far tougher than mine. I'd like to take you home. Please let me."
An aide joined them before she could respond. But if Amy protested, he'd push back. "Dr. Whitney asked me to give you a few wound care supplies and instructions." The woman held a small bag out to Amy, along with several sheets of paper stapled together. "Do you need help getting to your car? Would you like a wheelchair?" "Thanks, but I'm fine." No, she wasn't, and Cal was prepared to argue if she insisted on seeing herself home. But she didn't. As the aide moved on, Amy turned back to him. If you're sure you don't mind giving me a lift, I'd appreciate it. Thank you for offering.
It's my pleasure.
He took her arm and urged her toward the exit. Once she was buckled into his car and they were on their way, she stifled a yawn. Sorry, all of a sudden I'm beat.
I can't imagine why.
He arched an eyebrow at her.
Why don't you lean back and close your eyes during the drive?
I feel like I should keep you company.
Not necessary. I'll use the time to chill too.
And try to process all that had happened over the past few hours.
In that case, if I fall asleep, wake me when we get there.
She tucked herself into the corner, angling her head to avoid the bandage, and within minutes, her even breathing suggested she was asleep. Fine by him. He had some serious thinking to do, some questions to ponder, and one very important fact to face. Namely, he was falling for Amy Winter. Hard. An attraction between the two of them wasn't logical, of course. They were too different. She tooled around in a late-model BMW. He drove an older compact. She lived in the high-rent district. He called a middle-class neighborhood home. She went to exotic places on vacation. He returned home to Appalachia. She thrived on the fast pace of life in the city. He yearned for the slower pace of the mountains. How could you meld two such incompatible lifestyles? And yet, the more he got to know her, the more it became clear that at an elemental level, their values meshed. She worked hard and did her best, like he did. Her morals were solid, and she didn't violate her principles to get a story. She took the assignments she was given, but preferred covering stories that uplifted and made a difference, like the one on St. Vincent's. She was brave and selfless and cared for others, as her heroic actions today proved. There was much to admire about the woman sleeping beside him. Perhaps much to love. He hung a right and cast a quick glance at her. But even if he wanted to pursue the attraction between them, see where the sparks that pinged whenever they were together might lead, he had issues of his own to work through first. Because how could he invite Amy into his heart when he didn't know where life might take him in the very near future? He rolled to a stop in front of her apartment building, sighed. His issues weren't going to be resolved tonight, so he needed to table them for the moment and concentrate on taking care of the woman beside him. After setting the brake, he reached over and touched her shoulder.
Amy, you're home.
No response. He tried again, raising his volume slightly. This time she stirred. Her eyes fluttered open, and she turned her head his direction, straightened up, winced, and touched her forehead. I don't usually get headaches, but I think tonight is going to be an exception.
That wouldn't surprise me. Wait there until I come around.
He circled the car, opened her door, and extended his hand.
Take it slow and easy.
She swung her legs out, handed him the bag and instructions the aide had given her, and followed his advice as she stood. Once she was upright, she steadied herself on the top of the door and offered a smile that was strained around the edges. My mom always used to say I had a hard head, but I guess it isn't hard enough. Throat tightening, he added spunk to the list of Amy's many attributes. Despite all that had happened, despite her aching head, she was doing her best to roll with the punches. Literally.
Let's get you inside.
His words rasped, and he cleared the hoarseness from his voice as he shut the door and took her arm during the short walk to her apartment and the ride up in the elevator. At her door, she pulled her key from her purse, fitted it in the lock, and turned toward him. Thank you for everything, Cal. I'm sorry about tonight. I'm sure you had better plans for your evening than spending it at the hospital. She'd given him the perfect exit cue, and he should take it. But he didn't.
To be honest, there's nothing else on my agenda. And even if there was, I'd rather be here.
As his admission spilled out, his pulse skittered. How could a man whose profession required the judicious use of words suddenly get a case of motor mouth? For a moment, Amy seemed nonplussed. Then, soft color stealing over her pale cheeks, she averted her face, twisted the key in the lock, and motioned him in. I can't promise to be scintillating company, but after everything that happened today, I have to admit I welcome the presence of another warm body in my apartment tonight." She cast him a quick look, her color deepening. I mean a friendly face, and, not all night, just an hour, or whatever you can spare." His lips twitched at her clumsy attempt to clarify her inadvertently suggestive invitation. It was kind of cute to see the polished reporter so discombobulated. Keeping his expression as neutral as possible, he nodded.
"Let's play it by ear."
"Sure, that works. Come on in." She led the way, keeping her back to him. "Make yourself comfortable. Would you like something to drink?"
"Amy."
He stopped inside the door, waited until she turned around.
"I didn't stay so you could wait on me. Why don't you sit and I'll get you something to drink?"
She moistened her lips. "I'm not used to people taking care of me." Despite the pressure in his throat, he hiked up one corner of his mouth.
"Humor me, okay? It'll make me feel useful."
"You make it sound like I'd be doing you a favor."
"Will that convince you to cooperate?"
"My brain isn't up to a sparring match tonight." She set her purse and keys on a side table. "You win." A soda would hit the spot.
"Coming right up."
He set the instructions and medical supplies beside her keys. "I'll check my messages while you get my drink." She moved into the living room and gingerly lowered herself to the couch as he continued toward her kitchen. When he returned a couple of minutes later, she looked up from the screen of her phone. "I have to call the news editor back. The rest of the messages can wait." She took the glass of soda he handed her and smiled. "Fancy. I usually drink from the can."
"I had a feeling you did, but using a glass involves less head movement."
A smile teased her lips. "Do you always think of everything?"
"I wish. If I did, I'd be a better prosecutor."
She took a sip of soda, watching him over the rim of her glass. "You're thinking about the Johnson case, aren't you?"
"That one and all the others I've lost."
"For the record, I thought you did a stellar job, and no one wins every time. Besides, right doesn't always triumph. Other factors can come into play."
"So my boss told me."
But he hadn't stayed tonight to talk about all the second-guessing he'd done since the trial ended.
"Would you like some dinner?"
She made a face. "No, I'm still kind of queasy. Did you eat?"
"Hours ago."
"What time is it anyway?" She glanced at her watch, eyes widening. 10 o'clock? I had no idea it was so late. "Do you mind if I call my editor? His message came in hours ago."
"Go ahead."
He sat while she placed the call, but she ended up leaving a voicemail. As she set the phone on the coffee table, she grimaced at the dark stains on her jacket. "I'd really like to ditch this outfit. If you can give me a few minutes, I'll make a fast change. Unless you're ready to call it a night."
"Are you?"
"No. The nap I took in your car gave me a second wind."
"In that case, I'll hang around a while."
"I'll be back in 5.
"Take your time."
Once she disappeared down the hall, Cal exhaled. What an evening. Trauma, panic, a race through town at speeds well above the limit, and finally confirmation that Amy was okay. Or would be, once her wound healed. It felt like he'd used up an entire year's worth of adrenaline in a handful of hours. But that was subsiding, and while Amy might be wide awake, exhaustion was beginning to rob the starch from his muscles. So after they chatted for a few more minutes, he should take his leave before he did something really foolish. Like pull her into his arms and hold her tight until every last ounce of the worry thrumming through his veins evaporated. What an evening. But it did have a silver lining. Cal was in her living room, waiting for her. Amy's lips curved up as she dispensed with her work clothes. That was almost worth a gash on the head and a concussion. She crossed to her dresser and pulled out a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt, then padded to the bathroom. After retrieving her hand mirror, she risked a peek at the back of her head, winced at the large white bandage. Good thing they only filmed her from the front on camera. It was going to take a long time for all that hair to grow back. She returned to her bedroom and carefully pulled the t-shirt over her head, frowned, and cocked her ear. Was that her phone ringing? Tugging down the t-shirt, she crossed the room and cracked the door. Yep. And at this hour, it had to be her boss. Cal, could you grab that? I'm sure it's Jared from work. Just ask him to hold a minute.
No problem. What's your passcode?
She recited it, then shut the door and pulled on her sweatpants as fast as she could. As she started down the hall, Cal was still talking.
She's shaken up, of course, and she has a nasty cut on the back of her head, but the doctor said she'll be fine.
There was a moment of silence, then he spoke again.
No need to worry. I'll make sure she's settled tonight before I leave, and I'll stop by to check on her again first thing in the morning. I already asked, but she said no. Any suggestions on what might whet her appetite in the morning if she's still not hungry?
Amy frowned. Since when did the news editor ask about anyone's health or eating habits? And Jared certainly wouldn't know anything about her favorite foods. Cal turned as he caught sight of her.
She just walked in. I'll put her on.
He held out the cell and lowered his voice.
It's your sister. She saw your story on the national news a few minutes ago and is very concerned. I tried to reassure her, but I don't think she'll rest easy until she hears your voice.
Amy reached for the phone. Hi, Kate. I'm fine. Oh, Amy, I saw the clip. I was so afraid you were... Her voice broke. Hey, take a deep breath. Other than a headache and a few staples, I'm none the worse for wear. She lowered herself onto the couch as Cal motioned toward the kitchen and strode that direction. Before she could tell him she didn't need privacy, he disappeared through the door. Always the soul of discretion. I wish I could be there with you. I love you for that thought, but I'll be fine. Cal's here, and you've got that baby to think about. Please don't worry. Have you heard from Mom? No. Have you? Did she see it too? I guess not, or she would have called. But she'll hear about it in the morning from someone. I'll call her super early. I know she still gets up at the crack of dawn. That should work. Kate was beginning to sound more like herself. So, isn't this Cal guy who answered your phone the one you bought the date with at that auction? Yes. I didn't know you'd been seeing him. I haven't been. Amy dropped her voice and angled away from the kitchen. He just showed up at the hospital, and then he brought me home. I thought you said there wasn't anything between you two. I didn't think there was. Sounds to me like you better revise your thinking. Don't read too much into this, Kate, because she was trying not to. Besides, my head hurts too much to think about this tonight. Then we'll table this discussion for now. Go to bed and get some rest. Will you call me tomorrow and let me know how you are? Of course. Love you, sis. Love you back. When the line went dead, Amy set her phone on the coffee table and angled toward the kitchen. I'm done with my call, Cal. A few moments later, he pushed through the door bearing a plate of toast and a mug.
I know you aren't hungry, but you should try to eat something. And my grandmother swears that tea and toast will cure just about anything.
As he set the plate and cup on the table beside her phone, her vision misted again. How long had it been since anyone had performed such a simple act of kindness for her? Not since she'd last seen Mom or Kate, and that had been far too long ago.
Sorry, if this is turning your stomach, I'll take it away.
Twin creases dented his brow as he leaned down. No, she touched the back of his hand and he stilled. It looks good, as a matter of fact. My stomach is settling down a bit. Or it had been until he looked over at her from inches away, his smoky eyes sending a shaft of heat to her core. Had he turned down the AC while she was changing, or were her hormones going haywire? Before she could think through that question, he straightened up and backed off, claiming the chair farthest from where she was sitting.
Go ahead and give that a try. Just eat and drink what you can.
Even from a distance, electricity continued to arc between them, and the slight huskiness in his voice didn't help matters. While she nibbled on the toast and sipped her tea, Cal leaned against the back of the chair, thrust his hands into his pockets, and crossed his legs at the ankles. Though his posture was relaxed, the faint creases at the corners of his eyes and the shadows below his lashes spoke of strain and weariness. He was the one who needed sleep. However, exhaustion was beginning to prickle in her nerve endings, too. She picked up her eating pace, washing down the toast with sips of tea. "I'm sorry about dragging you into this, Cal. After all the stress of the trial, this is the last thing you needed."
"You didn't drag me into this. I volunteered for duty." He hitched up one side of his mouth.
"Why?" As the blunt question hung in the air between them, she winced and backtracked. "Sorry, forget I asked that." He narrowed his eyes.
"Why?"
"Because I like you too much, and even though a romance would disrupt my carefully planned life, I'd risk it for you if you said you were interested," she thought to herself. But her spoken response was different. "You know what? I don't think I'm up to dealing with heavy questions tonight." A cop-out, for sure, but it was the best she could manage with an aching head. After a moment, he nodded.
"I think you're right."
He stood, motioning toward her plate, empty now except for a few crumbs.
"I guess you were hungrier than you thought."
"I guess I was. And I'm also getting tired. All of a sudden, I feel like I was hit by a truck."
"Close enough. Why don't you go to bed? I'll clean up and let myself out."
"I can take care of my own dishes." She stood, too fast, apparently, because she tottered. He was beside her in an instant, grasping her arms to steady her.
"Remember what the doctor said. Slow and easy."
Excellent advice on a number of fronts. "Right."
"I'll take care of the dishes, and I'll walk you to your room."
She could object, but as shaky as her legs suddenly felt, it would be foolish to refuse his strong arm. She didn't need a faceplant to top off her day. "Thanks." When they reached the doorway, she continued straight toward her bed.
"Do you want to change first?"
He kept a firm hold on her arm as they crossed the room. "No, I can sleep in these clothes. I'm not even going to brush my teeth tonight. All I want to do is stretch out and go to sleep." She tugged back the quilt that covered her bed.
"Let me."
He took care of the task as she sat on the edge of the mattress, his mouth bowing as he folded it back.
"This reminds me of my grandmother's work. But I have to admit the homespun touch seems a tad out of place in your sophisticated apartment. Did your mother make it?"
"No, I did." He did a double take.
"You quilt?"
"I was raised on a farm, remember?" She laid down as her eyelids grew heavy.
"I thought you left all that behind."
"You know what they say. You can take the girl out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the girl." Her words slurred as she snuggled into the pillow. "Thank you again for everything."
"You're welcome."
His voice sounded far away, but the whisper of warmth against her temple was up close and personal, like the caress of a gentle summer breeze. Must be from a waft of air as he tucked the quilt around her. But whatever the source, it felt good. And for the first time in years, she went to sleep with a feeling of absolute contentment. Now, if only she could make that last. Chapter 9. As the delicious smell of cinnamon coaxed Amy out of a deep slumber, she pried open her eyelids. Was she dreaming? She sniffed again. The aroma sure seemed real. But how could that be? It wasn't like she had a personal chef who... A sudden clatter from the direction of her kitchen brought her fully awake, and she vaulted into a sitting position. Much too fast, given the wave of dizziness that swept over her, along with the memories of her traumatic experience from yesterday. And now she seemed to be in the midst of another invasion, in her own apartment. Panic clawing at her windpipe, she groped in the drawer of her nightstand for the pepper gel she'd kept there ever since Cal's mugging. When the world at last stopped spinning, she rose and crept down the hall, pepper gel poised. Froze when she peeked around the corner of the kitchen doorway. Why on earth was Cal standing at the stove, dress shirt sleeves rolled up, making what appeared to be an omelet? She gave the room a fast scan. His suit jacket hung over one of the kitchen chairs, and 4 large cinnamon rolls dripping with icing rested on the table. Aroma explained, even if Cal's presence wasn't. As he reached for a plate, he caught sight of her, angled her direction, and gave her a swift once-over. Dang! Could she sink into the floor? She wasn't wearing a speck of makeup, her clothes were disheveled, and she had bedhead. Most guys would turn on their heels and run. Her appearance didn't seem to bother Cal, though. In fact, the corners of his mouth rose as he motioned toward the pepper gel.
Your sister told me you had a weakness for cinnamon rolls, and anyone who tempted you was in trouble. But that seems a little extreme.
She lowered the canister, shoved at her hair. What are you doing here?
Fixing breakfast.
I can see that. Let me rephrase. Why are you here?
I promised your sister I'd check on you this morning.
He turned back to the stove and slid the omelet onto a plate.
As long as I was dropping off cinnamon rolls, I thought I'd whip up an omelet. It's one of the few dishes I've mastered.
After setting the plate on the table, he pulled out her chair.
Can I tempt you to sample my wares?
Oh, man. That was definitely a loaded question. Ignoring the flutter in her pulse, she moved forward and slid onto the chair. As a matter of fact, I'm, kinda hungry today.
That's a positive sign.
He returned to the counter.
And your color's improved, too.
Aren't you eating anything?
I may try one of those cinnamon rolls with a cup of coffee.
She reached for one herself as he rejoined her, sampling a bite. These are amazing.
I'll have to tell your sister her strategy worked.
She knows me too well. She dived into the omelet. Just out of curiosity, may I ask how you got in? Did you call on one of your police connections to jimmy the lock or something?
Nothing so dramatic. You left your key on the hall table last night, so I borrowed it.
How long did you stay? He shrugged.
A while. I wanted to make sure you were sleeping okay before I left. By the way, your phone rang not long after I got here.
He slid it across the table to her. Probably work. Do you mind if I check my voicemail? And she owed Mom a call too, pronto.
Not at all.
She played back the one message, set the phone aside. That was my boss. I've been told to take a few days off, and I'm not going to argue.
Smart move. How's the omelet?
Delicious. Don't tell me you made the cinnamon rolls too.
Those are beyond my skill level. But I know a little mom-and-pop bakery that works magic with dough.
Magic is the perfect word. She finished the omelet and made short work of the cinnamon roll as they chatted. When she ate the last bite, Cal drained his coffee cup and glanced at his watch.
I hate to eat and run, but I need to go to work.
Of course. As she started to push herself to her feet, he pressed her back into place with a firm but gentle hand on her shoulder.
Don't get up. Indulge yourself and have another cinnamon roll. I'll swing back by on my way home tonight and change your dressing for you.
Warmth flooded her heart even as she shook her head. I appreciate that, but it's too much to ask. You've done more than enough as it is. I can manage.
Not easily. I skimmed your discharge instructions, which include information on how to change a dressing for a head wound. It's a two-handed job, and you won't be able to see what you're doing unless you juggle a mirror in one hand. Unless you're hiding a third hand somewhere, you should let me lend mine.
It was hard to argue with his logic. Besides, another visit from him later today would be wonderful. In that case, I accept.
I do have to warn you about one thing. I tend to be squeamish around blood. But for you, I'll muscle through.
Tipping her head, she scrutinized him. Are you serious about the blood thing, or is that a joke?
I wish. So much for my manly image.
Ha! As far as she was concerned, his manly image was locked in stone. Then your offer is doubly appreciated. I don't think it's a pretty sight back there. You're not going to pass out on me or anything, are you? He grinned and stood.
I'll let you know if I feel dizzy. Take it easy today.
I'll do my best, but I'm not used to being a lady of leisure.
Having one idle day won't hurt you. I'll text you when I'm on my way tonight."
He finished off his coffee, deposited his mug in the sink, and spoke over his shoulder as he headed toward the front door.
"Leave the dishes. I'll do them tonight."
And then he was gone, the door clicking shut behind him. Leave the dishes? No way! But the fact that he'd offered to do them later put another tick mark in the keeper column. Amy swiped up an errant trail of icing from the cinnamon rolls with her finger and popped it in her mouth before she rose too. But sweet as the confection was, it couldn't hold a candle to the sweetness of waking up this morning and finding Cal Richards in her kitchen. Half an hour later, after a long chat with her mom, Amy called Kate. One ring in, her sister answered. "Finally! If you hadn't phoned in the next 10 minutes, I was going to call you." Amy pulled her knees up and snuggled into the corner of the couch. "I didn't want to wake you. I know you've been sleeping later since you got pregnant." "Not this morning. I hardly closed my eyes all night thinking about you." "Did you call Mom?" "Yes. She hadn't heard anything about the incident, so I downplayed it as much as possible. I don't think she was too worried. Unlike your sister, who saw it all in living color. I'm sorry, Kate. I still can't believe it made national news. I can. It was very dramatic and heroic. That was an incredibly brave thing to do, Amy." She smoothed a hand over the cushion. "More like reflexive. I didn't even stop to think about it. Other people did. You were the only one who stepped forward." Time to change the subject. Everyone was giving her far too much credit. "You sound like Cal. And thanks a lot for telling him about the cinnamon rolls, by the way. I probably put on 5 pounds this morning." "He followed through and brought some for you?" Her sister sounded far too delighted. "Yes, bright and early, and he scared me to death. I heard noises in the kitchen and thought it was an intruder. I almost zapped him with my pepper gel. Good thing I didn't, or the cinnamon rolls would have been ruined, not to mention the omelet." "He made you an omelet?" Her sister's voice was hushed. "This guy sounds like a keeper, Amy. Tell me about it. But there are a couple of problems. First, I'm not sure I have time for romance. And second, he may not be interested." "Get real, sis! A man doesn't show up at a hospital emergency room if he's not interested, or bring cinnamon rolls and make omelets. I bet if you gave him any encouragement, he'd pursue this." "Maybe, but I'm not certain that's wise." A beat ticked by. "Can I be honest?" Amy braced. Whenever Kate said that, she was about to offer big sisterly advice, and she'd do it with or without permission. "You always are. Go ahead and lay it on me." "It's just that for years I've watched you single-mindedly go after what you want. And I admire your drive and commitment and ability to stay focused. You haven't let anything deter you from your quest to capture the gold ring." When she hesitated, Amy spoke. "I sense a but coming." "That's because you know me too well. And here it is. I honestly can't say you've ever seemed really happy or content. And I think you've missed some good things along the way, all in the name of your career. I'm not saying a job isn't important, mind you. You've worked hard and done well, and I know that means a lot to you. But it's not everything. And maybe it's not even the most important thing." She paused and took a deep breath. "Bottom line, I'd hate for you to pass up a chance at love just because the guy came along at the wrong time or is a little different than what you expected." As usual, her sister's insights were spot on. Amy shifted position as the vague pounding in her head intensified. "I'm not going to argue with anything you said. To be honest, I've been having some similar thoughts. But I've invested so much of my life and myself in my career that the idea of changing course is more than a little scary. Especially when I've been so sure about my destination. I get that. You've always been the type to go full speed ahead and not let anything dissuade you once you set your mind on something. Remember the violin?" Amy winced. All too well. Me too. Even though your teacher tried to suggest it wasn't your instrument, you were determined to be the next Itzhak Perlman. That was a huge fail. All I'll say is that Mom and Dad and I deserve a special place in heaven for putting up with that screeching for how long? 4 years? 5? It was only 2, Kate snorted. It seemed twice that long. Fine, I'll admit, I tend to wear blinders when I set a goal. Everything else falls by the wayside. Well, it was the answer to our prayers when you took up quilting. And you would never have discovered you had a talent for that if you hadn't gone to that quilting guild meeting years ago for Mom and got sucked in, even though you claimed it wouldn't be a good fit. But it was. Far better than the violin. She paused. Look, all I'm saying is that Cal may not seem like a fit on the surface, but you might be surprised if you give him a chance. Relationships come with complications, though, and they require compromises. Most things worth having do. Why don't you pray about it? Ask for guidance. Outside her picture window, a cloud scuttled across the sun, dimming the light. I'm kinda out of that habit. Another part of her life that had been shuffled aside in her quest to excel at work. I've picked that up over the years. But you know what? We may forget about God, but God doesn't forget about us. Keep that in mind, and let me know how you're doing in a day or so. I will. Once they rang off, Amy remained in her chair, weighing her phone in her hand as the clouds continued to play hide-and-seek with the sun. One moment the world was bathed in dazzling light, the next it was cast into shadow. It was like a roller coaster, which also seemed an apt analogy for her life of late, thanks to a certain distracting assistant prosecuting attorney who seemed as distracted by her as she was by him. Because Kate was right about his motivation for showing up today. No guy did that unless he had a serious interest in a woman. So what could be the harm in exploring the sparks between them? He was as committed to his job as she was, even if he had a more balanced perspective. One it would behoove her to cultivate unless she wanted to sacrifice her personal life on the altar of success forever. Which she didn't. As long as they built in time for each other while pursuing their careers, why couldn't it work between them? If there was a flaw in her rationale, it eluded her. Maybe the head injury was muddling her thinking a tad, but suddenly the path ahead seemed clear. If the opportunity arose, she'd do everything she could to let him know she was receptive to his interest. And, along the way, she'd send a few prayers heavenward for guidance, as Kate had suggested, and hope the Almighty was receptive to a plea from a lackluster follower who'd relegated the faith of her youth to the bottom of her priority list for too long. Amy's head was a mess. As Cal peeled back the bandage covering the staples and got his first look at the wound, his stomach began to churn. It had been a smart move to take care of this chore before they ate the Chinese food he'd brought, or he'd be about ready to upchuck. How does it look? At Amy's question, he swallowed past his nausea, took a steadying breath. The truth? The 2-inch-long jagged abrasion was nasty, and it was caked with dried blood. Lots of blood. Blood had also soaked through the gauze pad that had covered the staples. Could be worse. He tried to keep his voice steady, but a slight quiver ran through it. Why do I think you aren't telling me the whole truth? That was an honest reply. However, it's a bad cut and it bled a lot. Scalp injuries do that. If that's the case, how are you doing? This can't be fun for a guy who's squeamish around blood. She was nursing an injury from an explosion that could have killed her, and she was worried about him? Was this woman for real? I'll survive, and hopefully keep the roiling in his stomach from escalating. I'm going to clean it up a bit before I cover it with antiseptic cream and rebandage it. He rolled up the sleeves of his dress shirt, picked up a few squares of gauze, and moved to the bathroom sink. After spending more time than necessary dampening them, he took several slow, steadying breaths. By the time he positioned himself behind her again, the roiling had subsided to a slight churn.
I'm not going to touch the skin seam, and I'll be as gentle as I can, but this may still hurt a little.
No worries, I have a high tolerance for pain. If that was true, her occasional wince as he worked was telling. And though she didn't say a word while he did the cleanup, the taut line of her shoulders suggested it was more than a little uncomfortable. He finished as fast as he could, then applied a thin strip of antibiotic cream on top of the staple line.
All done except for rebandaging. I'm going to need you to hold up the instructions for me while I do that so I can read it over your shoulder and follow the photos.
He flipped through her discharge papers and folded them back to the correct page. When she positioned the page so he could see it, the slight quiver in the paper was also telling. Clever technique for bandaging a scalp injury with hair involved. Her tone was conversational, but her voice sounded strained as she scanned the sheet. I have ponytail bands, if those will help.
I came prepared.
He fished 2 twist ties from his pocket.
We have a supply of these in the break room at work. Don't ask me why.
He laid the strips on the counter, and using the sheet in Amy's hand as a guide, he lifted the section of hair above the abrasion, put the nonstick bandage over the wound, then divided the hair into 2 pieces and crisscrossed it over the sterile pad. After attaching the 2 sections to the hair below the pad with the twist ties, he secured the crisscrossed hair to the nonstick pad with medical tape.
Done.
Now I see why you said this was a 2-handed job. She set the instructions on the vanity.
At least we only have to do it once. By tomorrow you should be able to leave the bandage off and just put antiseptic cream over the staples. I'll be happy to help with that if—
No, she held up a hand. You've done more than enough. Let's move on to dinner, and thank you for picking up Chinese.
Happy to do it. I'll clean up in here and meet you in the kitchen.
And hope his appetite improved after he disposed of all the gore. She angled toward him, gave him a quick perusal. I have a counteroffer. You go nuke our food and fix our drinks while I restore order in here. Tempted as he was to insist on doing the bathroom cleanup, Amy's plan was more prudent, especially if he wanted to be able to eat any of the food he'd brought.
That works for me.
Leaving her to the task, he beat a hasty retreat to the kitchen. By the time she appeared a few minutes later, he'd set the table and was removing the Mongolian beef from the microwave. After setting the bowl on the table, he pulled out her chair.
You okay? You look a bit pale.
Says the man who's still a little green around the gills. She shot him a grin.
Not many people know about my Achilles heel.
He took his seat. Your secret is safe with me. She crossed her heart and helped herself to a serving of rice. You know what we both need after your high-stress trial and my unfortunate encounter with flying debris yesterday? A little R&R.
As a matter of fact, that's coming up on my agenda.
She spooned sweet and sour chicken over her rice. Are you taking some vacation?
Per my boss's orders. He told me to take a few days off.
Nice. Are you going somewhere?
Yes, to the mountains.
Her lips curved up. A quiet trip like that sounds appealing about now.
Why don't you take a quick getaway too? Your boss said you didn't have to come in for a few days.
He took a modest serving of Mongolian beef. He could always have seconds later if his stomach cooperated. The truth? I'm not up to planning a trip.
You could have someone do it for you.
You mean like a travel agent? Yeah, he did. But all at once another idea popped into his head. Why not invite her to go to the mountains with him? It was an easy trip. Dad and Graham would be on hand as chaperones, and extended time with Amy would give him a chance to figure out whether the spark between the 2 of them was as potent as he thought. And if there was as much potential as he suspected, he could share with her his growing desire to return to the place he loved. That would only be fair, after all, because a relationship between them would require major readjustments on both their parts. Too many, maybe. But women like Amy didn't come along every day, and if he didn't at least check out the possibilities with her, he had a feeling he'd regret it to his dying day. It wasn't a hard question. Amy arched her eyebrows at him, curiosity glinting in her irises.
Sorry.
He forked a bite of beef, filled his lungs, took the leap.
I was just wondering if you might like to come to the mountains with me. There's plenty of room at the cabin. Dad is sociable, and Graham is hospitality personified."
She stared at him. Seriously?
Yes. It's not as glamorous as the Caribbean or Europe, but it's easy to get to and very restful. Plus, Graham's home cooking is good for the soul as well as the body.
Wow, she exhaled. That came out of the blue.
You don't have to give me an answer tonight if you'd like to think about it. I know it's not as exciting as your usual vacation destinations, so
Wait, she touched his forearm. I was just taken aback. When are you going, and how long are you staying? He tried to focus on her question, but the tingle zipping through him from the skin-to-skin contact made it difficult to concentrate.
I was planning to leave early Saturday and return Wednesday night.
That should work. Let me check with my boss tomorrow to verify he'll cut me loose for that long. Can I call you in the morning?
Of course, and I'll lay the groundwork at home.
Dad was no issue, but Graham was going to jump to all sorts of conclusions unless he made it very clear that he and Amy were just friends at this point. A Herculean task if ever there was one. So tell me about your father and grandmother. The reporter in me always likes as much backstory as possible. She flashed him a smile and continued eating. He complied, sharing stories about them for the remainder of the meal. But once they finished and cleared the table, he left. From the multiple yawns she tried to stifle, it was obvious she was still exhausted from yesterday's ordeal. Besides, being alone with Amy in her apartment was way too tempting. And until he had a clear sense of where the two of them might be headed and where his future was going to take him, the safest rule was hands off. Even if it was also the hardest. When a sudden jostle jarred the tender skin beside the gouge on her head, disrupting her slumber, Amy opened her eyes, spotted blue-hued mountains in the distance through the front windshield of Cal's car. Good grief! How long had she been asleep? She twisted her wrist and discreetly peeked at her watch. Whoa, she'd been out for almost 3 hours? So much for her plan to keep him company during the drive.
Welcome back.
As Cal spoke from the driver's seat, she straightened up. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to pass out for hours.
No worries. I've made this drive alone more times than I can count. It gives me a chance to decompress. Besides, the kind of trauma you suffered takes a toll. I bet you aren't sleeping very well with that gash on the back of your head.
She wrinkled her nose. True. Every time I turn over, I wake up. But I feel much more rested now. And it looks like we're getting close to our destination. She waved her hand toward the front window.
We've still got about an hour and a half to go.
I can already tell it's going to be lovely, though.
Those are only the foothills. It's even more beautiful as you get closer to the park.
They chatted companionably during the remainder of the trip, and in what seemed like only a few minutes, Cal turned into a gravel driveway. Are we here? She leaned forward, peering down the narrow byway.
Yes, this is home.
A cabin appeared in the distance as he navigated a curve, separated from the drive by a large meadow. Colorful flowers spilled from planters along the porch railing, and a grove of pine trees seemed to come right up to the back door. In an adjacent pasture, a horse grazed against a serene backdrop of misty blue-hued mountains. Peace emanated from the tableau. Amy let out a slow breath. It's so calm here.
I agree. It always feels far away from the hustle and bustle of the world, not only in miles, but in spirit.
I think I already understand why you love this place so much. You can almost breathe in the tranquility.
The perfect way to describe it.
He sent her a quick smile that warmed her to her toes, then nodded toward the cabin.
Our welcoming committee awaits.
Amy redirected her attention to the cabin, where a man and woman stood by the porch railing. Your father and grandmother, I take it.
None other.
As Cal closed the distance to the cabin and pulled up in front, Amy gave the two people who were so special to Cal a once-over. Though there was a clear resemblance between Cal and his father, the spare older man was shorter than his son and a bit stooped. Gray predominated in his thinning hair, but enough sandy-colored strands remained to provide a clue to its original color. While his face was careworn, his demeanor was welcoming and his eyes were kind. Cal's grandmother was also thin, but she radiated energy. Dressed in jeans with cropped white hair, she hurried down the steps to greet them, anticipation and interest flashing in her lively eyes. By the time Cal stopped the car and alighted, the older woman was waiting at his door. "My, it's good to see you." She pulled him into a tight hug. "You've been way too scarce." Cal's father joined her, a pipe in one hand, beaming a megawatt smile at the duo as he waited to greet his son. When Cal's grandmother at last released him, he reached out and pulled his father into a bear hug. "Hi, Dad." "Hello, son. It's wonderful to have you home." As the two men embraced, Cal's grandmother leaned in the driver's side door. "You must be Amy. Happy to meet you." She extended her hand. Amy returned her firm clasp. "Likewise. Thank you for letting me barge in on a family reunion, Mrs. Richards." "We're happy to have you. And just call me Graham, or Ruby, whichever you prefer. I hope you'll excuse us. Usually we have a little more decorum when it comes to public displays of affection, but we haven't seen each other for a while." She turned back to the two men and clapped Cal on the back. "Break it up, you two. Let's go inside so our guests can settle in and I can get dinner on the table." Cal leaned down and spoke into the car. "Sit tight. I'll get your door." Before she could protest, he strode around to her side and pulled the door open, Graham and his father close on his heels. "Graham, Dad, this is Amy Winter. Amy, meet my family." Cal's father stepped forward with a shy dip of his head and took her hand. "I'm very pleased to meet you, Amy. Cal has told us a lot of nice things about you." Her lips bowed at the older man's courtly manner. "Thank you. I'm happy to meet you, too." Graham stepped forward next and enveloped her in a hug. Though she was small, there was strength in her arms and in her face. "We're mighty glad you came to visit, Amy. And honored. Cal told us how you got hurt saving that little boy. You feeling okay after your long ride?" "Yes, I'm fine." "But tired." Cal stepped in. "Then I'm sure she's hungry, Graham. We didn't stop to eat on the way up." "Say no more. Dinner's waiting. Home cooking and rest will fix you up in no time, Amy. And the mountain air will clear all that big city smog from your lungs." Cal hitched up one side of his mouth, the affection and love in his eyes easy to read. "It's good to be back, Graham." "Well, we're mighty glad to have you back. Welcome home, both of you." As Ruby led the way inside, leaving the three of them to follow, her words echoed in Amy's mind. Welcome home. Funny. Though she'd never been anywhere near the Smokies before, this visit did indeed feel like coming home. Which made no sense at all. Chapter 10. "Ruby, these are gorgeous!" Amy held up yet another intricate hand-stitched quilt. "The ladies do a wonderful job." Cal's grandmother smiled as she fingered the quilt. "But all of our craftspeople are talented." That was true. Amy laid the quilt down and glanced around the attractive and bustling craft co-op that was filled with beautiful items. Both the variety and quality of the merchandise was top-notch. "Cal told me you started this years ago." She waved that aside. "The idea may have been mine, but it took a passel of dedicated people to turn it into reality." That's not what Cal had said. According to him, his grandmother had been the driving force behind the idea of giving locals an outlet for their handiwork, as well as a chance to supplement often meager incomes. And she'd worked tirelessly to build it into a thriving business that visitors now sought out. It seemed modesty ran in the family. However it started, I'm impressed. From what Cal said, I was picturing a small little shop. Nothing on this scale. It started small, but it's mushroomed over the years, and I'm honored to be a part of it. I like to keep busy, and if I can help my neighbors at the same time, all the better." "Ready to go, Amy?" Cal rose from the seat he'd claimed near the front of the shop and joined them. "Yes, but I'm so glad I got to see this. Thank you for the grand tour, Ruby." "It was entirely my pleasure." "We'll be home later this afternoon." Cal commandeered her arm and tugged her toward the door. No hurry on my end. I'll be here a while yet, and your dad's at a church committee meeting. Don't wear Amy out while you're showing her our great scenery. I promise to take good care of her. You do that. Once they were out of the shop, he sent her an apologetic glance. I only meant to stop in for a few minutes, but Graham loves this place. Thanks for humoring her. No humoring involved. It's a remarkable operation, and the merchandise is wonderful. I enjoyed every minute I spent here. I think Graham did too. But this area is best appreciated outdoors. Are you ready to take in some of our scenery? I don't know how you can beat the scenery at the cabin, but I'll put myself in your hands. When he looked over, the sudden heat in his eyes was sufficient to raise her temperature by a couple of degrees, but he made no comment as they continued to his car. Probably for the best, and she better watch her phraseology going forward to avoid double entendres, or the electricity between them was going to spike into the danger zone. Once they were on the road, Cal took his role of guide seriously as they drove along some of the scenic routes in the park. Almost as if he was more salesman than tour leader, and she was a prospective buyer rather than merely a visitor. Curious. At last he pulled into a parking area and turned to her. Do you feel up to a short walk? Yes, I even dressed for outdoor activity. She waved a hand over her cotton blouse and jeans. However, I'm not ready for mountain climbing. I know these aren't the Rockies, but those hillsides are still steep. She gave the peak in front of them a sweep. What I had in mind was an easy walk along that stream. He nodded to a tumbling brook visible through the trees. There isn't much change in elevation, so it's not too taxing. Perfect. Sounds just my speed, but you have to promise to keep the black bears at bay. She was only half kidding. His lips twitched. I'll do my best. Let me get your door. After sliding out of his seat, he circled the car. We're not going to get lost, are we? Amy waited while he shut her door. That's not in my plans. However, in order to protect you from bears and make sure we don't get separated, we should stick close. He very deliberately reached for her hand, twined his fingers with hers, locked onto her gaze as he lifted their clasped hands. Does this work for you? It was hard to think with his strong fingers woven through hers, even harder to talk, especially when it was clear he was asking about more than physical safety protocols. He wanted her permission to move their relationship to a new level. Since her voice had deserted her, she resorted to a nod. Her reward was a slow smile that sent a rush of warmth straight to her heart. And as they set off hand in hand, she suddenly found it difficult to breathe, and not because of the higher elevation. This was all about attraction and anticipation. Because from the moment he'd invited her on this trip, she'd known this was where they were headed. The magnetism between them was too potent to ignore, and short of cutting off contact entirely, they could only dance around it for so long. As for where it would lead, who knew? But she was open to the possibilities. And unless she was misreading Cal, he was too. Which meant that her sometimes lonely life might not be so lonely in the future, assuming neither of them got cold feet or decided a relationship would interfere too much with their career trajectories. He'd taken the plunge and there was no going back. They'd crossed the line into new and more personal territory. And Amy's silence as they walked along the stream suggested she was well aware of that. But if he wanted to see where the attraction between them might lead, it was time to lay some groundwork. And where better to do that than here, in the mountains he loved, where there was nothing to distract them. When at last the stream widened into a small pool fed by a tiered waterfall, he paused. This is one of my favorite spots. The waterfall isn't as dramatic as others in the park, so it gets fewer visitors. Usually I have the place to myself. Would you like to sit for a while? Yes, it's lovely here. She sounded a tad winded, another clue that she was tuned into the mood shift. The minor exertion from their leisurely stroll wouldn't have caused it. He led her to a large rock dappled by the sun. She sat and drew her knees up, wrapped her arms around them, and smiled. This is like a little piece of heaven.
I couldn't have said it any better.
They joined her on the rock, close enough to hear the hitch in her breathing when he settled in beside her. Then he leaned back, put his palms flat on the rock behind him, and tipped his face to the sun. After a few moments, she angled toward him. This place is good for you, you know. In the city, you always seem a little tense and on edge, like you never really relax.
I have a demanding job,
she sighed. I know all about demanding jobs.
Yours seems more demanding than most, not to mention dangerous.
Demanding, always. Dangerous? Rarely.
It only takes once to be fatal.
He nodded toward the back of her head.
That doesn't give me a warm and fuzzy feeling.
While she'd done a masterful job camouflaging the gash with her hair, the image of it was indelibly etched in his mind. But it's the exception, not the rule. Believe me, I'm not in this line of work to get killed, or to be part of the story. However, I can't stand by when someone's in trouble, which is a liability in my business.
Going to the aid of those in need shouldn't be a liability.
He arched an eyebrow.
Have you ever wondered if maybe you're in the wrong business?
The corners of her lips rose a hair. Is there an ulterior motive to that question? Like convincing me to switch jobs so you have one less reporter to hate? He locked onto her gaze.
I was wrong to make such a sweeping generalization when we met, and I was especially wrong about one particular reporter. In fact, hate is the last word that comes to mind when I think of you.
At his husky admission, she moistened her lips, cleared her throat, angled back toward the stream. I'm glad I'm not on your enemies list anymore. Her tone was a mite too bright.
Hardly.
She shifted her position. I, really liked your grandmother's shop. It's wonderful how she stepped in to...
Amy.
Her voice faltered. After a moment, she peeked back at him.
We should talk. About us.
He straightened up. There was no sense putting off the inevitable.
If you tell me you don't feel the sparks between us, I'll go back to being a tour guide. But unless my instincts are failing me, you're as tuned into them as I am. And ignoring the elephant in the room is silly. I don't think either of us is accustomed to doing that.
She let out a slow breath. I agree, and I appreciate your candor. So I'll be honest in return. I do feel the sparks. On one hand, I'm thrilled. On the other, I'm scared. Because you don't fit into my 5-year plan, Cal. Plus, we're very different people.
I used to think we were too. I'm not as sure about that anymore.
Still, trying to mesh two demanding lives would be a huge challenge. I'm in career-building mode, and my job can be all-consuming.
I know about demanding jobs. But I also believe people are entitled to carve out time for a personal life. I'm struggling with that at the moment myself, trying to make some decisions about how best to balance my obligations and the demands on my time. But I think we owe it to ourselves to explore opportunities that may only come our way once. Don't you?
Yes. Her response came out in a whisper.
So let's do a little preliminary exploring.
Slowly he angled toward her, never breaking eye contact, lifted his hand and traced the line of her jaw and the curve of her cheek with a feather-light touch, her skin as smooth as silk beneath his fingertips. Her eyelids drifted closed, and the tiny mew that sounded deep in her throat sent his pulse off the scale. When he urged her closer, she came willingly, her arms sliding around his neck as she pressed against him and rested her cheek on his chest. As if that was the most natural thing in the world to do, as if this was where it belonged. When a tremble rippled through her, he stroked her back.
You okay?
I'm not sure. This thing between us it's pretty powerful.
You want to pull back?
A beat ticked by before she released a shuddering breath. If I do, the elephant will still be there. Besides, I've never been one to run from danger.
I know. I saw that up close and personal in living color on TV.
He continued to stroke her back. After a few moments, she eased far enough away to see his face. This could be risky, Cal. One or both of us could get hurt.
I know, but I'm willing to take that chance.
In truth, at this point, he didn't have a choice, because now that she was in his arms, walking away wasn't an option. She searched his eyes, gave a slow nod. Then I am too. The light was green, and he was on. Taking a long, unsteady breath, he gently moved her soft tresses aside, bent his head, and brushed his lips across her nape, traveled on to her forehead, then each eyelid, making a slow, tantalizing journey toward his ultimate destination. When at last he claimed her lips, she was all in, giving as she lived, fully, completely, no holding back. Time stopped, and the landscape around them ceased to exist as the splash of the tumbling brook, the trill of the birds, and the rustle of the wind in the trees faded away. It was just the two of them, alone in a world of their own. When he finally broke contact, Amy maintained a firm grip on him, her eyes as dazed as he felt. She sucked in a breath. It was amazing. Her words were choppy, as if her lungs had lost their rhythm. He could relate.
Yeah,
it was all he could manage. I guess we know now that at least on one level, we're compatible.
And combustible.
She huffed out a soft laugh. That too. Then she sobered. But where do we go from here? I mean, this could accelerate fast. And based on all the fireworks we just experienced, someone is going to get hurt big time if this fizzles or one of us decides there are too many obstacles in our path.
I don't think it's going to fizzle. And obstacles can be overcome if two people are committed to finding a way around them.
Her brow rumpled. I'd like to believe that.
Then let's, at least for now.
He laced his fingers with hers again.
I don't know why our lives intersected at this particular time. I don't know why we connected or how we found common ground, given our initial clashes. But I do know it happened for a reason, and I'm willing to see where it leads if you are.
She gave him a wry smile. After that kiss, it would be hard to walk away. The knot in his stomach loosened, and he reached up, fingered a few strands of her soft hair, his own lips flexing.
Good. Although I was prepared to argue my case with more evidence of the voltage between us, if necessary.
A flirty twinkle that juiced his libido glinted in her eyes. Maybe I should have been a harder sell. I would have been happy to consider more evidence. He pulled her close again.
I think that could be arranged.
And their second kiss was every bit as potent as the first one. Yet he couldn't quite quash the niggle of doubt in the back of his mind. Because Amy was right. There were obstacles to a romance between them, and the biggest one was on his end. Juggling 2 careers in Atlanta was one thing. Juggling 2 locations wasn't tenable. If he moved back here, that would cause a major disruption in Amy's life and in her career, one she might not be willing to deal with, no matter how powerful the attraction between them. So very soon, he needed to have a long talk with his dad and make some potentially life-changing decisions. Attending Sunday services hadn't been part of her weekend agenda, but she should have figured the Richards clan would be regular churchgoers. From her spot beside Cal in the pew, Amy gave him a side-eye. She could have skipped out today, of course. Cal had made it clear last night as they ended the day on the porch swing at the cabin, and stole a few more of those phenomenal kisses, that she shouldn't feel obligated to attend. But it was time to add God back into her schedule, and what better place to start than in this little country church with Cal by her side? Besides, it felt good to return to the Sunday services routine. As she was beginning to realize, when God wasn't on your radar, it was too easy to flounder. She refocused on the minister as he wrapped up his sermon, which had been all about making difficult, life-changing decisions and how important it was to always be true to yourself and to the bedrock values of your faith. Was his theme coincidental or providential? Impossible to know, but for sure it was timely. When the minister finished, he retook his seat. Moments later, the choir launched into a familiar hymn, the voices blending and harmonizing seamlessly. Amy closed her eyes and let the music wash over her. But when a beautiful, soaring, and very familiar voice took the lead on a long solo section, her eyelids popped open and she scanned the choir members assembled in front, homed in on Cal's grandmother. It was Ruby singing. Whoa! Of course, she'd known the woman was in the choir. Ruby had told her that when she and Cal's father left early for church. But she hadn't mentioned a word about being a soloist. And her voice was spectacular. Amy turned to Cal, who was watching her with an amused glint in his eyes. "Why didn't you tell me your grandmother could sing like that?" She spoke quietly, out of the side of her mouth. He leaned close and whispered back, "I thought it would be more fun to surprise you." "You succeeded. She could be a professional." "Ask her about that sometime." "I intend to, ASAP." But after the service, Cal kept a firm grip on her hand as he greeted members of the congregation and introduced her to a steady stream of old friends. Just when she thought they were wrapping up and she could search out Ruby, a 40-ish, slightly balding man approached them. "Cal, I thought that was you." Her pew mate smiled and held out his hand. "Tony Jackson. What are you doing here?" "I'm home for the weekend visiting my folks. Cindy took the kids to her parents for a week, but I couldn't get away from the station for more than a couple of days." "Station? I guess you've been out of the loop around here. I operate a Christian cable station in Knoxville now." "No kidding. Last I heard, you were a business tycoon jetting all over the world." The man snorted. "Being an investment banker hardly qualifies me as a business tycoon, though I'll admit it had its glitzy moments. But I found a career that was a better fit. I may not make the big bucks anymore, but the work feeds my soul." He smiled and nodded toward her. "Are you going to introduce your friend, or do I have to take the initiative?" Sorry about that." Cal drew her forward. "Amy, meet Tony Jackson. We grew up together. Tony, Amy Winter. She's a broadcast journalist in Atlanta, so you two have something in common." When Cal named the station, Tony's eyebrows rose. "That's the big league. I'm impressed." Amy gave a dismissive wave. "Don't be. I'm still working my way up the ladder." "You have to be exceptional to even get on that ladder, from what I hear." "Exceptional is a good word for Amy." At Cal's comment, warmth crept across her cheeks. "He's being kind." Tony shook his head. "Honest is more likely. Cal always had great judgment." "Listen, I don't suppose you'd consider it, but if you ever have any interest in exploring a different kind of reporting, I'd love to talk to you. Of course, we can't compete with the glamour or salaries the big players offer. We're in the early stages, and building a station from the ground up is a gradual process. Still, one by one, we're finding talented people who believe in our message enough to sacrifice some worldly gain and make a commitment to our work." How about that? A job offer in the middle of the Smokies. Amy smiled. "I'm flattered, but I still have mountains to climb and goals to reach where I am." "Well, it was worth a try." He flashed her a grin, then shook her hand and Cal's. "Good to see you, pal. Keep in touch." "I will. Best of luck with your new venture." "Thanks." With a wave, he sauntered off. Cal turned to her, but the minister joined them before he could speak. "Wonderful to see you, Cal." The man turned to her. "And you must be Amy." When she arched her eyebrows, he smiled and extended his hand. "News of strangers travels fast in these parts. Reverend Mitchell." She returned his firm clasp. "Happy to meet you." "Likewise." He shifted his attention to Cal. "Are you staying long?" "Just a couple more days." "Do you think you could work in a quick visit with Walter Thompson? He could use some legal advice, or a referral to someone who could provide legal counsel." "What's up?" "A big developer wants to put in a mall of some sort next to his property, and they're pressuring him to sell a section of his land." Cal angled toward her.
Walter runs a trout farm, and he's one of the hardest-working, most respected men in the community. He's always the first to offer a hand when his neighbors need help.
Cal shifted back to the minister.
They can't make him sell. I don't know. They're digging up all sorts of obscure laws they say he's violated and are threatening to put him out of business if he doesn't sell. None of the local attorneys he's contacted seem able to cope with the legal eagles this conglomerate employs.
Cal frowned.
I'll put him in touch with someone who has experience dealing with corporate law firms. He can't afford big city prices, you know. I assumed as much. I'll work it out.
The minister clapped him on the back.
I know any help you can provide would be appreciated. Sorry to bother you with this, but Walter's at his wit's end.
He turned back to Amy.
It was very nice to meet you. Take care, both of you, and don't be strangers.
As Reverend Mitchell walked over to talk to another couple, Cal's frown deepened. Hey, she gave him a gentle shoulder nudge. You can't save the world, you know. The furrows on his brow smoothed out a bit, but didn't disappear.
I know, but I don't like to see the little guy get trampled on.
But how much can you do to help in this case?
I have contacts who are accustomed to dealing with the big guns of a corporate law firm.
He exhaled, rubbed the back of his neck.
But their services come at a steep price. It's possible I can call in a few favors, though. I'll work something out.
He nodded toward the parking lot.
Ready to head back to the cabin?
Sure. As they walked to his car, Amy mulled over Cal's response. No doubt he did have connections and could hook this Walter Thompson up with a competent attorney who might discount his or her fees as a favor. But in all likelihood, those fees would still be more than the man could afford. Someone would have to make up the difference. Someone like Cal. She slanted him a surreptitious glance. Based on the evidence, that conclusion wasn't far-fetched. He lived well below his means. He contributed more than time to the boys' center, according to the director. He made sure Ruby and his father never worried about finances, according to a few hints his grandmother had dropped during their tour of the co-op. But Walter Thompson would never know who'd made up the difference, because Cal's generosity would be quiet, unobtrusive, and anonymous. That was the kind of man he was. Caring, conscientious, and humble, with a deep well of empathy and generosity. And if he treated a mere acquaintance with such selfless solicitude, how much greater would his devotion be to a woman he loved? She took a deep breath as they approached the car. Cal Richards was the kind of man who came along once in a lifetime. And despite all the obstacles that might lie in their path, if she let him slip away, it could be the biggest mistake of her life. Chapter 11.
So when are you going to put that forestry degree to use?
At Doug Howell's question, Cal called up a smile as they approached the split-rail fence around the meadow near the cabin.
I was wondering when you were going to bring that up.
Because his childhood friend raised the subject whenever they were together. Guaranteed.
And my answer hasn't changed. I never said I was going to put it to use.
When they drew up to the fence, Doug rested an elbow on the top rail and turned toward him.
Is that job in Atlanta still better than spending your days in God's country?
Cal rolled his eyes.
I should never have told you about that degree. Sure you should have. We've been friends since we were kids, even if I have a few more years on you. And who better to talk to about your secret degree than a lead ranger for the National Park Service who understands your love of the outdoors?
Hard to refute that logic.
I'll concede you've been an excellent sounding board.
You didn't answer my question about Atlanta. Cal propped his forearms on the top rail and gave the view a slow sweep.
I know.
Can I be honest? He snorted.
Have you ever been anything but?
Nope. Honesty's both a blessing and a curse of true friendship. Sometimes you have to say the hard stuff, raise the hard issues. So here goes. Given how much you love this place, how have you survived in the concrete jungle all these years? He watched a deer on the far side of the meadow venture out of the sheltering woods, one cautious step at a time.
The truth? I don't know. But I've built a life and a career there now. It gets harder and harder to walk away. Success can be addictive, I suppose.
Frowning, Cal looked at his friend.
You know better than that. Then tell me what holds you to the city.
Man, Doug wasn't cutting him any slack this go-round. And maybe it was time to put into words what was in his heart. Doug would hold this discussion in confidence, just as he'd honored his promise to remain mum all these years about the forestry degree. Cal filled his lungs with a fresh mountain air, clenched his linked fingers tighter.
Guilt, for one thing.
About what?
About wasting my law degree and my experience. I'm not always successful with my cases, but I win often enough to feel that I'm contributing something to the cause of justice.
He sighed.
And then there's Dad. I thought he might be part of the problem. It's hard to disappoint someone who's proud of you. Bingo. I can't imagine what he'd think if I threw my career away after all the years I've invested in it.
How do you feel about that?
Mixed. Despite the frustration, it's satisfying to help people who need someone on their side and who might otherwise get lost in the legal system.
The deer raised its head from grazing, froze as if it sensed danger. Then it darted back into the woods.
I feel like I'm between a rock and a hard place. I believe my work matters, but I don't like the city. I never have, and it hasn't grown on me over the years. More and more, I sense this is where I belong.
Then come home.
It's not that simple.
It can be. It's your life. If this is where you want to spend it, follow your heart.
But what would I do here?
Doug studied him.
I'll have a part-time ranger slot opening up in about 3 months.
Cal let a beat pass as he absorbed that.
Are you offering me the job?
I would if I could, but that's not how it works. Getting hired by the National Park Service these days is very regimented. You'd have to apply through the normal channels. But you have the credentials, and you'd get a strong endorsement from me. He exhaled, mind spinning.
That's quite a carrot to dangle.
You interested?
The nature of the work is appealing, but I don't think a part-time government job would pay the bills.
It wouldn't. Heck, some years a full-time job with the service hardly pays the bills. But 2 part-time jobs should provide more than a living wage. And we could use an attorney with your skills and experience around here. Cal frowned. Split his time between 2 careers? That would never work. Would it? A crescendo of excitement began to build inside him as the seed Doug had planted sent down a few tentative roots. Maybe. Following that course would allow him to finally take his forestry degree out of mothballs, and Walter Thompson's situation validated Doug's comment about the need for good legal counsel in the area.
You're thinking about it, aren't you?
His friend grinned at him.
Let's just say I'm not ruling it out.
Seems like a win-win to me. You'd still be using those legal skills you spent so many years honing, and you'd have the chance to share your knowledge and love of nature with those poor city folks who have to squeeze their visits to God's country into a week or 2 of vacation.
I'll admit that scenario has appeal.
Doug straightened up from the fence.
Then my work here is done. But I do have one other question.
How would your friend feel about such a radical move? He nodded toward the distant cabin as Graham came out the door and joined Amy on the porch.
That's part of what I have to think about.
I hear you.
Love complicates everything.
He squinted at Doug.
Amy and I aren't in love.
His friend's eyebrows peaked.
Since when have you turned a blind eye to the truth?
Since never. Amy and I are in the early stages of a relationship, and you only met her an hour ago. Why would you jump to such a conclusion? Because I'm not blind, and I've been in your shoes. I knew on my first date with Carolyn that she was the one for me.
For the record, Amy and I were at loggerheads in the beginning.
The other man grinned.
You aren't anymore. The way you two look at each other would be enough to spark a wildfire if we were in a drought situation.
And I don't want to hear any objections to that conclusion. The evidence is clear. Cal thought about continuing to protest. Changed his mind.
You ready to walk back?
He waved a hand toward the cabin. Doug chuckled.
Yep. And remember that if you need a sounding board on any subject, I'm available. I'll take that under advisement.
As Cal started to turn away, Doug touched his arm and grew more serious. One last piece of advice. Don't mess with the lady's heart. If you're thinking about making a radical change, tell her before this thing between the two of you gets too serious. We're on the same wavelength. I figured as much. Now let's go have a piece of that cinnamon apple cake Ruby promised us. The conversation switched to less personal topics as they strolled back, which was fine by Cal. He needed to devote most of his brain power to thinking through Doug's proposition, and how following through on it would affect his budding relationship with Amy. At the moment, the path ahead was fuzzy, but one thing was crystal clear. While he hadn't applied the L word yet to his feelings for Amy, that was coming, soon, because the notion of spending the rest of his life without her held zero appeal. But would she stick with him if she had to choose between the career she'd invested blood, sweat, and tears in and a life in the mountains far from the glitz and glamour of a high-profile network job? As Amy watched Cal and Doug stroll toward the cabin from the far end of the field, a vague sense of unease enveloped her. Odd. Cal's childhood friend had seemed nice, and nothing had been said in her presence that should have stirred up any unrest. Yet their postures as they'd conversed by the fence suggested their conversation had been more serious than a mere catch-up session. And that had triggered an alarm bell. But maybe her imagination was... I remember those two boys as youngsters. As Graham continued to rock in the chair she'd claimed on the porch a couple of minutes ago, Amy refocused on her. You couldn't find one without the other. I think they hiked every inch of the national park together. Hard to say which one loved the mountains more. They seemed to be having an intense conversation by the fence. Maybe the older woman could shed some light on the unsettling vibes wafting through the air. I expect Doug was sharing stories about his ranger job and Cal was eating them up. Did you enjoy the service this morning? Yes, Amy switched gears. Especially your solo. You have a beautiful voice. The older woman brushed aside the comment with a flip of her hand, though a faint flush crept over her cheeks. Can't claim any credit for the pipes the Lord gave me, so I return the favor by using them to honor him. I've been singing in the church choir since I was 14, more than 60 years now. She shook her head. Hard to believe so much time has passed. I mentioned to Cal this morning that you could have been a professional singer, and he told me to ask you about it. Sounds like there's an interesting story there. Oh my, that's a long time ago. Are you sure you want to hear ancient history? Absolutely. Well, I'll give you the short version. And if you get bored, just stop me. I can run off at the mouth sometimes. She smiled, eyes twinkling, then rested her head against the back of the chair as she rocked. I was about 25, I guess. We had a visitor at church one Sunday, a record producer on vacation in the mountains. I did a solo that day, and he came up to me after the service and handed me his card, said he'd like me to come to Nashville and make a test record. Of course, I had a husband and baby to think about by then. Cal's father was just 5 or 6 at the time. But I must say I was flattered. Did you go? I turned him down at first, but Warren, my husband, could tell it was eating at me. So finally he told me to call the man and go do the test. He said I should check out the opportunity, or I'd always wonder where it might have led. So I did. When she paused, Amy leaned forward. What happened? Well, I packed up my bag, went on down to Nashville, and made the record. I was there 4 or 5 days, best I can recall. It surely was an exciting time, what with seeing the studio and hobnobbing with musicians and staying in a fancy hotel. Then I came home and waited. About 2 weeks later, that producer called me, said he'd played the record for some important people, and they all thought I had potential. He offered me a recording contract. Amy stared at her. Wow, you must have been thrilled. Oh, I was. There was a lot of celebrating in this cabin that night, let me tell you. So what happened next? Nothing. I turned it down. Amy frowned as she tried to process that. But why didn't you follow through? I mean, with a voice like yours, you could have become a star. That's a very sweet thing to say. Ruby leaned over and patted her hand. But it was a funny thing. Growing up, I'd always dreamed of being a recording star. I gave that up after I got married, but I always wondered if maybe I could have made it. Getting that contract offer gave me the answer. But you didn't pursue it. Didn't need to. Because while I waited to hear back, I had a chance to think about what I really wanted out of life. I knew if I signed a contract, I'd be on the road and away from my family and my mountains for weeks and months on end. And I decided I didn't want that. Even though it could have made you rich and famous? Ruby's lips curved into a gentle smile. Honey, I was already rich in all the ways that counted. I had people to love who also loved me. I lived in one of the most beautiful places in God's creation. And I had my faith. As for fame, that's fleeting. I prefer to put my energies into things that last. Amy took a deep breath. That's an amazing story. Did you ever have any regrets? Not a one. The conviction and sincerity in her voice was absolute. I admire your choice, and I envy your contentment. It must be wonderful to be so sure about what you want from life. Aren't you? I used to think so, but I'm beginning to wonder. Nothing wrong with wondering. Ruby's tone was matter-of-fact as she continued her slow, steady rock. And you're still young. If you want to strike out in a new direction, you still have plenty of time to do it. As Cal and Doug grew closer, Amy glanced back toward the field. Ruby was right. She had time to make changes in her trajectory if she wanted to. But did she want to? And more importantly, if a new path called, did she have the courage to upend her life and follow it? His National Park Service Ranger application had been accepted for consideration. Cal exhaled as he reread the email, a tingle of excitement racing through him. First hurdle cleared. Next up, supplying proof of qualifications, tests, and interviews. But first, he needed to have a potentially life-changing conversation with Amy. Because after spending every free minute with her that they could eke out of their crazy schedules in the 6 weeks since they'd returned from the mountains, he'd realized that Doug's assessment of his emotional state had been prescient. He was, indeed, in love. And messing with the lady's heart, as his best friend had said, wasn't fair. Especially since he'd also spent the past few weeks envisioning how he'd like his future to unfold on both a personal and career level. Now that a job with the National Park Service was in the offing, it was time to share his vision with Amy and get her input. Tonight, if possible. He rose, closed the door of his office, and picked up his cell from his desk. Just as he lifted a finger to place the call, his phone began to vibrate. When her name flashed across the screen, his lips bowed. He sat, leaned back in his chair, and accepted the call.
The very person I was thinking about.
Great minds and all that.
I'm glad you called. It's good to hear your voice.
You just heard it last night.
That was 10 hours ago, and I need more than a voice at the end of the day.
She blew out a breath. I hear ya. Work is complicating everything. Either you're tied up late or I am. We've got to do something about this.
Any suggestions?
As a matter of fact, that's why I called. What would you think about another trip to the mountains? Cal squinted.
We were just there 6 weeks ago.
Can't you get away?
Probably. For a long weekend, anyway. What brought this up?
Work. I'd like to do a piece on Ruby's Craft Co-op. It has great human interest potential. Plus, it would give me a chance to call attention on the economic problems in Appalachia. Do you think she'd go along with the idea?
I expect we could convince her. When would you like to go?
TBD. Once she gives the green light, I have to sell the idea to the station. But the St. Vincent's piece went over well, so I don't think I'll have any trouble. Best guess would be a couple of weeks.
I'll give her a call and run the idea by her. Any chance we could get together for dinner tonight?
I wish, but I have a late afternoon meeting with one of the producers for an upcoming series. If past experience is any indication, I'll be here well into the evening. Can I take a rain check?
Always.
And with a potential trip to Tennessee on the horizon, it might be better to table the discussion he'd had in mind for tonight anyway. Why not wait until they were back on his turf, surrounded by the mountains she'd often mentioned with fondness since their return? Maybe there she'd be more receptive to what he had to say. He could hope, anyway. 2 weeks later, after trying without much success to squeeze more than a handful of in-person meetups into their hectic schedules, Cal propped his shoulder against the doorframe of the co-op, shoved his hands into his pockets, and watched Amy wrap up the last bit of filming for the story. Soon she'd be all his for what little remained of their weekend in the mountains, and they could finally have the long discussion he'd been waiting to initiate. Yet as he watched her work, the doubt that had been plaguing him with growing frequency ratcheted up. Because the woman who'd stolen his heart was extraordinarily talented, and her professionalism, intensity, and thoroughness were beyond impressive. Unless the network bigwigs were obtuse, she would reach all of her career goals, including a national anchor slot. Which was why it was feeling less and less fair to ask her to give up her dreams, or, at the very least, dramatically modify them so he could achieve his. He sighed, forked his fingers through his hair. If there was a way he could grasp the gold ring without disrupting her life, he'd do it in a heartbeat. But despite the countless restless nights he'd spent wrestling with that dilemma, all he had to show for his efforts was a chronic case of fatigue and smudges under his eyes. And thinking about the discussion he also planned to have with his dad about wanting to change direction hadn't helped his peace of mind either. He glanced at his father, who'd come to watch the filming and was sitting off to one side. Every time he thought about disappointing the man who'd worked so hard to provide for him and Graham after Mom died too young, twisted his gut. But Reverend Mitchell's sermon during his last trip about finding the courage to make difficult decisions had hit home, as had Doug's counsel about following his heart. Bottom line, returning to the mountains was the only way he could be true to himself. So while Amy had spent the past couple of days working, he'd looked into office space in nearby Gatlinburg where he could base a local law practice. He'd also scouted out land and identified a spot he'd like to buy and build on, with Amy's approval. If she was amenable to a plan he was feeling less and less confident she'd buy into, no matter how much she cared for him. And she did care. Of that he had no doubt. Whether her feelings were strong enough to compel her to make a huge sacrifice, however, remained to be seen. That should do it, Steve. Amy gave him a thumbs up. The camera operator stopped filming and turned off his light. Should be another excellent piece. Thanks. Are you heading back this afternoon? Yes. When are you leaving? Tomorrow. I have a few things here to attend to first. As her gaze sought him out, Cal called up a smile and strolled over while Steve moved off to stow his equipment. Am I finally going to get you to myself for a while? She made a face. Sorry, I didn't expect the filming to take quite this long today. I'm not complaining. Yet. Message received. My evening is yours. I'm taking off, Amy. Steve lifted a hand as he called across the room. Safe travels. I'll see you back at the studio. As he exited, Ruby appeared from the back room, eyes sparkling. My, that was fun. I hope you were pleased with how everything went, Amy. More than. This is going to be a great story. Are we ready to head home? Cal pulled out his keys. As soon as we find your dad. Ruby gave the room a sweep. Where could he have gotten off to? He was over there a few minutes ago. Cal motioned to the empty chair his father had occupied. I'll round him up and meet you ladies outside. As the two women moved toward the front door, he went in search of his dad. A quick circuit of the shop yielded nothing, nor did a knock on the restroom door. Could he have stepped out back for some fresh air? Cal switched direction and headed toward the rear of the shop. When he turned the corner of a shelving unit, the cracked door with sunlight streaming through came into view. Bingo. Picking up his pace, he glanced at his watch. Every minute they were detained at the shop cut into his one-on-one time with Amy. So he'd hustle Dad to the front, get everyone home, then spend the rest of his day with the woman he loved. Mouth curving up, he pushed through the door, jolted to a stop as his lips flatlined, and all of his plans for the rest of the day went up in smoke. What on earth are those two doing in there? From beside Cal's car, Ruby peered back at the front door of the co-op. Good question. It shouldn't have taken 5 minutes for Cal to round up his father. Amy shrugged. Beats me. I'll see what's going on. She retraced her steps to the front door without waiting for a response, talking over her shoulder as she walked. I'll be back in a sec. She pushed through the front door, scanned the empty space. Cal? No response. Huh. Where could the two men be? She wandered through the empty aisles of the shop, halting when she caught sight of a half-open door at the rear. Aha! They must have gone outside for some reason. Switching direction, she hung a right and strode down the aisle that led to the back door. When she reached it and peeked out, her lungs locked. John was sitting on the ground, his back propped against the wall, clutching his left arm. Deep crevices lined his face. He was sweating profusely, and his pallor was beyond alarming. There was little color in Cal's complexion either as he knelt beside his father, holding his other hand. Cal? She managed to push out the word. He looked up at her.
I think Dad's having a heart attack. I already called 911.
His voice was hoarse, and the fear in his eyes turned her blood to ice. What can I do?
Tell Graham what's going on and stay with her until the paramedics get here.
Of course. Heart pounding, Amy jogged back through the shop. When she opened the front door, she almost ran into Ruby. Goodness, that was close. I almost... Color seeped from the older woman's cheeks as their gazes met. What's wrong? Amy gave her the bad news. Dear Lord, Ruby pressed a hand to her chest. I need to go back there. Before Amy could respond, she sidestepped her and dashed toward the rear of the shop. After exiting through the back door, she dropped down beside John across from Cal. While mother and son kept a tense vigil, Amy stayed in the background. There was nothing she could do except wait for the emergency personnel to arrive. And pray. So she closed her eyes and sent a silent plea heavenward that today wouldn't end in heartbreak. It seemed hours before the distant sound of sirens signaled the approach of help, though her watch said only 15 minutes had elapsed. But every second counted with a heart attack. She returned to the front of the shop to lead the paramedics back, then stepped aside as they went into action. When they whisked John off in an ambulance a few minutes later, Cal accompanied them. Not the usual protocol from what she'd learned about such things, but Cal knew one of the paramedics, and the man must have bent the rules. Graham, can you direct me to the hospital, or should I plug the destination into my phone? Amy slid behind the wheel of Cal's car. I know the way. The older woman looked and sounded shell-shocked, and while she gave directions as needed, she otherwise remained silent during the drive. Perhaps she, too, was praying. Cal was in the hospital waiting room when they arrived, and he answered their question before they could ask it.
No word yet. The nurse said they'd let us know something as soon as they can.
He gave Ruby a worried sweep, then put his arm around her shoulders and guided her to a chair.
Sit down, Graham. I'll get you a cup of tea. Don't bother with me. I'm fine.
But she wasn't. Deep lines etched her face, and she suddenly seemed old and frail instead of strong and vibrant. I'll find her some tea. Amy touched Cal's arm. Do you want coffee?
That would be great.
As she started to turn away, he grabbed her hand. When she looked back, his gaze locked onto her.
I'm glad you're here.
Not just in the hospital, but in his life. He didn't have to say the words for her to read what was in his heart. Her throat clogged. Me too. By the time she returned from her errand, Cal was sitting beside Ruby, holding her hand. She raised her eyebrows and nodded toward the door to the ER treatment rooms, but he shook his head. After handing them both their drinks, she took the seat on his left and joined the vigil as the silent minutes ticked by. An hour later, a man in a white coat, a folder in hand, finally appeared in the waiting room doorway.
Are you the family of Mr. Richards?
Yes. Cal rose.
I'm his son.
The man walked over and shook his hand.
Dr. Douglas, let me give you the good news first. Your father should make an excellent recovery.
Thank God. The whispered words from Ruby were more prayer than comment.
Why don't we sit for a moment and I'll fill you in?
The doctor pulled a chair into their little group, opened the folder, and walked them through several images of John's heart as he explained the extent of the damage and the positive prognosis for recovery.
Your father's overall physical condition is sound, and the heart damage is minimal. With therapy and common sense, he should do well. As the doctor concluded, he slipped the printouts back inside the folder. We'll monitor him for a few days, but I don't expect any complications as long as he follows through with the cardiac rehab we'll suggest. Can we see him? Ruby leaned forward, fingers clutched around the arms of her chair. We're moving him to the ICU now. That's standard procedure for at least 24 hours after a heart attack. I'll have an aide notify you as soon as he's settled. Any questions? Cal had several, and as he and the doctor talked, Amy's phone pinged with an incoming text. She removed it discreetly to put it on silent mode, scanning the screen as she did so. The text was from Jared, and the message was clipped. Call me ASAP. Thank you, Doctor. Beside her, Cal stood as the physician prepared to exit. Amy tightened her grip on the phone. Of all times for something urgent to come up at work. I guess that's as positive an outcome as we could have hoped for. Cal sat back down between her and Ruby, glanced at the phone in her hand. I heard the ping. If you need to take care of business, go ahead. It was Jared from work, and it did sound urgent. I'll just make a quick call and be right back. Take your time. I have a feeling we could be here a while. With a nod, she rose and made her way out of the ER, taking a deep breath of the fresh air as the doors whooshed shut behind her. After stationing herself near the wall of the building, out of the flow of traffic, she tapped in Jared's number. The news editor didn't bother with a greeting. Where are you? I'm still in the Smokies. How fast can you get back? She frowned. Why? Remember those rumors that were going around a few months ago about a certain influential and powerful alderman with national political aspirations who was rumored to have mob connections? We've got a hot tip that a major scandal is about to break, possibly as early as first thing in the morning. Sounds like it could result in criminal charges. We want you to cover the story. Her pulse picked up. Being tapped for such a plum assignment was not only gratifying, it could also move her up another rung or two on the career ladder. But the timing stunk. She needed to be here with Cal. For Cal. Stomach clenching, she tightened her grip on the phone. There's a complication here, Jared. What kind of complication? She could hear the scowl in his annoyed tone. A friend's father just had a heart attack. I'm at the hospital with him now, in fact. I need to stay a couple more days. Silence. Not surprising. She'd always dropped everything when the station said jump. Let me be blunt, Amy. If you want to build a career here, you need to get your priorities straight. The very thing she was trying to do. And Jared wasn't making it any easier. Look, could someone else do the initial coverage? I can pick up the story in a couple of days. More silence. You know what? Think about it for an hour and get back to me. I want the same person on this story from day one. I'll assign Monica to cover it if you're not available. The line went dead. Slowly, Amy lowered the phone from her ear, gritted her teeth. Monica, her biggest rival at the station, as Jared well knew. That was a low blow. But upsetting as her exchange with Jared had been, his comments weren't unexpected. He'd simply confirmed what she'd known all along. If she wanted to get ahead in this business, the job had to come first. However, in light of what had transpired over the past several hours, the mandate she'd always accepted as the cost of doing business suddenly had a hollow ring. Shouldn't the people you cared about come first? Was a job that required you to walk away when those people needed you worth having? Could it be time to rethink her definition of success? Lots of questions, too few answers. And until she found those answers, she'd be crazy to destroy all the groundwork she'd spent years laying. Translation? She was going back to Atlanta on the first flight she could catch, even if her heart would remain in the Smokies. Chapter 12. Cal set the brake on his car in the hospital parking lot, pulled out his cell, and checked his messages. Nothing new from Amy. He wiped a hand down his face, leaned his head back, closed his eyes. Man, he could have used her here the past couple of days for moral support as he'd navigated the unfamiliar ICU world.
But he understood the demands of work. And when she told him about the story she'd been assigned to cover, and the ultimatum her boss had given her, of course he'd assured her that he understood why she had to return to Atlanta. Even though he'd hoped she'd tell her boss to take a hike and stay by his side instead. Putting everything she'd worked for on the line would have been a huge leap, though, and it wasn't one he could ask her to make when he'd never had a chance to discuss his own shifting career plans with her. He opened his door, slid from behind the wheel, and walked toward the entrance. The timing on his other piece of unfinished business, breaking the news about his career shift to his father, was also in limbo. Bringing it up now, while Dad was recovering from a heart attack, could be dangerous. Who knew when the time would be right for that? What a mess on all fronts. But at least Dad was in a regular room now, and he'd be okay. In the end, that was all that mattered. Once inside the hospital, he rode the elevator to his father's floor, pausing at the door when he reached the room. Dad's face was averted as he looked out the window, and Cal took a moment to assess him. The lines of pain in his face had eased, and his color was much better. But it was odd to see him flat on his back. Dad may always have moved at a slower, more methodical pace than Graham, but he'd always kept busy, usually doing things for other people. Only in recent years had he taken time for himself, to read or go for walks or attend an occasional movie or sporting event. And he deserved every minute of leisure he could get. As if sensing his presence, his father turned, smiled. "Hello, son. How long have you been standing there?" "I just arrived." "Well, come on in and have a seat. You look tired."
"It's been a tough few days."
He settled into the chair beside the bed.
"I'm sure sorry I put you and your grandmother through all this." "It's not your fault, Dad." "Maybe not, but I feel guilty. About more than the inconvenience this heart attack caused, in fact." At the odd tone in his father's voice, Cal cocked his head, scrutinized him. "What do you have to feel guilty about?"
Brow pleading, he took a deep breath, picked at the white blanket that covered his lean frame. "I've been doing a fair amount of thinking while I've been lying here with nothing else to occupy me. About things I should have faced long ago. This heart attack was a wake-up call. It reminded me I had unfinished business."
"What kind of business?"
"It has to do with you." Cal stared at him.
"There's nothing unfinished between us that I know of."
"At least not on Dad's end."
"Yes, there is,"
his father sighed.
"I'm a selfish man, son."
"What? That was crazy." Maybe the meds Dad was taking were affecting his thinking. Cal leaned forward, touched his father's hand.
"You're not selfish, Dad. In fact, you're one of the most unselfish people I've ever met. All those years you sacrificed for me, encouraged me, put my future first. How is that selfish?"
His father looked at him, his eyes clear but troubled.
"Because I pushed you away from the mountains you love."
Cal's breath hitched. Maybe Dad's mind wasn't muddled. Maybe a brush with death had given him insights into the very topic that had been on the discussion agenda for last weekend. Was that possible? Better feel him out rather than make assumptions.
"What do you mean? I'm here now, and I visit as often as I can. That's not like living here." "No."
His dad bunched the blanket in his fist.
"Here's the thing, Cal. I always knew you loved the mountains. Loved them in a way I never did. You're like your grandmother in that regard. You were born with the mountain mist in your veins. All these years I've seen how your eyes light up when you come back, and I've watched them dim every time you leave. But I ignored it. I wanted you to have a better life than I had, and in my mind that meant a white-collar job in the city. And you've done me proud on that score. So proud that I didn't want to give up bragging rights. That was selfish."
Pressure built in Cal's throat.
"Wanting what's best for someone you love isn't selfish, Dad." "No, but what I think is best may not be what you think is best. And it's your life, Cal. You should follow your heart and do what's right for you without worrying about disappointing me. I don't want you to look back at the end of your days and discover you've lived someone else's dream. Because more than anything else, I want you to be happy."
The room went silent as Cal blinked to clear his vision, struggled to find his voice.
"I stand by what I said earlier, Dad. You're one of the most unselfish men I've ever met."
There was a sheen in his father's eyes as he squeezed his fingers.
"I'm glad you still feel that way. But I should have done this years ago."
Maybe. But if he had, Amy would never have crossed his path, and the people who gotten justice because of him might not have fared as well in the legal system.
"Things happen when they're supposed to happen, Dad. I've had a good career in Atlanta, and I've learned a lot. My time there hasn't been wasted." "But you'd like to come home, wouldn't you?" "Yes."
Now that Dad was on the same page, there was no reason to defer this discussion.
"I was planning to talk to you about it last weekend, in fact. And my timing today was perfect. So, what will you do instead of lawyering?" "I'm not planning to give that up entirely. I have some ideas."
And for the next few minutes, he filled his dad in on the details of the life he hoped to lead going forward. When he finished, his father shook his head.
"My, you've been busy. You've thought all of this out. Most of it. May I ask where Amy fits into your plans? I'm kind of oblivious when it comes to romance, but your grandmother thinks the two of you are an item." "We are, and I hope she'll be part of the life I envision. I plan to talk to her about it this last weekend."
His father grimaced.
"Another fly in the ointment, thanks to me. A short delay is no big deal. I intend to pull her into the loop when I go back to Atlanta."
Dad pursed his lips.
"She seems like she has an important job that she enjoys. You think she'll give that up?"
The same question he'd been asking himself over and over since he'd applied to the National Park Service.
"I hope we can work something out." "What if she doesn't want to leave Atlanta? What will you do?"
Another question he'd been grappling with.
"I have no idea." "Well, no sense worrying about it until you two talk. Maybe she's ready to ditch the big city too." "Maybe."
But much as he hoped that was true, there was a very real possibility she'd choose the career she'd spent years building over the new man who wanted to disrupt her world. And if she did, where did that leave him? Cal was here. As the doorbell rang at 7 o'clock on the dot, Amy smiled. Punctuality was just one of the handsome prosecuting attorney's many admirable qualities. She glanced in the mirror and adjusted a stray strand of hair, smoothed down her pencil skirt, took a calming breath. Only 5 days may have elapsed since they'd parted in the mountains, but it felt like a lifetime. Grinning, she shook her head as she started toward the door. Boy, did she have it bad. In a good way. Lips bowing, she pulled the door open. Before she could greet him, Cal tugged her close and made it clear how much he'd missed her, letting actions speak louder than words. When he at last eased back, she smiled up at him. I like that kind of greeting much better than a mere hello.
"I'll keep that in mind."
She stepped back and waved a hand toward the living room. Come in. How's your dad?
"Improving every day, but it'll take time."
He entered, pausing in the foyer. She closed the door and turned, examining the half-moon shadows beneath his lashes and the brackets beside his mouth. You look exhausted. He shrugged.
"I've been more tired, like when I was cramming for the bar exam and relied on caffeine for weeks on end to keep me going. But I was younger then."
His lips tipped up. Amy twined her fingers with his. Why don't we have a glass of wine and chill for a few minutes before we go to dinner? Or we could order a pizza if you'd rather relax here.
"Dinner out will be fine, but I won't turn down a glass of wine first."
Have a seat and I'll be right back. While he headed for the living room, she detoured to the kitchen. When she joined him a couple of minutes later, 2 glasses in hand, he was seated on the couch. She handed him one and sat beside him. Cheers. He clinked his glass with hers and took a sip.
"The perfect end to a long day. Or almost perfect."
What could make it better? He hesitated, then set his glass on the table and pulled out his phone, scrolled through his photos and tapped on one, shifting the cell to give her a better view.
Having a glass of wine with you at the end of a long day, here."
Leaning closer, Amy examined the shot of a wildflower-filled meadow rimmed by evergreen and deciduous trees and backed by misty blue-hued mountains. What a gorgeous spot! A picnic there would be lovely.
Or a house with rocking chairs and a table for two on the porch.
At his quiet, suddenly very serious tone, she looked over at him. Something was up, and it was sending an unsettling vibe through her. "Are you thinking of building a weekend place?"
"No."
He set his phone on the coffee table.
"I'd like it to be more permanent. I found this spot while you were filming the feature on the co-op. It's for sale."
Her pulse stuttered, and she carefully set her wine glass next to his. Braced. "Are you planning to move?"
"I'd like to move, but I haven't committed to anything yet. I wanted to talk to you first. Tell you what I've been thinking and get your input."
Okay. That was all she could manage, given the chaotic whirl in her mind. Better to let him talk while she tried to come to grips with what sounded like a cataclysmic glitch in their romance. She did her best to listen as he spoke about his love for the mountains, his application to the National Park Service, the office he'd found in Gatlinburg to house a part-time law practice, the cabin he wanted to build, and the long conversation he'd had with his father at the hospital. But it was a lot to take in. Too much. By the time he wrapped up, her head was spinning.
"I realize I've thrown a lot at you."
He reached for her hand, cocooned her cold fingers as his gaze locked on hers.
"And I realize this would require a major shift in trajectory for both of us. I wouldn't ask you to even consider it unless I was certain the two of us were meant to be together. So certain that I bought this."
He reached into his jacket and withdrew a small ring-size box. Her heart stopped, raced on as he set the box on the coffee table. When he continued, his voice wasn't quite steady.
"If someone had told me the day we met that I'd end up falling in love with you, I'd have thought they were crazy. Yet here I am, head over heels. I want to spend the rest of my life waking up next to you, building a future together that counts for more than dollars or prestige or power. One that will leave a lasting legacy of love for our children and grandchildren. And I'd like to do that in the mountains I love."
He took a shaky breath.
"If you come with me, I promise to love you and cherish you every single day for as long as I live."
Amy's heart melted, even as her brain threatened to implode. Cal loved her. He wanted to marry her. But he also wanted her to give up the career she'd worked so hard to build and follow him to the mountains. Blindsided didn't come close to describing her tumultuous emotions. Yes, she loved Cal. Yes, she'd begun to realign her priorities, to set limits on the sacrifices she was willing to make to advance her career. Yes, she could be content to share a simple life with this very special man who made her rich in ways that couldn't be measured in dollars and cents. And yes, she was more than willing to change her lifestyle when the time came for a walk down the aisle. But Cal wasn't asking her to change her lifestyle. He was asking her to change her life. Dramatically. Not put her career in second place and live a simpler life in the city, but give up her career entirely and move to the mountains. She took a steadying breath and looked at the man seated beside her. A man who had the opportunity for power and wealth, but who found no inherent value in those things. A man who gave generously and without recognition to others. A man of both strength and gentleness, who had an infinite capacity to love. A man who wanted to spend the rest of his life with her, but who wanted her to give up her dreams. Her vision misted and she swallowed, sniffed. "Hey," Cal touched her cheek, deep furrows etched in his brow.
"I know this is a lot to take in. And you don't have to give me an answer today. That's why I didn't open the ring box. I just brought it to let you know my intentions are serious. I would never ask you to change your life without offering a different one in its place. Will you at least think about it?
She swiped her fingers under her lashes.
I don't have to think about whether I love you, because I do, with all my heart. And I knew I'd have to adjust my career somewhat to accommodate a husband and family if we ended up getting married. But I never expected to give it up entirely.
I'm not asking you to do that. Cal, be realistic. I couldn't achieve my career goals living in the middle of nowhere. My contacts are all here. And in this business, it's out of sight, out of mind. Her mind began clicking at warp speed, searching for options as the numbness receded. What if we stayed here but built a weekend place in the mountains? On the property you showed me. I know you wouldn't be able to be a ranger, but we could visit for short getaways. Twin furrows creased his forehead.
Visiting the mountains isn't like living there. And with the demands of our current jobs, I doubt we'd get up there very often.
He sighed, massaged the bridge of his nose.
The longer I've been in the city, the more I've realized that the only place I'm really happy is in the mountains. I feel like I die a little every day in this concrete jungle. The noise, the traffic, the crowds, the lack of greenery, all of those suck the life out of my soul.
Wow. Even though she'd seen the peace that came over him while they were in the mountains, the depth of his dislike for city life was news, and it sent a shockwave through her. Why didn't you tell me all this sooner?
Because I wasn't sure myself where any of it would lead. I've been struggling for years to put down roots in the city, but I've never felt at home here. I delayed this decision longer than I should have because I didn't want to disappoint Dad. And then, when I finally got to the point of deciding that I had to follow my heart, you came along.
He scrubbed a hand down his face.
I guess I should have said something earlier, but I wanted to wait until I was certain about our feelings for each other before I opened this whole can of worms.
Can of worms about summed it up. She picked up the ring box from the coffee table, cradled it in her palm. I never envisioned a proposal scenario quite like this.
Me neither. Then again, our romance hasn't exactly followed a conventional path.
He took her hand again.
I'm not dismissing the weekend getaway idea. But what happens if a network job comes along that takes you to New York?
He'd put into words the dilemma she'd been wrestling with of late. If her bigger career ambitions ever came to pass, Atlanta might not be where she ended up. And Cal had a clear career path here. So his question was valid. If Cal gave up a full-time life in the mountains for her, wasn't it only fair that he'd expect her in turn to give up a move that would disrupt his career? Yet how could she ask him to stay in a city he'd called soul-sucking? Ugh, what a mess. There aren't any easy answers here. She rubbed her temple.
Maybe we could both compromise. I keep my job and settle for a weekend place in the mountains, and you stay in the Atlanta market.
We'd both be giving up what we really want.
It's called compromise, and on my end, that concession would be worth it. Because what I want more than anything is you.
Pressure built behind her eyes. I want you, too. But even if I was willing to stay in Atlanta and you agreed to keep your job here, I'd feel guilty knowing that your heart is in the mountains.
Correction. My heart is with you.
Oh, Cal. She reached over, grazed the early evening stubble on his jaw that had become so familiar to her fingertips. My heart is yours, too. But I don't see a good solution to this. Oh, I wish my career was portable. You may be able to be a part-time lawyer in the mountains, but I can't be a part-time journalist. At least not doing the kind of stories I want to do. Maybe I could get hired to read the news on a local station, but I have more to offer than that. And you've given up your dream of living in the mountains for too long. She caught her lower lip between her teeth. What about a long-distance relationship? You live in the mountains. I come up on the weekends. He didn't try to hide his skepticism.
Do you really think that could work?
It's not ideal, but I'd be willing to give it a try.
You work a lot of weekends, Amy. As a park ranger, I would too.
That was true, meaning they were at an impasse. Summoning up every ounce of her courage, Amy prepared to speak the hardest words she'd ever said. But there was no way she could deny him his dream of living in the mountains. Not after he'd just bared his heart about how much he hated city life. I think you need to move back to the mountains, and we need to put things between us on hold. His forehead puckered.
You mean stop seeing each other?
For a while.
This sounds like a breakup speech.
No. I'm just suggesting we hit the pause button. That will give you a chance to buy that land and start building your cabin, and I'll have space to think about how I can fit into the life you want. Though without completely reconfiguring her career goals, that seemed an impossible task. He let out a slow breath, picked up his wine glass, took a long swallow.
You still want to go out to dinner?
To tell you the truth, I'm not hungry anymore.
Me neither. So what's the plan going forward?
Why don't we stick to periodic texts? Just enough to stay in touch while we give ourselves some breathing space. He finished off his wine, set the glass back on the coffee table, pulled out his phone and put his thumbs to work. A moment later, her cell pinged in the kitchen. What did you send me?
You'll see when you check later.
Show me out. He rose and held out his hand. She took it and stood. They made the short walk in silence, and at the door, he turned to her.
I'm not saying goodbye.
Me neither.
And I'm not leaving without a kiss. Unless that's off limits already.
It should be, because once he took her in his arms, once his lips touched hers, her resolve might waver. Yet she couldn't muster the self-discipline to refuse. Not yet. He didn't need a second invitation. A moment later, he pulled her into his arms and swept her away in a fervent kiss filled with hunger, longing, passion, and a hint of desperation. It was the kind of kiss you gave the person you loved when they were about to set off on a long journey. Which was fitting. And she returned it in full measure. When he at last eased back, his breathing was as ragged as hers. She gritted her teeth. If he said one word, she was going to cave. But he didn't. Instead, he lifted his hand, brushed her hair back, scrutinized her face as if he was memorizing every feature. Then he opened the door, walked through, and shut it behind him, leaving her alone and already lonely. For a long moment, she remained where she was, waiting for her shaky legs to stabilize. Then she walked to the kitchen, picked up her phone, and checked Cal's text. It was the photo he'd shown her earlier of the land where he wanted to build his cabin, followed by a short message.
If we can figure out how to make this work, I'll be happy to share my little piece of heaven with you. For always.
She closed her eyes, choked back a sob. Maybe they'd come up with a solution to their dilemma. But as far as she could see, the prospects looked bleak. Chapter 13. 4 months. 4 long, lonely months with only occasional texts to sustain him, and no resolution in sight. Maybe they weren't meant to be together after all. Cal sat on the steps of his under-construction cabin, leaned a shoulder against the porch post, and scanned the mountains, ablaze now with fall color. So much in his life had gone right since his parting from Amy the night he'd proposed. He'd bought this land and hired a contractor to build the cabin. Despite his demanding job in Atlanta, he'd managed to shoehorn in frequent weekend trips to check on the construction and spend time with Dad and Graham. The potential law office space he'd found in Gatlinburg was still available. Although waiting for Amy to figure out how, or if, she fit into his life hadn't been easy, he'd bitten the bullet and stuck with the program. But now he had a deadline. The ranger job had come through, and he had only a handful of days to make his decision before the offer expired. No pressure there. His cell began to ring, and he pulled it out of the pocket of his jeans, hitched up one side of his mouth when Doug's name appeared on the screen. He pressed accept and put the phone to his ear.
You were on my list to call today. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Good. I have news. You're either getting married or the ranger job came through. No on the marriage, but you nailed it with your second guess. Congratulations! It took a lot longer than I expected for you to get a response. They must be backlogged. But with your credentials, I didn't think the higher-ups would pass you by. I imagine your input didn't hurt my case either. Hey, I just told the truth. So where does this leave you with Amy?
Not an unexpected question. Since he'd taken Doug up on his offer to be a sounding board, he'd often mentioned the woman he loved during their conversations over the past few months.
In a tough spot.
She still can't decide between you and her job?
It's not that simple.
Isn't it?
She's invested a lot in her career, Doug. Blood, sweat, tears, and years.
Be that as it may, jobs come and go. People you love don't. A beat ticked by. Tell me to butt out if you want to, and I won't take offense, but I've listened to you vent about this for 4 months, and I think you've been more than patient. If it's taken her this long to decide, she may not be the one for you. That thought had begun to creep into his mind, too. Not that he was ready to admit his own doubts, even to Doug.
It's a big decision, and I'm trying to cut her some slack. I know what it's like to give up a dream. I got a second chance at mine. Not everyone does. If she moves here, her career could be toast. Or just different. She has to make that call. So do you, on the Park Service job. I know.
Meaning he'd have to force the issue with Amy. Because he didn't intend to turn the ranger position down if she was still targeting a network job that could take her far from both Atlanta and the Smokies. That was a deal breaker. Much as he loved her, long-distance relationships came with too many challenges.
I'm sending positive thoughts your way.
Thanks. On a different subject, I was out your direction last week and drove by the cabin. It's coming along well. You picked a beautiful spot.
Yeah, I did.
Cal stood, gave the scene another sweep.
It's where I want to grow old.
You have a whole lot of living to do before you get to that stage. When you coming up again?
I'm here now. I got an early start on my Saturday. Graham's birthday is Tuesday, so I decided to take a few days of vacation.
Good for you. Tell her I said happy birthday and stay in touch.
Will do.
As they rang off, Cal took a deep breath of the mountain air. Doug was right. He did have a lot of living to do. Preferably right here with the woman he loved. But the ball was in her court, and the clock was running out.
The ranger job came through. I have 5 days to respond.
As Amy skimmed the text from Cal, her stomach bottomed out. There was no ultimatum in his message, but she could read between the lines. He needed her to make the decision she'd been dancing around for 4 months while he put his own career decisions on hold and patiently gave her the space she'd asked for. Yet she was no closer to a decision now than she'd been the day he'd proposed. Not because she had any doubts about her feelings for him, but letting go of the dream she'd worked so hard to achieve was hard. Even if that dream wasn't quite as rosy as it had once been. Truth be told, the dog-eat-dog world of broadcast news hadn't grown more appealing over time. In fact, as more and more assignments like the Johnson and Alderman stories came her way, the nastiness had only increased. The in-your-face style often required when dealing with those kinds of people continued to knot her stomach. And there was no end in sight. Her feature pieces were few and far between. Taking a deep breath, she scrolled back in the text chain to the photo of the mountain meadow where Cal was building the weekend cabin he'd prefer to occupy full-time. A cabin she could share with him if she had the creativity to think in a new way, the guts to change course midstream, and the courage to let go of the job that played far too large a role in defining her life and sense of self-worth. Fighting back a sudden wave of self-pity, she scrolled through her recent calls. She needed a Kate fix. Bad. Her sister was always the voice of reason, and she had excellent insights. A quick chat with her would help restore her equilibrium. Kate answered on the first ring, sounding breathless. Hi, Amy. I was planning to call you before you left for your awards dinner, but I got sidetracked. A case of false labor. Are you sure it's false? Yes. We timed the contractions, and they never got longer or came more often. In fact, they're subsiding now, But it's been a day, let me tell you. I can only imagine. I wish I could be there, but we'll be rooting for you from afar. Thanks. Amy began to pace. Maybe now wasn't the best time to bring up the situation with Cal, after the tough day Kate had. You have something on your mind, I can tell. At her sister's comment, Amy paused by the window. How do you do that? It's like you have ESP. No, I just know you well. We shared a room for 18 years, remember? And those twin beds witnessed a ton of gabfests. Amy's lips curved up. Those were happy days. Yes, they were. There's nothing like having a warm, loving home. And where are you on that score with Cal? Down to the wire. She told Kate about his latest text. But I'm still up in the air. About your feelings for him? No. If we both had careers that would keep us in the same place, my decision would be a no-brainer. Love usually comes with complications and compromises. But if I moved to the mountains, all the compromises would be on my end. He'd be giving up a pretty high-powered career himself, but he'd leave without a single regret, and he'd still be practicing law. Couldn't you find a way to use your skills in a different way, too? Like, start your own podcast, or do freelance feature pieces, or hook up with the local news station? Yes, but the odds of getting noticed or having my work reach a broad audience with those forums are minuscule. Does that matter? Your work doesn't have to have national play for it to make a big impact. Every life it touches makes a difference in someone's world. Amy sighed. Kate wasn't telling her anything she hadn't already considered. I guess I've just held on to my dream of the big time for so long that the thought of wasting all the time and effort I've invested in that goal is off-putting. Except it's not really wasted. You've learned a lot and honed your skills. And there may be other places to do features like the Appalachia piece that's up for an award tonight. That was a regional story, and look at the tremendous feedback it generated from viewers and all the lives it impacted. That was true, and those were the kinds of pieces she loved to work on. Unfortunately, too few of them came her way. Even worse, several recent less-than-plum assignments had been a stark reminder that the daily news game was a fickle business. Maybe a win tonight would give her career a boost. Maybe it wouldn't. But one thing for sure. The relentless demands would never let up. And the life she led here was far removed from the peace and serenity of Cal's beloved mountains. Hey, you still there? As Kate spoke again, Amy refocused. Yes, just thinking about what you said. She glanced at her watch. I need to run or I'll be late for the dinner. Okay. Let me know what happens, with the award and with Cal. I will. After she ended the call, Amy picked up her evening purse and headed for the door. Strange. Once upon a time, she'd have been on top of the world over a career milestone nomination for a prestigious award. Going to an awards dinner would have been a highlight of her year. But she couldn't manage to dredge up much enthusiasm. Not during her drive to the venue, not during the dinner, not even when one of the senior members of management from the station stopped by her table to praise her work. Only when the presenter reached her category during the post-dinner program did her nerves kick in and her pulse pick up. As he opened the envelope, a hush fell over the room. And the winner is Amy Winters for Appalachia, A World Apart. Oh my word! She'd actually won the coveted award, even if he'd inadvertently added an S to her name. While the ballroom erupted in applause and her coworkers at the table cheered, Amy made her way to the stage. As she took the statuette and stepped to the microphone, she looked out over the sea of mostly unfamiliar faces. Of course, the ones she most wanted to see weren't there. Kate and Jack and Mom were all far away, and Cal was no doubt in his beloved mountains, where he spent every weekend. That's why she hadn't even told him about tonight, in case he'd felt obligated to attend. There was no one here who cared how much this honor meant to her, leaving her moment of triumph a bit empty. Quashing her depressing thoughts, she forced herself to concentrate on the short speech she'd prepared in case she won. But halfway through, the presenter began fidgeting with the envelope in his hand, clearly eager to move on to the next award. The audience members seemed bored after one too many speeches. At least the bigwigs from her station were smiling at her from their table in front, but they were probably calculating how much additional revenue the award might generate for the station. In the news business, it was all about money. Except for people like Tony Jackson in Knoxville. As the man's name popped into her mind, she stumbled for a moment in her speech. From what she discerned the day they met, he was in the media business for the message, not the money, and was committed to telling stories that made a difference in people's lives. The kind of stories she liked to focus on. As she quickly wrapped up her comments and returned to her table, a tingle of excitement rippled through her, one that had nothing to do with tonight's award. Had the answer to her dilemma been there all along, hiding behind a quick comment made on the lawn after church that Sunday in the mountains months ago? Had Cal's friend been serious in his interest that day? Could there be a new path waiting for her in the very place Cal loved? As she retook her seat, the statuette that marked a pinnacle in her career clutched in her hand, a plan began to form in her mind. And if all the answers came back the way she hoped they would, she'd have an answer of her own very soon for the man she loved. He didn't want to go back to Atlanta, especially since Amy's text late last evening hadn't left him feeling warm and fuzzy. Cal set his insulated mug of coffee on the porch railing of the cabin and pulled out his phone, reread their brief exchange. "Do you have a few minutes tomorrow afternoon?"
I'm at the cabin, heading out tomorrow about 4. Won't be home until late.
Okay, I'll be in touch before you leave. This had to be about the message he'd sent on Saturday, because tomorrow was D-Day. If she hadn't contacted him by noon today, he'd have had to call and press for an answer. He picked up the mug again as he slid his phone back in his pocket, rested a hip against the porch post, and surveyed the quiet landscape. A few wisps of morning mist lingered over the field in front of the cabin, giving the landscape an ethereal beauty. The leaves were a blaze of color on the hillsides, scarlets and oranges and yellows intermingled on a green background, creating a colorful tapestry. Only the trilling song of a wood thrush broke the stillness. But the scene that usually worked its calming magic on him fell short today. Because if Amy's answer was no, if she couldn't alter her career plans enough to fit him into her life despite his willingness to give up the ranger job, stay in Atlanta, and only commute to a weekend place in the Smokies, Doug might be right. Maybe she wasn't the woman for him. Or maybe he was being selfish. If he loved her enough, shouldn't he be willing to recognize how important her dream was to her and give up his? Except he'd done that for too many years already. So what was he supposed to do about the coveted ranger job dangling before him if she wasn't willing to meet him halfway? Because the thought of never seeing her again hollowed out his stomach. Shoulders drooping, he sat on the porch steps. So many decisions to make, including smaller ones, like the inside layout of the cabin. He deferred as long as he could, wanting Amy to have input if she was going to occupy it with him. But the carpenters and plumbers and electricians were ready to go. He raised his gaze to the heavens.
Lord, why can't life be easier?
He thought to himself. But there was no writing in the sky to direct him. He sighed, took another sip of his cooling coffee as the last wisps of fog suspended over the meadow began to melt away. It was time to go. Graham would have lunch waiting. He started to rise. Froze when an unfamiliar car rounded a bend on the gravel road that led to the cabin. Who would come to this out-of-the-way spot? None of the construction folks were supposed to be here today. The car approached slowly as he stood, the slant of the sun on the windshield masking the driver. 50 feet away, the car stopped and the engine went silent. After several beats, the driver's side door opened. Amy stepped out. His heart lurched. What on earth? He fumbled for the porch post, held on tight as she walked toward him, an envelope clutched in her hand. 10 feet away, she stopped, offered him an uncertain smile.
Hi? What are you? How did you find me?
I went by your dad's cabin first. Ruby told me you were here and gave me directions. That answered the how, not the why.
Why are you here?
I had business in Knoxville, and I owe you an answer. She played with the envelope, nervousness radiating from her. Your photo didn't do this spot justice, and the cabin is beautiful. May I join you? She waved a hand toward the steps.
You're not exactly dressed for sitting on rough wood.
He gave her black slacks, silk blouse, and tailored jacket a sweep. Business attire, no question about it. I didn't have time to change after my meeting in Knoxville, but these clothes are more durable than they look. Nevertheless, she remained where she was, as if unsure of her welcome.
There's plenty of room for two.
He moved aside, waiting until she crossed to him and sat before he lowered himself beside her. Man, she looked beautiful in the dappled light, her green eyes a perfect match for the spruce boughs, the auburn strands of her brown hair glinting in the peekaboo rays of the sun. I have a lot to say to you, he breezed.
Okay.
Let's start with this. It may make the rest easier. She held out the envelope, which bore his name, written in her flowing hand.
What is it?
A job application, if the position is still open. His lungs faltered as a surge of hope shot through him. Slowly, he reached for the envelope, pulled out the sheet of paper inside, fingers trembling. Scanned the typed letter, which was addressed formally and followed the format of a standard job application query. Except the position listed was wife, and the qualifications were itemized in a top 10 list. He read them one by one.
10. Good sense of humor. 9. Excellent conversationalist. 8. Willing to learn how to bake Ruby's fabulous biscuits and apple pie if she'll share her recipes. 7. Loves children. 6. Likes the way you kiss. 5. Considers you her hero. 4. Is tired of city life. 3. Looks forward to living in the mountains. 2. Loves you with all her heart. 1. Never does anything halfway. When he reached the end of the list, he swiped the back of his hand over his lashes. This was what he'd prayed for, but not at the expense of her dreams. Because if she was doing this under duress, that could lead to resentment and an unhappy marriage down the road. He swallowed, said the words that had to be said. What about your career?
I'm resigning from the station in Atlanta. A shock wave rolled through him.
What about the network feature spot you always wanted?
My goals have changed.
Why?
She smiled. Because of you. Not what he wanted to hear. That was a recipe for heartache. He mashed his lips together, stood, paced down the length of the porch. A marriage built on shattered dreams wouldn't survive. Compromise was fine. That's how relationships worked. But when one person gave up everything, it wasn't compromise. It was capitulation. And the legacy of that could be bitterness. He'd tell her that in a minute, too. Once he mustered up the courage to turn down the offer she'd made and save them both a lot of heartache down the road. She'd blown it. Big time. Stomach nodding, Amy studied Cal's ramrod straight back. And how could she fault his reaction after she'd put her job ahead of him when he'd offered her his heart, along with a willingness to make huge compromises in the dream he'd nurtured for so long? Oh, she had to try to fix this. Rising, she wiped her damp palms down her slacks and grabbed the porch railing to steady herself. I'm sorry, Cal. You have every right to be hurt and angry and— Wait, he swung back toward her, brow crimped.
I'm not angry. And you have nothing to be sorry about.
Yes, I do. I put my career first, ahead of us. That was wrong. No, it wasn't. You're smart and dedicated and talented, and you worked hard to climb the ladder in a hugely competitive industry.
I'm the one who should apologize for asking you to give up the goal you worked so hard to reach. Goals change. Yes, but they shouldn't change because someone asks you to change them. I'll admit you were the impetus, but the realignment I've been doing was my choice. No matter what happens between us today, I'm resigning and moving on. My business in Knoxville was with Tony Jackson. I spent the past couple of days with him, getting a feel for his operation, and he's offered me a job. I believe in what he's doing, and he's willing to let me work on the kinds of stories I like best. It's an ideal arrangement. He scrutinized her, his gaze probing as if he was trying to discern her sincerity. That won't bring you fame or fortune or prestige or money. No, but it will be gratifying, and it will let me do worthwhile work that makes a difference. I'm not saying I couldn't do that in a network spot if one ever came along, but I can do it with far fewer personal and ethical sacrifices at Tony's station. You're serious about making this change? Yes. And I have more to say. She filled her lungs. I'm sorry for making you wait so long for my answer. If the situation had been reversed, I don't think I'd have been as patient or understanding. I probably would have concluded that if you had to think so long and hard about whether I was worth making sacrifices for, you didn't love me enough. Her breath hitched, and pressure built behind her eyes. If you want to retract your offer, I won't blame you. But I'm still changing career directions. And I'll never stop loving you. The tension in his features eased. The offer's still open. But be aware, it's a lifetime commitment, and the perks don't include fame or fortune. I can, however, promise you love and laughter and friendship every day for as long as I live. Vision misting again, she walked over to him, held out her hand. He took it and linked his fingers with hers, the glow of love in his eyes putting the dazzling sunlight to shame. I don't know what I did to deserve you, her voice choked. He lifted his hand, gently swiped away the tear that escaped from her eye and trailed down her cheek. I'm the lucky one here. No, I am. The evidence is clear. I got the best guy in the world. No arguments, counselor. I'm not in an arguing mood anyway. He tugged her close, slipping his arms around her waist. I don't have the ring with me to put on your finger, but I think we can reach a settlement in this case with a kiss. Don't you? She wrapped her arms around his neck and smiled up at the man who'd started off as an adversary, but who'd ended up claiming her heart. I'm in. He lowered his head, and as his lips closed over hers, joy filled her heart. For thanks to this amazing man who was willing to pledge his love to her for always, she'd found her way home. And while her future would be different than the one she'd envisioned, she knew with absolute certainty that it was going to be even more wonderful. Because waking up with Cal by her side every day in these beautiful mountains beat award statuettes and moments in the spotlight any day. Hands down. The end.